Well, we've kind of talked about this idea. They haven't played, a full 60 minutes all that much as of late. We'll talk to Bednar this morning at 8:30 and get his thoughts on it. So, yeah, that's at 8:30 this morning, correct? Not 8 o'clock? All right.
Correct.
8:30 will be the head coach. The consistency over 60 minutes is just lacking. And in years past, they've had these moments, but they've had the bursts in the middle of the game that have made up for maybe whatever you want to say, a lack of consistency throughout periods 1 through 3. But they've had the 5-minute stretches where they put in 2 or 3 goals that make up for everything else. Those just aren't coming this year. And they can. They're obviously good enough to where, and talented enough to where they can find those. But you're looking for sustained play. Haven't done that, especially as of recent. I remember last year when you were looking through the schedule, the Avs would win like 6 of 7, and then they would lose 7 of 8, and then they'd win 8 of 9 and lose 4 of 5. It was just kind of a roller coaster, up and down, up and down, up and down. Little bit of that same feel to start this year. But to stick with the micro, can we play audio here, Marty, or no? Not yet? Okay. So we'll get this later. But Devon Toews talked after the game. He's obviously pissed about what he saw last night. And here's just a part of the quote. Said, I think we got some guys who at this point think they're playing well, and they're kidding themselves. That was the quote from Devon Toews. And I don't disagree. I don't know if the guys think they're playing well or not, but it certainly hasn't been good enough for a handful of people. We'll have a good night and a bad night and a good night and a bad night. I say this all the time. The number one thing I'd look for if I'm a head coach, and it's not even close, I'm trying to put together a roster that I feel like is championship caliber or playoff caliber or whatever the case may be for a specific team. The number one trait that I'm looking for in athletes is consistency. I want to know when I put that guy on the floor, whether he is a superstar, all-world player, or if he's a role guy that you only give a few minutes a game. I just want to know what I'm going to get when I put him out there. Because as long as you know that, you can't be disappointed. It's what makes Jokic, to me, one of the most amazing athletes of the last 5 years. If not the most amazing athlete. It's not just that he is an all-world talent that can do pretty much everything on the floor. It's that he is all of that wrapped in with every single night he's the same dude. Every night. And I know he had a couple of hiccups earlier this year where he shot really, really poorly from an efficiency standpoint. But take his last 3 years. You can count those on 2 hands over the last 3 years of bad games from Nikola Jokic. It's the consistency that's matched with the talent. The Avs obviously have guys that are like that, but I think there's too many of them right now that are too up and down. Oh, he's playing really well the last couple of nights, and then the guy disappears for a while. It happens in the middle of games. So that's the micro. The micro of all of this is a little bit too inconsistent. Too many nights where guys have off nights or are bad. So I think we got the audio working here now, Marty. I heard something in my headphones.
Going in that one, what's your kind of feel now from your perspective?
Yeah, we came out pretty well, actually. 2 power play goals obviously helped. At some point, they're going to get power plays back too. It usually tends to even itself up and, break down on the penalty kill for the 3rd goal. But besides that, we didn't really get to our game much. It looked at times like we were, and then we just don't. I think it's frustrating right now.
I was going to say, you seem really visibly frustrated. What is it that's just so upsetting about a loss like that?
No, it's just self-awareness of knowing the situation and knowing the way the game's trending. And we have guys that are, going out against our structure and doing things that we don't do as a team. And that's what's frustrating is, when you have 20 guys in here that are working towards the same goal and have the same, goal in mind, it's fun to play. That's how you win games in this league. And when you have 14 guys that are playing to the structure and 6 that aren't, it's really tough to win in this league. That's, it doesn't take a lot, or many guys to go against the way that your team wants to play in order to lose a game. And just our self-awareness of knowing when we're playing well and knowing when we're not is just not there. We don't have a self-awareness of what it takes to win as a team and what it takes as an individual to compete and play your best right now. So it's frustrating when, as a collective, you're not pulling for the same goal.
Okay, you can stop right there. I don't really know what he's referencing. Is there's not a collective. I don't know if there's guys playing 2 individually or something like that. But again, and I apologize, somebody said you're a roller coaster this morning. I thought the audio was working, and then it wasn't. Now it is again. We're back, okay? This is the new studio jitters that we got to get out. What he's talking about, though, is kind of what I'm alluding to, which is too inconsistent, and there's that sort of team play that we especially saw from a couple of years ago just isn't there. So again, this is the micro of it because this is the last week or two. I'm going to give you the macro. And here's what the macro is. The Avs so far this year have a record of 9-11-2. The Avs at this point last year, 19-11-2. The Avs at this point last year were 19-11-2. The Avs 2 years ago, when they won a Stanley Cup, were 19-8-2. They're still pretty much on pace. The panic sets in because it's just a bad stretch here over the last couple of weeks. I 100% believe that this team is going to get it back together. And I think everybody feels the same way for the most part. You know who I know does is Vegas. Because what Vegas doesn't like to do is lose money. Their favorites right now to win the Stanley Cup is still the Avs. So I think it's totally fair to have some concerns about this team, to be a little bit nervous with how they've played as of late. But for the most part, they're right on pace for where they were last year and the year before. And both of those years, certainly 2 years ago, you thought they could win the Cup, and they did. Last year, you thought they could, and then a rash of injuries, and the Nichushkin thing, and a whole bunch of different stuff happened the first round of the postseason. You got bounced. But I'm not going to have any panic set in until we get to, talk to me in a month. Once you get to mid to late January, that's where you want to see things start to gel and come together. Remember, this team had a whole bunch of new pieces on it, especially guys in the bottom 6. But the amount of injuries that you've dealt with again this year. Makar's been out a lot. McKinnon's missed a few games. Lehkonen obviously been out for a long time now. The defensemen have been in and out of the lineup. Sammy G's been missing for a while. There's just a lot of stuff they've had to deal with to start this year, and the schedule's been kind of wonky. But look at their pace. It's the exact same record at this point last year, and 3 losses off the mark for once they got to 19 wins the year that they won the Cup. I think everybody just needs to just take a breath and relax a little bit. There's issues, there's concerns, but really the question is, most people are going to goaltending right now. Do you feel like Georgie's good or not? Because I do. I think he'll get this figured out. It's a blip on the radar. Texter says, they haven't played a consistent stretch of focused hockey all year, so while the records are similar to previous years, one of the things is not like the other. You're right. That's exactly what I'm getting at with the micro. The micro is the consistency is off. But they're still uber talented, and they got talent that's going to come back once these guys start getting healthy again. Not having Makar is incredibly noticeable. You still have good defensemen, but you don't have somebody that can just flip a game on its head with, a 20-second stretch of unreal top 5 player in the world type play. You miss that guy, some things are going to look different. It does not excuse losing to Chicago last night. But overall, I think they're going to be just fine. So 303-504-0925. So I don't know what age this starts to happen. But I got a text from my mom this morning at like 5:30, which is weird. And I was kind of scared when I saw the text, Marty. I was like, what happened? Why is my mother contacting me this early in the morning? And forgot today was my birthday. And I guess once you hit your mid-30s, you don't seem to care all that much when your birthday is. I totally forgot.
Brett, look at me.
Yep.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
I hope you have a great birthday.
You know what else happened to me? So the weird quirk between me and my wife's birthday was yesterday, which I remembered, by the way. I just forgot today. My wife is already back home, so I FaceTimed her, said happy birthday. I said, how does it feel to be 35? And we're 34. So I don't even know how old we are. I didn't know today was my birthday. I guess this is around the time you just stop caring.
Did she know right away she was 34? Or did
Oh,
you guys
she
have
was
to do
very
some
offended
math?
when I said that. No. She knew immediately. She goes, what are you trying to do to me?
If you went the opposite way, she would have been like,
I literally thought we were 35. Not the case. So I guess this is what happens. You hit 34 years old, you forget that days are your birthday, and on top of that, you forget how old you are. So today, Marty, I'm 40. Congratulations to me.
Congrats on the big 4-0, buddy.
Thank you. When we return, I think we stumbled across something yesterday. For a few minutes, that actually tells a story of how much we are living and dying week to week with the Broncos. We'll get to it next. Again, I feel like we stumbled across something yesterday that can tell you a lot about why every single week when the Broncos win or lose, especially after they rattled off, 5 in a row, whatever it was, it's because we don't know what this team is and where they're at on the spectrum. And here's the spectrum. One side is total and complete rebuild. The other side is Super Bowl contender. The Broncos aren't at either one of those ends. They're somewhere in the middle. But which way do you lean? Because here's the question that I have. When you have a stretch of winning 6 of 7, everybody's happy. You're back into playoff contention. You're giving yourself an opportunity to make the postseason. And maybe you can do something to build towards and use it as a stepping stone for the following year. But when you have what happened last week, and the reason I harped on the Russ and Peyton stuff so much, and I'm not going to do that again, but just to use this as an example, why was that such a big deal to me? Here it is. If you don't know which side of that fence you're leaning towards, and you're having issues where you're having conversations about your $50 million quarterback who you're going to owe a minimum of $85 million over the next 2 years, you don't know if you want to keep him, it's going to be really hard to convince anybody that you're leaning towards the Super Bowl side. So that would push you over to the rebuild side. But how do you rebuild if you're taking off $85 million from your cap the next 2 years for a guy who's not going to be here anymore? That's where I get confused. And that's where I think Broncos fans find themselves. Winning, you have the highest of highs, and losing, you have the lowest of lows, and there's freak out. And you know who's not freaking out when they lose? Carolina. Even to a certain extent, you know who's not freaking out when they lose is Houston. Houston wasn't supposed to be this good. They weren't supposed to be this far along the line yet. And so if they make the postseason, yeah, it's great. If they don't, they will be disappointed. But it's not the end of the world because you still have great years ahead. Young talent with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and Tank Dell and all these different guys. Do the Broncos have that? If the Broncos finish 9-8 or 10-7 and miss out on the postseason, is there any guarantee that Russell comes back? Because if the answer is no, you might as well just restart. But you can't because you're losing too much money. That's why this feels like such a wild swing week to week. Nobody knows where they're at on that spectrum.
You know what would have been helpful? Draft picks the last 2 years.
Would have been. What also
Top
would have been
10
helpful
picks?
is just at the very beginning when you got Russell Wilson having a competent coach that maybe you could build at that point as opposed to year 2. And now you're asking this question again. I'm going to try and play something off a hotkey here, Marty. This is sound from from Colin Cowherd on Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. Listen.
So we had told you our favorite play of the week was Detroit back home against Denver. I like Denver. This was a tough spot. Lions had been humiliated. Lions are great at home. They're a very good dome team. So Sean Payton now can't even hide his frustration with Russell Wilson. Can't hide it. He banged on him at the podium earlier in the year about the wristbands. I was banging on him this weekend. Not only are they opposite personalities, Russell is relentlessly optimistic. Sean is authentic, emotional, demanding, and critical. But Russell Wilson isn't Breeze the passer or Taysom Hill the athlete. So Sean Payton isn't getting elite with either one of them. And I got to tell you this relationship with Breeze and Payton was so great that invariably this was going to be a disappointment. And, I was hopeful he could turn Russell around, and he has. You're getting a lot of Russell in Seattle, but I was just hoping it wouldn't be combative because they're literally different people. I know both. They're totally different people. But now it's combative. And he's right. It is. None of our business. We can ask about it, but he does not have to provide an answer. But I just think these are different people. I don't think it's a perfect fit. I think if you ask Sean Payton, and he now has the power in the building, he's helped fix the defense. He's got Russell being as good as he can possibly be. I think he would move off him and take a huge cap hit for a year. But the thing.
So stop right there. The last
Sean
couple of
Payton
things that he said, it was not just for a year. The cap hit would be for 2 years. And he also said, I think he's gotten the best out of Russ. I don't know if that's the case either. Like, what is the best out of... If I ask you that question just straight up, is this the best Russell can play now? Like, is this the height of what his talents are? Is he just older, over the hill, on the decline, and this is the best version of him that you get? And how much does that change if you got a new quarterback in here? Like, what the last few years has exposed to me is the idea that no matter what quarterback was coming in here, and obviously there are ones that are better than Russell, but I don't know if anybody is just this magic sort of potion that's going to come in and fix the problems that the Broncos have, most notably the offensive line. If you don't have good O-line play, I don't know what quarterback can really thrive. Peyton mentioned this the other day. You know what a big issue's been over the last 3 weeks where you've lost 2 of the last 3 games? You can't run the football right now. You're averaging 3.4 yards per carry the last 3 games. That's not going to beat almost anybody. And that's the problem that you face. Russell's at the point of his career where I'll say this. He needs a lot of things to go well for him to be successful. He needs good O-line play, he needs a good rushing game, and he needs some wide receivers to make plays for him. But how many of those do you have? Sutton's a playmaker. Outside of that, Judy, no. Humphreys, no. You don't have a rushing game that can really let you feed off of play action. It felt like every time the Lions sent a blitz on Saturday, they got home untouched. I don't know how many quarterbacks are successful with that type of model. And so I don't want to sit here and absolve Russell Wilson of responsibility. Not the case. He's certainly a lot more limited than I thought he would be. But to say this is the best you can get out of him, I think is a stretch. And so when you have this week to week, okay, you're 500 again. Could you win the next 3? Absolutely. Like, I could totally see that. The next 3 games, the Broncos go out there, beat the Patriots, beat the Chargers, beat the Raiders. You're 10-7, and you got to wait to see what happens with everybody else in the league. But my guess would be if you're 10-7, it's probably better than 50% that you make the postseason, just because teams are going to stumble. But this is the question that lingers that makes everything feel so intense when you get a result at the end of a game on Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Monday. Whenever they play, it's what makes it feel that way. You don't know where the team's at. Because again, let me lay out this scenario. Broncos move on from Russ at the end of the year. They eat the money. And then what? You draft a QB? You get another Bridgewater type in free agency? You can't make another splash move because, God forbid, if you trade one more damn draft pick hoping that it's going to fix something, I don't know what you do. And then it's like, okay, well, let's go out. Now that we have that money off the books, let's go out and get somebody that's going to help. Let's get a playmaker. Well, how do you do that if you're paying $85 million to watch somebody leave? Like, look around some of these teams with mediocre quarterbacks and ask yourself this question. Why do their offenses look better? How come, Marty, if I watch an Indianapolis Colts game on a Sunday with Gardner Minshew, the offense looks like they can put together sustainable drives? Like, I got an idea. Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman, Quentin Nelson on the offensive line. That's how. Take that across the board for all the teams across the league that don't have elite quarterback play. Hell, look at the Lions. I don't think anybody confuses Jared Goff for a unbelievable star QB. But what do the Lions have? A very good offensive line, a very good rushing game, and a couple of weapons in the pass game. That'll do it. Why does Mahomes look bad this year? He doesn't have a wide receiver that can catch the ball. Like, this stuff matters. And I just think it's the easiest scapegoat you can make to look at Russell and be like, his fault. Dude, we've played that game now for 8 years. It can't be on the quarterback every single time. Nobody's saying that they're great, but the reason for losing... So to recap, the reason why the Broncos have lost for the last 8 years is Simeon, Lynch, Keenum, Flacco, Bridgewater, Locke. Who am I missing?
A Chad Kelly snap.
A Chad Kelly snap and Russell Wilson. Those are the 8 reasons that you lost over the last 8 years. I don't buy it. It's too simplistic. There's more that goes into it. You can say that it's not elite level. That's obvious. But what you can't say is that it's all on that. Like Texture says, Baker Mayfield, he has the same stature as Drew Brees. Go get him. Baker's going to look terrible here. Baker looks okay in Tampa. Why is that? Rachaad White's pretty good running the football. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, weapons. Tristan Wirfs on the offensive line. Like, they have pieces there. If you're going to be one of these teams, I like to mention the Texans because I think they're a good example. Outdoing expectation, but even if they falter here at the very end, if they lose a couple of more games and miss out on the postseason, they're still pumped. Why? Because they know they got guys like C.J. Stroud that are going to be there for years. You can believe in what you see moving forward because the young talent, you have, how about this? You have a core. The core in Houston is C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell and Will Anderson and a whole bunch of young guys that you buy into. At the end of this year, if you get rid of Russ and you say, all right, we'll fix it with another quarterback, tell me the core of this team. Who is it? It's Surtain and what? As far as young guys that you know are going to be here a long time. Like, Justin Simmons is very good. Justin Simmons is also over 30 years old. I want a young core of players. They don't have it. They got guys who are okay. Serviceable players. But as far as young superstars you know are going to be here for multiple years, like if I said you had to make an investment on a jersey for the Broncos, you had to buy one today, and I said you can't get a Surtain jersey. Who do you get? With the caveat being, you have to wear that the next 4 years to every Broncos home game. Like, who would be your best bet that is going to be here by then? Quinn Miners?
Can I get a Sean Payton jersey?
You cannot. Seriously, who is it?
That's a good question. I don't think there's an answer to that.
I'm telling you, my best bet of a player that will be here 4 years from now outside of Surtain is Miners. I think Miners is a really good offensive lineman. Outside of that, I don't know. Sutton, 4 years from now? Probably not. Judy, next year? Probably not. Who would it be? And that's
Sutton's through 2025, and he'll be 31 then. I don't know if he'll be coming back.
That's why I feel like we're living and dying every single week. Like a texter says, Marvin Mims. I don't even know if you'd get the money on your investment now. Does he play? I see him get what, Marty? One reverse a game, and then they tell him to sit on the bench and wait until punts happen. There you go, Jaquan McMillan. Maybe that guy. Maybe him. Let's narrow it down. Offensive player. Go. This is what I'm getting at. There's a bigger picture to all of this. I can't see Marty's computer. I just see the light from his computer shining in his face. Marty, you're looking at the roster, aren't you?
Yeah.
And?
I'm not seeing any answers here, dude.
Yeah. So 303-504-0925. You know what? Let's get to NFL stock up, stock down when we return. All right, NFL stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend. We always start with the quarterbacks. Marty, stock up. Jake Browning, been playing well. 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick and a win last weekend. He's averaging 300 yards per game over the last 3. All 3 of those wins, by the way. And it's given the Bengals a chance to make the postseason. We all thought they were left for dead. Bad start to the year. Burrow then goes down with the season-ending injury. And then Browning comes in and plays well enough to get them right back into the picture. I think it's a huge credit to him because nobody had the expectation that he could come in there and do that because remember, Cincinnati's offense, even with Burrow, was struggling. So now, with Jake Browning coming in and throwing 300 yards per game, they have a very long shot to make the postseason because their conference record is terrible, but it's not impossible. He had 5 touchdowns and 2 picks in those last 3 games, playing at a pretty high level. And maybe this is being a prisoner of expectation, but you just go straight box score watching. I mean, you can't help but be impressed with Jake Browning and Cincy. So he gets a stock up. Let's go stock down. Jalen Hurts. I don't know what's going on with this guy. 143 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks, and a loss last week. His last 3 games have been bad, and the Eagles have lost their last 3. His MVP chances went from him being the favorite to him being basically out of the picture. 19 touchdowns, 12 picks on the year. Not exactly numbers to brag about. I know he's got the rushing stats and he's got the rushing touchdowns, but it's hard for me to even calculate that when those touchdowns, a lot of those are tush pushes and stuff like that. They were leading the division, they were leading the conference, leading the NFL after 10 weeks. They were 9-1 to start. And now they aren't even leading their division. The Cowboys are. They have dropped to a wild card spot with the loss last week.
Yeah, but look at the rest of their schedule, right?
Oh, they're
the
should
Giants,
win.
Cardinals, Giants, right?
They should win their next 3, but they aren't playing at a high level. Like, could I see them dropping one? Sure. This is what happens when you're playing bad football. Over his last 3 weeks, Jalen Hurts has touchdown pass, 1. So not good for him right now. Let's go to non-quarterback stock up. So he was quiet for a couple of weeks before this last one. But I am amazed with how well Jordan Addison has immediately come onto the scene in Minnesota. There's something about them taking wide receivers where it's just a breeding ground for high-level wide receiver play. Justin Jefferson, obviously, is the crown jewel. He might be the best in the league. But Jordan Addison, who had 6 catches for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns in a loss last week, on the year has 62 catches for 830 yards and 9 touchdowns. Remember, he's done most of that work with Justin Jefferson on the shelf and a parade of backup quarterbacks named Josh Dobbs and Nick Mullen. The fact that you're putting up these numbers as a rookie with those quarterbacks and you have now been thrust into the number 1 wide receiver role with Justin Jefferson out, pretty damn good first impression for Jordan Addison. And I don't know are the Vikings just the new version of what the Steelers are, where like every year they find some wide receiver somehow, some way that's productive? Because they're doing a hell of a job there identifying that talent. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Doesn't make me happy to say this. I think Derrick Henry's dead. After all those years of him throwing people into the crust of the earth, running people over, 2,000-yard season, Derrick Henry made NFL history this past week. He's the only player who had 20 touches in a football game that only got to 10 yards. 16 carries for 9 yards.
How does that happen?
4 catches for 1.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
If you give Derrick Henry 16 carries, you think he's going to get at least, 30 yards?
Minimum.
How do you get 9? What did he run
16
backwards?
carries, you'd think he'd get like 50 off of 16. I don't know. I don't know if it's an offensive line problem in Tennessee, but obviously he's not quite the same guy anymore. He's only averaging 3.8 yards per carry on the year. In the last 2 weeks, Marty, Derrick Henry has 33 carries for 43 yards.
Oh, my God.
I think our dream of muscle hair is dead.
Well, how old is he? At the ripe age of, 28? He's probably dead?
Probably Derrick Henry is 29. He will turn 30, though, next month in a few weeks.
Well, that's it. I mean, you can't be turning 30 as a running back.
How
I don't know
dare
why
you
you'd do that.
How dare you do that? Let's go to team stock up. You got to be the Bills, right? The Bills might be the scariest team in all of football right now. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, and James Cook making that offense go. They've been beating good teams, by the way. They might win out after winning 3 of their last 4. And if they do that, they will make the postseason. And if they make the postseason, everybody should be terrified. Everyone. We wrote them off. After the Broncos loss was kind of the last straw for them with a whole bunch of people. They were 6-6, outside looking in, tiebreakers not in their favor, all that stuff. But basically, Marty, they have to win out to win the division. That's the problem. Because it's going to be really difficult for them to get in as a wild card. But if they can win the division, they should be totally fine. And you know what? With the way the Dolphins play against teams above 500, there's a chance that that might happen. NFL team stock down. The Jags are very confusing. I didn't totally buy into them early this year because they were winning football games, but it didn't look right. And now I think it's getting more and more on display. They've lost their last 3 games. They're 8-6 on the year. After thinking they're running away with that division in the AFC South, they're now tied with 2 other teams in Indianapolis and Houston. That division is totally up for grabs. And they might lose to, who they have this weekend? When I was typing this out, Marty, my computer auto-corrected an abbreviation that I had. So who the hell do the Jags play this weekend?
Play the Bucks.
The Bucks.
In Tampa.
Mine says the Bus. And I was like, is that Buffalo?
Well, you couldn't-
Is that BUF? What is that? The Bucks this weekend, they might lose that game. Bucks are playing better. But now that they're tied for the division lead, everything counts now, and they put themselves in an awful position. MVP stock up. I'm going to keep saying Christian McCaffrey and Tyreek Hill until this season is over. I'm done with these QBs. Nobody deserves it. Not a single quarterback does. Sorry, nobody. Unless you're Brock Purdy, which maybe. I'll give Purdy a maybe. But McCaffrey is more important to that team than Purdy is. I will die on this hill. You want to know how I know that, Marty? Because Deebo Samuel got hurt and Christian McCaffrey still ran for 100 yards and Brock Purdy couldn't throw anymore. That's how I know. MVP stock down. Jalen Hurts, discussed it earlier. He was the front runner just a few weeks ago, and now I don't think he has a shot. No shot. Best game of the week.
I'm very important.
Vikings and Cincy, right? Got to be the best one. Monday Night Football was good, but it was kind of boring until the last drive. Bengals Vikings. That was the entire game to kick things off on Saturday. It was amazing. Taking it in overtime, beautiful. Worst game of the week.
It's heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
I usually judge these off of points scored in a 9-7 football game between the Panthers and the Falcons. Typically would be the winner here. But Marty, the Chargers and Raiders was 42-0 at half and finished 63-21. That was the worst game.
Okay, I can agree on that. That Falcons-Panthers game was an absolute joke.
Oh, horrible.
How many times are the Falcons going to be like Desmond Ridder? No, Taylor Heineke. No, back to Desmond Ridder. Oh, wait, he sucks.
Hey, do you think the Falcons, just a thought here, Marty, should they have tried to trade for Lamar Jackson when we requested that this offseason instead of saying, no, we're good with Desmond Ridder? It's one thing if they just wouldn't trade him in Baltimore, but the fact that the Falcons came out and said, we're good, that's the most comical part of all of this. All
I'm
right,
afraid what they're going to do in the draft. Like they're going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. and he's just going to rot there
Of course, just like Drake London, just like Kyle Pitts, all of them. Yep. That's NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. With a few minutes left, this is going to be my last day this week. I will be back next week. So happy holidays to everybody. I'll give you the rooting guide, though, here midweek. This is what you want to happen this weekend, okay? The first one is confusing because it's Pittsburgh and it's Cincy, and you want both of those teams to lose. But the Steelers have Kansas City and Kansas City and Cleveland is left for Cincy. And I think that's at least one more loss that would put them at 9 wins on the year. The Steelers would get to 8 wins if they beat Cincinnati, but they'll drop either the Seattle or Baltimore game. That would get them to 9 wins. I think this one, just kind of pick your poison. I don't even know if there's one that's better than the other as far as options. So that game already, from the jump, I don't know what to tell you to lean either way. I would say probably Cincy. You want to win that game just because it's the Steelers are so bad, I don't think it's going to matter anyway. After that, though, Chargers over the Bills. That one is a need. It's not going to happen, but you'd love to have it. The most important game to me, you just talked about the Falcons, Marty. Please beat the Colts. Please.
Somebody beat the Colts. I don't understand that team.
Anybody. I need the Colts to stop winning. It's very annoying, and they aren't very good, but they keep racking up W's, and I don't know how. Please, Atlanta, beat the Colts. Here's another one. One of these games where they're playing each other. Cleveland and Houston. Who do you want to win more? Cleveland has the Jets and Cincinnati left. Houston has Tennessee and Indianapolis left. I think you just bite the bullet and say, Cleveland, you're already at 9 wins. You would have to have them lose at least one between the Jets and Cincy. I don't know if they're going to do that. I'd rather just have them win. Push the Houston Texans down to 8-7. Hope the Texans lose one more game to Tennessee or in Indianapolis, and then you could jump them because you lost the tiebreaker to them. That's what I'm looking at. And the last one is I'm putting the Jags now in this category because they're now not just the runaway division winners. The Jags are now wild card threats. Tampa Bay, please beat Jacksonville. Keep them losing. Make it 4 straight. So you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Tough one last night as the Avs lose in Chicago to it's a rebuilding Chicago team. Not that they're totally devoid of talent or anything like that. But Jared Bednar is going to join the show at 8:30 this morning, so he'll kind of let us know his thoughts on the game in about an hour and a half. Again, it's a weird sort of thing where you're trying to parse through what's the concern in the short term, what's the concern in the long term, all that different stuff. And I got a couple of numbers I'll bring you to put it into context. But overall, not a great night last night. And I think the bottom line is consistency seems to be an issue right now for this team. 4-5-1 in the last 10, Vic.
First of all, it was very, off-putting, I guess, because you expect to beat that team that had lost, 4 in a row?
Yeah.
You expect to win that game. And the way they lost, the way they looked in the loss, it just didn't look right. It didn't feel right. It's a good day to have Coach Bednar on the show. We're going to talk to him, and if you have any questions you want us to ask Coach Bednar, please chime in. Before we proceed, I do want to wish you, my friend, a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. You know what's funny about that? I got a text at 5:34 this morning from my mother, which had me very concerned because my mom does not text me that early in the morning. And I just forgot that today was my birthday. That's how I was reminded.
You did not forget.
I swear to God, I forgot. Which is funny because my wife's was yesterday, and she's already back home. I FaceTimed her and said happy birthday. You know what I did then, though, Vic? I said, how does it feel to be 35? We're 34. I'm forgetting everything.
Wait,
yeah.
You didn't even know how old you are?
I added a year onto our age, too. Yeah. Like an extra to the year. So I guess, is this what happens now? You get to your mid-30s and then all this stuff, you just stop? You stop caring? Swear to God, Vic, totally forgot it's my birthday this morning.
Well, you deserve a happy birthday. But as long as you're talking about the age 34, 35, I was at my elite athletic peak around that age.
Of course you were.
Why are we looking at an upside down? Scott. It says Scott, and he's upside down.
I actually think I like it.
I would leave it like that.
Just want to leave that all day, Moshe? Just leave that sort of upside down camera?
Oh, my God.
This is how I'm feeling right now. I feel like a 6'10" nerd upside down in this world and pissed off. This might be a perfect avatar for me.
Vic, we're going to take it easy on our boy today, okay?
Yeah, he had a rough night.
No, don't take it easy. I mean, I don't give a rat's crap. I am going to cuss today, though, on the show. So, Martin, you better have your trigger finger ready. I don't know if we've tested out the have we tested out the delay, the dump button?
The dump button?
How does this thing
you
work?
better make sure it works.
Man, this is kind of cool. It doesn't.
No.
Ooh.
For those who are just listening on radio, Mosher is
cool.
doing like this Blair Witch Project thing with his camera right now. All right, now we're good. Again, there's a macro and a micro here. The micro is audio that we'll play in a little bit from Devon Taves, who was not happy after the game last night. And just as a sort of precursor to that, Taves said after the game, I think we got some guys who think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. So, again, I'm going to go back to that word consistency, and I know I mentioned this a lot, but I think it's the most important thing that you can have in sports. If you're a coach, and whether your player's an all-world player or he's a role guy that gets a few minutes a game, bottom line, what you want to know is, what am I going to get from this guy every night? Like, the reason why Nikola Jokic is so elite at his job is because, Vic, he is an all-world talent who can do everything that you want on the floor, and also he does it every single night. Like, you don't ever think about what kind of game am I going to get from Jokic tonight. You just know. And I think there's too many guys in the Avs just right now, for the moment, where it's too up and down. One night they give you a really good night, and the next night it's not very good. That seems to be a big part of the issue here.
Well, after the game, and I know you're referring to the same soundbite Devon Taves gave to who was that? To Gorilla Sports. It was really well said after the game, and I want everyone to listen to it because he not only mentions that they're not playing up to standard. He mentions how many players are not playing up to standard. He had a number to his thought, which I thought was very interesting.
Here's some of Taves in the postgame. Listen.
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play in our system, how to play our game, and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. It's frustrating to play with. Play out there when you got guys that think they're playing well and they're doing things that you have no idea what play they're going to make or where they're going to be on the ice, and it's tough to play in this league when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. So that's where a lot of the frustration stems from.
Is he calling out the younger players?
Vic, I have no idea. Maybe we'll get a better idea when Coach Bednar joins us at 8:30 on the program today.
Kaner, from what you heard there, and just give us it's a speculation, obviously.
Well, yeah, I mean,
from what I can gather.
I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we get the roster out, and we'll go up and down the roster, and we'll speculate on exactly who he's talking about and check them off one by one.
All right. Easy on the sensitivity, dude.
I'm not being sensitive. I don't know any other way to do it other than to speculate and throw names out there willy-nilly, to be honest with you, because every single guy on this team can be guilty of what he has proposed in the last 2 weeks or at any time during the course of this season. Ain't nobody been consistent from 1 week to another. Nate McKinnon is on a hell of a tear right now, but everybody has their moments during the course of a game or during the course of a week, Vic. That's the God's honest truth. Ain't nobody. Okay, let's put it this way, including Devon Taves himself. Okay, ain't nobody immune from the Taves description.
He didn't call himself out.
How do you know? He has called himself out. He has called himself out in the past. In fact, I think it was about a week and a half ago he called himself out. Said, "You know what? I'm not even remotely doing enough. Even remotely being good enough."
My interpretation of what he said is they play a certain style, they play a certain brand, and there are a few players here that aren't playing that brand.
Well, look, there are a lot of guys who bring it almost all the time, every night. But how many times have we said, well, this team hasn't put together a full 60?
Yeah.
Or, you know what? Coach will come out after the game and say, I love the first period. I love the third period. I didn't like that second period, and that's what cost us.
Yep.
That kind of thing, right? And so when you say something like that, that means that he didn't say, well, out of the, the 12 forwards that were on the ice, I didn't like 9 of them in that second period. He didn't say things like that. He's not parsing words. He's letting it be known that it's really crazy because when things get messy for the Avalanche, and it's not like they're not skating hard or trying or working, but when things get messy, everybody gets messy. Passes are into skates. Passes are directly to another guy's tape. You're going in for a point-blank shot. You're missing the net, period. You're flat out missing the net. It's
in your best professional description, tell us why they lost last night.
Best professional description. In all honesty, I think they probably should have won 2-1. I mean, when they broke down in a big-time way. That power play goal that won it for Tyler Johnson, I mean, that's his bang, bang, bang. They're letting guys get behind them. I mean, it's odd man rushes. It's confusion. Connor Bedard with a couple of great feeds, but it's guys not in proper position. I don't know what to say. I mean, the mistakes are being made. I don't know if it's for a lack of effort, but perhaps for a lack of awareness, Vic.
Can I paint the other side of this?
And by the way, these mistakes are big. They're not little ones. They're not guys out muscling. It's not. These are big mistakes.
Can I paint the other side of this?
Sure, please paint it because we can. I don't know. I don't know.
Just like from a larger discussion, though, Moj. How about this? I think you can look at this team and say, yeah, they miss guys like Makar and they miss guys like Lehkonen.
They should still win that game last night. Doesn't matter.
Understood. But here's the bigger picture I wanted to get to. The Avs so far through this year are 19-11-2. Last year, at this point in the season, they were 19, 11, and 2. The year before that, when they won the Cup, they were 19, 8, and 2. They aren't that far off the pace, certainly not from last year, and not that far from the year that they won the Cup.
You're right.
So it feels like in a lot of the texts that I saw this morning, there's a lot of freaking out going on. And I understand it's a bad loss last night. You can't lose that game. But the team is still, I think, going to be just fine. And once they get a couple of guys more healthy, Lekkinen and McCarr get back in the lineup, I guarantee it's going to look a lot different.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think absolutely they're going to be just fine. I mean, I really do. Every team goes through their ups and downs and grinds and so on and so forth. But it's a matter of I think, all the leaders in that room saying, guys, like Coach Bednar said, it's been going on for some time now. He's kind of letting them work it out themselves. Mm-hmm. It's time to put the foot down and say, we'll take losses. We are going to lose hockey games. That is an absolute fact. The Nuggets are going to lose basketball games. Mm-hmm. But is it a win? Is it a loss that I can stomach, or is it a loss that I cannot stomach? And last night, losing to the last place team in the Western Conference, and I don't give a rat's ass if it's in their building or not, I'm saying you look at it, if you're the coach, I'm sure, it doesn't matter where you play that game. It could be in France, it could be in South America, it could be in Antarctica. You look at that game, and you should win that hockey game against a blue line that had 4 players with a combined under 93 games experience in the National Hockey League.
Yeah. You want to lose the right way, I guess, is the best way to put it, right? And to the right teams. I mean, if you put together a formula on how to lose, that was not on that formula last night. How to lose that game. Now, having said that, every team, and I'm glad Coach Bednar did not use this as an excuse, because people are going to say, well, they're banged up. They're banged up. Name a team that's not banged up.
Chicago's hella banged up. They're missing Taylor Hall. They're missing Seth Jones. They're missing Andreas Athanasiou.
That's what I'm saying.
These are guys who are incredibly important to them getting any points at all on any given night. The Avs can survive a couple of games without Cale Makar and Andrew Cogliano. Or I'm not talking about Lecky because he's been out for a while. So listen, this is going to be, I'm sure Coach will come on at 8:30, and this will be an absolutely no excuse Wednesday.
Moshe?
At all.
I just want to say something to you.
What?
Athanasiou.
Yeah, Athanasiou too.
Athanasiou.
No, not you.
Not you.
You don't get one.
Yeah, you stay out of this. We're Athanasiouing each other.
Moj, did you wish Powder a happy birthday?
Of course not. Not only do I not know it's his birthday, I don't care. I mean, yeah, I do. Happy birthday, Brett. Here, I got you this. Anyway. I got you this at Target. It was on sale.
Yeah, did you? It wasn't.
What is it?
Was it 50% off? Yeah. There's something else.
Are you guys going to be there tomorrow, Brett? By the way, are you going back to the homeland?
The homeland, yeah.
So this your last day with us?
Yes.
Wait, you're not on tomorrow or Friday?
Nor Tuesday, nor Wednesday next week.
For Christ's sake, what are you going to do with all those days? I guarantee you. I know that all the family wants to see the baby. That'll last up until like Saturday or Sunday, Christmas Eve morning, Sunday. And then you're going to be sick of Troy, sick of your mom, sick of Nolan and his Rugrats. You're going to be sick of the whole damn thing, and you got 3 more days to gut it out before you come home. This is a really dumb decision on your part. And not because I'm going to miss you from the show.
Marty, are you going to be here tomorrow, or are you off as well?
I am also off.
Oh, you ever notice, Mark, how they take off together? You ever notice that?
Yeah.
The days they're off.
You know when Christmas happens, you typically take those days off. And Vic, I don't get to walk 2 blocks down the street to see my mom and dad. I have to get in my car for 7.5 hours.
You see,
I don't care about your personal problems. I'm just making a reference that you and Marty, Radar and Powder, always have to take the same days off together. Do you see me and Mosier playing hopscotch together? Are we running a 3-legged race?
You guys literally, like once a year, play a golf tournament where you're both off together.
We haven't done that in a couple of years, bro.
Well, you used to.
Okay, but here's the thing now. I'm missing no time because I can't. Because I have hockey as well. And if I'm going to do hockey games, I might as well be on this show. You are going to spend, I don't know how many days in friggin' Omaha, and you are going to go to the backwoods of Joliet, Illinois, like a total dork, beat up some 12-year-olds in ping pong.
That's right.
They're 13 now.
Okay, and then what? What else are you going to do? It's not like you have anybody else to see. You had no friends growing up, so you're not going to revisit with anybody.
Nope.
Moj, today's generation, they don't want to work.
The hell are you talking about?
Moj, it's very obvious. These guys are taking off tomorrow. You and I are going to be in the rest of the week. These kids don't want to work.
Well, why don't you shut up?
Vic,
because you're gonna miss half the week next week too.
We wanted to do the Mojis next week. Why can't we?
Yeah,
I'm
why
gonna be
can't we
here
do
every
that?
day.
Like I said, these kids don't want to work.
Yeah, just so you guys know, the Mojis were supposed to happen Thursday and Friday next week. And then they can't anymore because Vic goes, oh, I messed up which days I'm taking off last second.
Everybody know the week between.
And you want to know why,
Christmas
Moj? Because these
and New
olds
Year's,
don't want to
nobody
work
works.
anymore. They're
Yep.
done.
Vic.
This guy wanted to retire earlier this year.
Vic, I work. I've got 3 games between Christmas and New Year's. 3 games. And again, if I'm doing hockey, I'm not taking days off. I'm
tell
going to
you
work
what,
my
Moj.
butt off, which
Moj.
means wait, hold on. Here's the great thing. You can't carry over, I don't think, your day off time from one year to the next, right? I don't think you can. Can you?
I've got that in my contract.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, I don't know if I do or not, but here's what's going to happen. When the first of the year hits, you're going to get me 2 days a week until August. Because I'm carrying over like a decade's worth of off time, baby.
303-504-0925.
Hear that, Vic? 2 days a week, baby. 2. And I'll tell you what, I'll even let you pick which 2.
These kids don't want to work with their hands.
Yeah, okay. Turn
Turn
his
him off.
microphone off. When we come back, I think we stumbled
you guys
across
make me
something
laugh.
yesterday that proves why we're living and dying week to week with the Broncos. Next.
Excellent choice, Martin. I appreciate it. I went to my doctor a couple of weeks ago. You guys probably don't know this. Now, my physical, again, is not until like May. But I had to go in for
that up.
I had to go in for a checkup, and he said, "You know what? Hold on, Martin, up a little bit, please, if you would." He said, "By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but your blood work came back. You're not getting enough funk in your life, in your diet." I said, "Oh, is that true?" He said, "Yeah, you need a little more funk in your diet." So, Marty, this supplies my daily FDA recommended amount of funk. So let's get on it real quick so I can funk out.
This is a vitamin D pill for you?
And Vic can funk off.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right. Go ahead, turn it up, Marty. Give it to him. This is what he needs this morning. If this is what gives Mosier life, then give him life. You can listen to this album all the way through, not skip. All right, so I think we stumbled across something yesterday. As you guys remember, we were being criticized from a couple of texters saying that we are way too emotional week to week with the Broncos. If they win, we're too high, and if they lose, we're too low. And I think we just kind of stumbled across why that is. When you're on a spectrum of rebuild to Super Bowl contender, you should be able to say where your team's at. And I don't know if you can with a 7-7 Broncos team. And I think that's part of the problem here. Because when Sean Payton and Russell Wilson have a blow-up on the sidelines, which we won't talk about that again, but it's a good example of why you react the way you do. That could be an indicator of just a rift in this relationship to where it moves on at the end of the year. But if it moves on, then what does the team look like? So here's a question I asked earlier. And the team that I use as an example is the Houston Texans. That is a team that has outplayed their expectation. But let's say, Vic, that they stumble at the finish line, that they miss out on the postseason. That fan base is incredibly happy about what that team is going to be. Because why? They have a young core that they can believe in with C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell and Will Anderson and everybody else.
Give me something to believe in.
Here's my question to you. Who's that for Denver? And the way I posed the question was this, Vic. If you were to buy a Broncos jersey and you bought it with the understanding that this guy is going to be here 4 years from now.
Excellent question.
And I said, you can't say Patrick Surtain. Who is it?
Excellent question. Victoria, I'm going to put you on the spot, man. You go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
I don't know the answer to that. And therein lies the difference. That's why I think we are at odds. That's why we're conflicted deep inside in our loins. We're conflicted because we see the progress the Broncos have made. We've experienced it. We've seen it with our own eyes. They go from 1-5 to 6-5, and now they're at 7-7. We've seen it. That's progress. It is. But moving forward, the difference between a team like Denver and Houston, a team like Denver, and pick another team that's on the way up. Just pick any team. Cleveland.
Sure.
Is that they've got building blocks, younger building blocks, that they can build from. I don't know if we deep down believe Denver can build with a quarterback that takes up so much cap space. How much building can you do?
Mm-hmm.
Brett,
That's
I think
part of the deal.
I think it's a really poignant question to this point because I think that's the real. When we talk about the lack of oomph, you know what I mean? Fans are not dumb, although some are dumb. They are. Some are dumb, but the vast majority are sophisticated fans in one capacity or another. Now, they may get silly and whatever. That's fine. But they know what they feel, and they usually can articulate why they feel what they feel one way or another. The thing about the Denver Broncos is, and you're right, I mean, we should be enjoying this. If the Broncos win out, they've got a very good shot of making the postseason. That would be killer. Just getting into the dance, and I don't care if you go and get crushed, wherever you would go and get crushed. I guess now it'd be Kansas City, something like that, whatever it is.
Yeah.
We should be excited about it, but people, I think, overall look at it and they say, I've been preconditioned to be bummed for a while now, Vic. And then what do I have to look forward to in the future? Because again, even if you were really bad this year, it would be awful, but you could say, hey man, we're the Caleb Williams sweepstakes.
Yep.
We're in the Drake May sweepstakes. I mean, whatever it may be, right? Or whoever you want to throw out there, whatever stud coming out of college that you really like that could really help the Denver Broncos on either side of the football, at least you could throw that in your head, Vic. Right now you're like, middle of the pack pick. And whose jersey am I going to buy? Hell, I don't know. That's where you are, bro.
Like
You bring up a great point. I mean, it's outside of Stan, there's not that one constant, that one guy that you're like, all right, this guy's going to be here for a while, and he's going to be my guy that I go buy a jersey for. You just don't know. The other thing that's changed, and you guys tell me if I'm off. Those listening, tell me if I'm off. If I had asked you this summer, all right, the Broncos are probably going to buy out Russell Wilson at the end of the season, the summer's reaction would have been, there's no way. That's way too much money. You'd be handicapping yourself in dead money. There's no way that's going to happen. I mean, look at the amount of numbers at the end. Look at all the decimal points here. That's not happening. But that viewpoint has changed. I think if you ask most fans whether it's possible, and I'm not saying they're going to do it or not, but whether it's possible, oh yeah, it's possible. Eating that money is much more possible today than it was back in the summer.
Which is weird because it's not like the cash changed. It's the same sort of penalty that you're going to incur no matter what this offseason. But I really think the way that Peyton and Russ have interacted in some of the finger pointing that's happened has changed minds of, can this even work beyond this?
Well, it worked to a degree, and it's not done yet. They have 3 games yet. But so far, up until these last 3 games, it's worked to a level. It's become serviceable. And I said that's the word I used at the beginning of the season. It's funny because here we are. Someone said, well, what do you want to see out of the Peyton and Russell Wilson relationship? I said, I just want to see an offense and a quarterback that becomes serviceable again. Because there was times last year, it was a joke, right? From what we saw last year.
Yep.
Vic, it was a joke.
You're right. We talk about, Brett, you made a very good point. Why is somebody making good points this week? I've got to give you guys credit.
Often to see you.
Maybe they just stood out to me because typically you're dorks. But when you watch the game against the Lions, Vic, I mean, you see all those weapons out there. You're like, oh, right? You salivate, right? You pant. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it, man. Vic, if you could have your pick of a skill position guy or what, just a position.
St. Brown.
Okay, no. But let's say general position right now on the Broncos.
St. Brown.
Okay, I'm not talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown specific.
St. Brown.
Hey, shut him off. Brett, you have you can get a skill position taken care of. Like you get to draft high in a skill position. What position?
Receiver.
Can you imagine?
It's not receiver.
Okay,
no, you know what it is? It's tight end. It's Laporta.
St. Brown.
Oh, okay, but can you imagine having a crack at Brock Bowers?
Tight ends are tough, man. They're high risk, but if they're good, I mean, they're really good.
They're high reward if they're good. What about having a crack at Marvin Harrison Jr. or Odunze, the kid out of Washington, the wideout who's catching everything that Penix throws his way? What about? But I'm just saying, Vic, even if you're a Broncos fan and you're going to stink, you're like, hey man, but I'm going to investigate every skill dude as a first-round projection, and we're going to get somebody, and I'm going to get jacked up about that.
But it has to work. It all has to be complementary football. I mean, you can go get a Laporta. By the way, Detroit, and you tell me, Powder, weren't they? They were knocked for going out and drafting Laporta, right?
Yeah, their entire top end of the draft. They took Gibbs at 12 overall. People thought that was stupid.
They were vilified for their picks, and here they are. Not only do you have to make the pick and hope the pick flourishes, then you have to make sure that he has the complementary assets to make him look good. And they've done that. The offense they're running to make Laporta look good, the way he's getting the ball in clutch situations to make him look good. It's one thing to have these guys. I mean, the Broncos have Marvin Mims. How often do they make him look good?
That's what's funny. When I asked this in the appetizer, if you had to pick a jersey based on a guy you think is going to be here in 4 years, people said Mims, and I go, he gets a reverse a game and then he goes away. I know that we're all excited and tantalized with his raw athleticism, but why did he play in?
There's got to be something that we don't know. There's got to be something.
It's got to be, right?
There's got to be something that we should watch the all 22 more and try to really figure out what he's not doing correct. Is he missing blocking assignments? Is he running incorrect routes? This is stuff I don't know because I don't know the offense.
Who would have thunk, by the way, Moj, that here we are, 3 games remaining. And tell me if I'm wrong on this. You guys tell me if what I'm about to say is right, wrong, or maybe not enough information yet. Who would have known that at this juncture of the season, the Broncos' most valuable running back is Samaje Perine?
Yeah.
Hard to believe because Javante's the guy. I mean, he's the guy that stepped into the mix. I don't know.
Think about the games they won. Think about the games they won and how they won them and who played the most active role in those games.
Well, look, on top of that, Sean Payton mentioned the last 3 weeks, the biggest problem, the Broncos dropped 2 of the last 3, is the issue is we can't run the football. They're averaging 3.4 yards per carry the last 3 weeks. I don't know what quarterback looks good if you have that along with not a lot of weapons in the pass game, along with an offensive line that can get pretty porous at times.
Yeah, but still, as we talk about all this, and it sounds like we're being harsh, and we are to some extent. Man, they're still in the mix.
No, they are.
And every team around the Denver Broncos at this point, including the Buffalo Bills, who have seemingly figured it out. But I can go around every other team. I guess let me pull it up here one more time just so I can satisfy myself. A little self-satisfaction going on here. Every team that's around the Broncos, though, check this out. Outside of Houston and Buffalo, I mean, Pittsburgh's going with a back. Well, they're going with the second back, Mason Rudolph, right? Pickethead's gone. Mitchie Trubisky gone. Mike Tomlin is shutting. They're going Mason Rudolph.
Yep.
Buffalo's got their guy. Houston's got their guy. But Houston right now is ahead of the game. Houston is ahead of. They're under par on the golf course when they should be 3 over. Colts have a backup guy. Bengals have a backup guy. Browns have a backup guy. Every team that's right there in that mix in front of you. These are all backup quarterbacks. You got your dude, man. You got your normal dude.
But you also have to have a team. I mean, the Jets banked on, Aaron Rodgers taking him to the promised land, and we watch Hard Knocks, and the Jets were just big up front in their defensive core, and they suck. All right? They suck. They don't have enough talent.
Hey,
they don't have enough talent.
Part of the reason why I was talking about wide receivers, what I want, Vic, look what's happening in Kansas City. That offense this is the number I wanted to give you the other day, by the way. I just remembered this. So the AFC West, that we looked around those rosters before the season started, and we said, man, look at the talent the Chargers have.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs are always going to be the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Through 14 games for all these teams, the leader in the division in points scored is the Chiefs at 319. Second is the Broncos at 304. The Broncos have scored 15 less points this year than the Chiefs. And that's good for second in the division. And so you kind of put that together. You say, well, why? The Chiefs' answer is simple. They don't have a single wideout that's a threat or can even catch the football, it seems like. And that offense is taking a giant step down. The reason why they're 9-5, they have an elite defense that makes up for a lot of it.
Super elite. And the Broncos' defense has been playing good, but the Chiefs has been exceptional. I mean, for the Chiefs to give up 20 in a game this year is like really, really rare. Yeah. And I know the 70-point outlier is out there, and it's something you have to contend with when you're looking at how many points the Broncos have given up. But even if you take away that 70 points, let's say you shut out the Miami Dolphins in that game. The Chiefs have still allowed like 40 less points over the course of the year than you. And that's taking away that 70.
Can I read this text and see what you guys think about this?
I wish you wouldn't.
There's a lot of self-reflection when it comes to these topics that I go through, and I wonder if we're doing this a disservice or not. But I snap out of it, wake up, and say, come on, here we go. From 9995. The difference this year, guys, is Sports Talk Radio. It's decided they're going to push this narrative that the Broncos will release Russ at the end of the year.
What?
It's ridiculous. There's at least one break every single morning that discusses this. There is 0% chance that Russ will be released, and you guys aren't really doing your jobs because all you're doing is recycling the same speculation without any sort of substance to back it up. Well, let me tell you something. When you say 0% chance, because that's a big number you just threw at us, 0% chance. I think there's 0% chance that you believe there's 0% chance, all right? The fact that you just said there's 0% chance of that happening is ridiculous. That's ridiculous because they got to make a decision moving forward. Who are they with? Who are they going to bank on? Who is the anchor to this franchise moving forward? If they don't believe in that anchor, if they don't believe in that captain, if they don't believe in who that is, you think they're going to roll out another season like this? That ain't happening. Even if it's going to cost them money.
I, by the way, have from the very beginning, before the season started, all of that, said multiple times, I think it would be dumb for them to cut Russell because I don't know what that fix is, and the penalty that goes along with it is so steep that I don't even know what kind of team you field afterwards because then you have to find another quarterback. Well, how are you going to do that? You could draft one, I suppose, but you're going to have a middle draft pick in the first round, or what could you do? Go out and get another Bridgewater? Because I'll tell you what, absolutely not happening. You want to talk about 0% chance? There's a 0% chance they cut Russell and in the offseason use more draft capital to go find a quarterback again.
Yeah, but here's what I feel like.
And there's only so much draft capital you can use. They've already expended a ton of it on their coach and their QB.
That's what I'm saying. Like, after all that, they're doing that again. Not going to happen.
I feel like, and by the way, Peyton took this job. He knew what he was getting into, but I feel like all things being equal, if Sean Payton could, he would just love to get his hands on a young dude that's in
I don't know, Moj.
in his
I don't
mold
know.
and
Moj.
grow that dude and grow this franchise back year
Moj,
after
but
year.
Think about it. When he was in New Orleans, Drew Brees didn't come in a young dude. Drew Brees came in already a player who played in the league and started in the league.
Yeah, he did, but not long. He was dude. Hold on a second.
4
Age-wise, he was a young dude. Age-wise, he was still mid-20s. Okay? It'd be like somebody going to LA right now and getting their hands on Justin Herbert. That's what it would be like.
But the question is always the same for me. I brought this up last night with some folks. All right, you want to release Russell Wilson and eat that money? Who are you going with?
Well, who are these folks? You always say, I was talking to these people last night. I was doing this thing last night talking to these folks.
I was doing a podcast last night. If you want specific, I was doing a podcast last night.
Okay. Whoa.
Easy, buddy. See, that's why I don't like to say it, because I get that reaction.
Look at my alternative revenue stream.
I wasn't making any money. I was a guest.
All right, hang on.
I think he's in violation of his contract, Brett. I can't see too much over there. Is that Bernie Madoff? Hold on a second. Let me take a look here. It's hard for me to see so early in the morning there.
All right, hang on. When we come back, we'll jump back into this later. When we come back, we've been begging for this for years, and we finally got it. Get to that next. We were all wondering if this is ever going to happen. Didn't think it would. And then I'm scrolling through Twitter yesterday and I see it. Jokic is in commercials now? Him and Peyton Watson are in commercials? Like national commercials, not local things that have to do with Nugget stuff, or not a commercial over in Serbia, like an English-speaking commercial for American television. I was shocked.
Let me give you a little of the background. From what I've gathered, so Peyton Watson and Nikola Jokic share the same marketing agency. Not the same agent, same marketing agency. They've been trying to get Nikola to do stuff for years, all right? And they can't because he's just not interested in that. He makes more than enough money than he ever imagined. He's not worried. He makes more than the GDP of Serbia at this point, okay? Mm-hmm. Peyton and his people helped twist his arm to do a spot that Joker would only do if he had a teammate in it. He wouldn't do it by himself.
Mm-hmm. Like Peyton Watson, you mean, twisted his arm?
Peyton Watson. Yeah, I'm sorry. Peyton Watson. So the last game of the preseason in L.A. against the Clippers, they decided to stay an extra day while the team returned home, and there was still a week before the regular season. And they stayed there to shoot this spot. And if Peyton Watson weren't involved, I don't think Joker does it. And I think that tells you a lot. I mean, he's doing it. Okay, kid, I'll do a spot. You know, we share the same age, and I'll do it. And it was funny. They did two of them.
Yeah.
And they were funny.
They weren't laugh out
pony.
loud funny because Joker's personality, Vic, is a very sly, good one. And there have been times when I laughed out loud at things he's done and said because he's incredibly clever. I thought these were make me grin type of spots with the little pony. It's not a horse, it's a pony. You know, that kind of thing. And then,
did you hear the subtle piano music as they're walking down the hotel hallway?
Yeah, it's a song called Pony, somebody said. I don't know that song.
By Genuine. You know the song?
I do?
Pony by Genuine.
Oh, come on, Mose. You know Pony?
Well, I am Genuine.
You don't know
That's a strip club special right there.
I probably
do.
Greatest songs ever produced. I got to hear it.
Marty, give it to us.
Oh, my God.
Can you give me a little stripper music, please? Okay, yes, I do know this song. That's on the piano in the background?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Just let it ride, Marty. Just let it ride now. Now we're here.
Yeah,
now we're here.
Yeah, with the
Yeah, give me something, Moshe. Give me something.
That's such a good vibe.
Yeah, with the Yeah,
Moshe, give us your best Shotgun Willie's PA announcer. Your next life. Go.
I'm just a bachelor.
All right, everybody out there. You having a good time tonight? Woo! Coming up on stage number 1, we've got Brandy. All you weirdos out there. On stage number 2, it's your favorite, Cinnamon.
Yeah, I love Cinnamon.
And on stage number 3, because we are a modern club and we don't care about any sort of pigeonholing or anything like that. Stage 3, we got Marty! Marty-O!
Yeah, unzip it, Marty. Go. I mean, your jacket. Sorry, your jacket.
So, yeah, I do know this tune, but the funny thing is, it's clever and I like it. I'm telling you, Taco Bell ruined it. I could have written the damn script myself.
Yeah, Taco Bell's dumb.
Yeah,
dumb.
but I do love seeing him in not one but 2 national commercials, and I couldn't help but think this.
Yeah.
Golly, that's a nice lobby of that hotel. What hotel is that? That's
So hang
really
on.
nice.
I'm trying to find, I don't know which one's which here. I got both these commercials. I'll just play one of them. Let's listen.
You sure this is cool?
Hey, little guy.
Relax, this place is pet friendly. What's funny?
You know, 2 guys and a horse walk into a hotel.
This is a pony.
Okay, so that one. The other one that I liked was the one that they're walking by the pool, and Jokic is giving Peyton Watson the rundown of where people sit. So listen.
You know, Peyton, seats at the hotel pool are a lot like seats in a game. We have VIPs, we have fair weather fans, and the bench.
Well, who sits on the bench?
Not me.
I mean, a little clever.
Me.
If you watch the video, they're walking by the pool, and then Peyton Watson has to sit by himself on the bench, which I guess is the hot tub. Is that what that is? Anyway, I can't believe that Jokic is actually in commercials. I was just shocked. Didn't think it would ever happen. Again, Vic, he's been in the ones in Serbia, like with Boban and stuff like that. But, by the way, Nuggets tonight, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Raptors, Vic. Raptors are an 11-15 team. They've lost 5 of the last 7. I still look at the roster, though, and I'm like, they got some good players on there. Like, Siakam's good.
Do I dare say what I want to say about this game before?
Yeah,
Mosier?
don't do that.
You
don't need to. It's all understood.
Okay, but here's what I want to say. Let's pretend Mosier wasn't here. Here's what I want to say. For some reason, Toronto's length, and they played Toronto many times in the last few years, Toronto's length gives this Nuggets team problems because they're long at every position. Scotty Barnes, Siakam, Anunoby, they've got length at every position, and that length has caused issues for the Nuggets in games past. So I think this game in Toronto, and it's the start of a 3-game trip right before the Christmas break, or there's no break, but right before the Christmas game. This is big, man. This is big. This is going to set the table, baby. Tonight's not going to be easy. Moshe, this is the NBA.
I know it is, Vic. It's the NBA. I'm not doing it, man. You know what? I'm not even sure my face and my lyrics this morning cannot get to a point where I can hear it. That hurt. Oh, I absolutely love that, man. That's awesome.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
Ja Morant returns to action yesterday and hits the game winner for Memphis.
Yeah, buddy.
Bro.
What are we thinking about when it comes to Ja Morant?
I was genuinely happy for him.
Yeah?
Honestly, I like to watch Ja play the game of basketball. He's incredibly entertaining. He's incredibly athletic. I like to watch him fly. He does fly. I mean, he gets a ton of airtime. I enjoy watching him play the game. I would hope for his sake and for his franchise's sake that all this crap is behind him. I don't know that it is because he's fired back at the kid who accused him of whipping out a gun on the court. Remember that pickup game and all this? I don't know how that's going to end or what's going to come of that. But I would hope that this suspension, the meetings with the league and everything that's gone on, that he just goes full hibes. Full hibernation mode. Don't do anything to even remotely put yourself in a bad position.
He didn't record an Instagram last night after the game, did he?
I don't believe so. But
yeah.
Can I play something that's going to make Mosier happy? Mosier's sleepy this morning, and the Avs lost. It's a bad combination all the time.
By the way, I've got, we're talking to Coach Bednar coming up in about 35 minutes.
Yeah.
30 minutes, something like that. For a team that has 40 points and is still in second place, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're fine.
People are like, all this drama and all this and that, and what Miko said and what Taser said last night and blah blah blah. You know what? If that's as bad as it gets, I think you're doing pretty damn good. All right, so let's just calm down a little bit, Vic.
We'll jump back to that in a second, okay?
Yeah.
Can I play something that's going to make you happy?
Please do. Is it Rat?
What's one of your favorite movies?
Oh God,
like one of those movies.
Oh, I like all the John Wicks and Jason Bournes.
John Wick.
Okay.
Saw this tweet last night.
Okay.
Ja, you just hit the game winner. Let's go celebrate. Ja Morant.
I'm going to need a gun.
You know what? I didn't used to be a Keanu guy. I didn't.
Dude, Keanu movies rule. He's not a great actor, but his movies are great.
Well, he's a way better actor. He's a way good actor now. When he was younger, not so great.
Do you mean like in John Wick? In John Wick, he says like 3 words, and I think those are them. I'm going to need a gun.
And they're the best 3 words I ever heard in cinema. I mean, he's really, really good.
His best movie is the one where he's the Little League coach in Chicago. That's his best
Oh,
movie.
shut up. Hardball's a good movie. It's not his best. The Matrix.
That's his best movie.
Matrix is awesome.
I don't watch cartoons.
Dude, if
you guys in these cartoons.
Dude, if you didn't like him as Shane Falco, then I don't know.
That's a good movie, too.
Yeah,
That's real, see?
Totally good.
Did you say that's real? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's
Vic,
a real movie.
Vic, do you realize that he was in the movie Youngblood with Rob Lowe?
Was he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. You guys just overlook what Ja did last night, though. You look at the fact that he hit a game winner. Did you guys know that Memphis was down by 24 points in that game on the road in New Orleans, down by 24, and Ja scores 27 of his 34 in the second half. They ISO'd him in the last few possessions, said, go do it. In fact, on the last possession, he's in the huddle. He was cramping up. The play was designed for someone else, and he said no. And they said, no, give it to Ja. And he won the game. What an impressive return.
It was. Look, he's an amazing player. Nobody questioned that. He was built for NBA Twitter. All of his highlights you can just throw up on Twitter and be like, look at this.
There was no. He was built for the 4-letter in the morning.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it.
I want to jump back to the Avs. We'll talk to Bednar at 8:30. So in 30 minutes, stick around for that. But Moj, as bad as that was last night, and as sour as a lot of people feel this morning, I think your perspective is the proper one. We'll get to that next. Mosier said he didn't want me in here. He wants me to pretend it's tomorrow. So what do I do with this? I'm just trying to make Mosier happy.
Get the hell
today.
out of here.
Any way I can. I'm just trying to make you happy.
You don't need to
What do
make
you mean
me
he wants
happy.
to pretend it's tomorrow? What
When
does
I'm
that
not going to
mean?
be here tomorrow.
Well, Brett's off tomorrow, and so is Martin. They're getting ready for the holidays by fleeing east. Marty's going back to beautiful Illinois, the land of Lincoln, where everybody flees anyway.
Yeah. Who's the boss going to have hold our hand? Because we always need a hand holder.
Yeah, who's going to hold us?
Who's going to hold our hand?
Who's going to touch me?
Who's gonna be gentle with us?
What? I can promise you that is not my job description, what Mosier said. That is not what I'm supposed to do.
Do you want to?
Nope.
Brett.
Okay.
Or, I mean, Marty, who's holding our hand tomorrow?
It's
Who's
just you two, so you're gonna figure it out.
just the two of us tomorrow?
Can you handle that?
Just the two of
You'll have
us.
to.
We
You
can
do
make
a
it
radio
every
show,
just
yes,
the two of
you.
us, you and I.
Moj.
This is a tough time of the year because this is really a tough time of the year because it just gets busy, right? Everybody's gone, everybody's fleeing, everybody needs to see family. I understand you got a kid. I get that, right? All the grandparents want to get their hands on the baby, and where is the baby? And let me see the baby. I want to hold the
Just
baby.
deliver the baby. You don't need to go.
Yeah, we just put the baby in the mail and call it a day. Ship the baby. Now, for you, Aleskowitz, I don't know what the hell you're going to do. You packing up 5 dogs and heading east, or what are you doing?
Everybody wants to see the dogs, Mosier.
No, they don't, actually.
No, they don't.
What do you do, Marty? How many dogs you got at the house right now? How many?
5 animals.
5.
What do they do? Yeah, when you're gone, who watches them?
They'll figure it out. You leave the food out, it's survival of the fittest. Right?
Look,
on,
I would
man.
have if I were a single guy and you came
Oh,
up to me
my
and said, "Can you
Lord.
go watch my dogs?" I'd be like, "Yeah, no problem." And then you'd say there's 5, and I go, "Dude, find somebody else. I ain't doing all that." Okay, you had 1, 2. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
5.
But what if I
Mm-mm.
offered you $0 to do it?
Well, with that sort of incentive. All right, Moj. So last night, again, we'll talk to Bednar here in more detail about this in 25 minutes. Not a loss that's palatable or stomachable. Chicago's bad. They're rebuilding. But you dropped one to them last night. But I want to keep some perspective here. As bad as last night feels, and we played some Devon Taves from earlier. Marty, one more time, can we hear Devon Taves, please, after the game, who was not happy? Again,
Courtesy, please.
What's that?
Courtesy, this, please.
Guerrilla Sports and Jesse
Guerrilla
Montano?
Sports. Yes.
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play in our system, how to play our game, and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. It's frustrating to play with, play out there when you got guys that think they're playing well and they're doing things that you have no idea what play they're going to make or where they're going to be on the ice. And it's tough to play in this league when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. So. That's where a lot of the frustration stems from.
So is the accusation here, Moj, freelancing? Is that what he's talking about?
I think a little bit, yeah. I mean, the Blackhawks are a team you should beat, okay? And you get down 1-0 early last night. You're like, oh, man, what the heck's going on here? They score the first goal of the game. Donato was left all by himself on the far side of the crease. I mean, the puck did hit him in the chest and drop right down to his blade. But the fact is he was by his lonesome, so that's a missed assignment. Okay, so he's allowed to get there, and he's allowed to get the puck off his chest. He had all day to knock it in. Mm-hmm. So it's a missed assignment. Yeah, and then the Avs answer back, Val, with 2 power play goals, bang, bang, you know what I mean? And then I think, guys, it's a combination of things at times. I think it's, okay, maybe you take a little bit for granted that you're supposed to beat up on this team because they are in last place, not only in your division, but in the almost in the conference. They were last night, actually, because San Jose had 21. Now the Blackhawks have 21. They only had 19 coming into the game. And, you say, well, they should be a pushover, but they're scrappers. And let me tell you something. This Connor Bedard, Vic, this kid is going to be...
He's amazing.
A stud. He's a littler guy, okay? He's not even as big as Crosby. But he's going to get thicker. There's no doubt about it. Maybe he'll have a little bit of a spurt, end up at, 5'11", maybe. But his shot is so good. His hands are so good. His skating is so good. And maybe the best part about his game is his friggin' hockey sense and vision. It's unbelievable. This kid is the real flippin' deal, and he made the plays that accounted for the first 2 goals of that game.
I want to go back to what Devon Taves told Jesse there in Guerrilla Sports. Quote, it's hard to play when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. Hard to play when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. That sounds to me, all right? He's calling out some of these new guys.
Well, there's systems that you need to play in. There's a way you need to play the game. There's things that you want to accomplish in both zones that if you get away from that, like Brett said, if you freelance on that, it's if one piece breaks down, it seemingly is all breaking down at this point. Well, and we'll talk to Coach about that and find out what the fix may be. And really, when you look at it overall this season, the home ice has been terrific. I mean, the Avs have one of the best home records in all of the Western Conference. They're 12-4-0. Vegas is 12-3-2. Okay, so they have one less regulation loss, but they got the 2 overtime losses. Vancouver is 12-3-1. So basically that's 12-4, right? Because even though they got a point, they lost that game. So they're right up there with the other best teams in the entire West. It's the road that's been the problem. That's weird because into October and stemming from last year, the Avs were riding a 15-game road winning streak. And when it got snapped, boy, did it get snapped because they're 7-2 this year overall now.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to get too silly about things because it's only December and there's a lot of ways to go. But they've been porpoising. Brett, Marty, can I share a story, please?
Please.
Can I have some dolphin sharing music, please?
Oh, come on. Just.
I can't share dolphins? Everybody loves dolphins.
Too much.
Okay. All right. So I'm on this boat, and I'm headed out from Charleston, South Carolina, out to Fort Sumter, right, where the first shots were fired in the Civil War, and I'm at the front of this damn boat.
Jesus.
It's a big boat, but I'm at the front of the boat, and guess what happens? These dolphins show up, and they start riding the waves on the front of the boat, man. It's pretty badass, right? You can look down in the water and see them. They go down, then they come up, and they get a breath of air, and they're riding the wave, then they deep down again, right?
Who cares?
Get the visual, Vic. Okay, thanks for the dolphin music. That's what the Avs are doing. They're porpoising. They're coming up for air. They're winning 7 out of 8. They're diving. They're losing 4 out of 6. They're coming back up, and they're winning 5 out of 6, and they're diving back down. So that's
hey, you know what that sounds a lot like?
They're a porpoise right now.
That sounds a lot like last year, where the Avs would win 7 of 8. And then
it sounds a lot like the Stanley Cup year. They did the same damn thing in the Stanley Cup year. Is everybody forgetting how this team operates and what happens once you get to the new year?
Can I help?
Yeah.
This year, the Avs are 19-11-2. Last year, when they got to 19 wins, they were 19-11-2. The year before that, when they won a Stanley Cup, they were 19-8-2. They're on pace as they were the last 2 years. Now, the difference between 2 years ago and last year was, once they got to this record, Moj, the Avs didn't lose again the year they won the Cup until they got to like 32 wins or something like that. They went on a run afterwards. But last year, they dropped 5 straight after getting to this record.
It's very interesting because I can make the same comparisons. The Avs season, very similar to what the Nuggets are doing. Very similar. In fact, they're almost in the same spot. Some struggles on the road. Losing games, technically, you never see them lose, right? Like
dropping guys to injury.
Right.
Exactly. And around the same record, the Nuggets are around that same record. And yet, if you compared the Nuggets record to a year ago, they're in the exact same spot.
Yep.
Exact same spot. So we forget is what we do. And we go through the machinations of panic and excitement and all this stuff because this is what we do. This is what fans do. This is how we operate. I get it. Should you be losing to Chicago on the road? Hell no. But I'm looking at the standings, and I'm looking at the Colorado Avalanche, and they have 40 points, second to Dallas with 40 points because they lose a tiebreak or whatever. And I'm looking at it going, wait a minute. It's not like they're in 5th place.
Right.
They're right there. What are we doing?
All right, hold on a second. I got to take umbrage. You're right, Vic. You're 100% correct. I got to take umbrage with who is this? I don't know who this is. Somebody from Nevada, area code 702. Go figure. For God's sake, are they porpoise or are they a porpoise or are they a dolphin?
They're the same.
Well, let me explain. Yes, there are different species that are related, dolphins and porpoises, right? But the act of porpoising is an act. I'm not calling them a porpoise or I'm not calling them a dolphin. It's the act of porpoising, which is the up and the down, right? It just happens to be associated with one member of the species. I could say the mother truckers are orca-ing, but that's not the proper terminology in the world of marine biology. So suck it, Air Nevada. Porpoising is a scientific term. Man, do I have to think for everybody in this planet? For God's sake. You don't say they're dolphin-ing, or they're orca-ing, or they're whale-ing. You say they're porpoising. It's a term. Industry term. Yes,
from the text line, 1973 writes in, you guys are killing me. Taves talking publicly about guys not running the system. That's not the same as a Stanley Cup here. Give me a break. There's division in the locker room.
Oh, relax, man.
You know what? I think people, here's the problem. In today's day and age, let me tell you something. On the Avs.
You realize there's people on Twitter calling for Bednar's job already.
Oh, we're back to that?
Right?
Well, maybe people are addicted to weed. I don't know what to tell them.
No. It's a pretty big, it's
Vic,
already happening.
Hey, Vic, when the Broncos won back-to-back Super Bowls in the 90s, you were there.
They were 32-0 those years, right?
100%, yeah. 32-0, they just beat
And no one ever
everybody.
said anything bad. There was never any division in the locker room.
Hey, Vic, was
like
there...
the Romanowski thing never happened with Shannon. That never happened.
Hey, Vic, was there any division inside that Broncos locker room that year?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Hey, was there any division in the Nuggets locker room last year when they won a championship?
Nope, it was all hunky-dory the whole season.
Everybody just loved everybody. Listen, I don't know how to say this. It feels like in today's day and age, and I know I'm going to get some sort of a boomer stick it to me type of thing, and I don't care because I'm an adult. Because you suck it too. I'm an adult. I'm an adult
boomer.
I'm an adult with a foul mouth. Fact of the matter is, I feel like in today's day and age, there's so much manufactured drama. We have enough drama in the real world, but there's so much manufactured drama with all this reality TV and all this crap that people, they either expect it, they look for it, or they crave it, right?
You know what it is,
They
Moj?
crave the drama. What? What is it?
Moj, I take it a step further. In today's age, because we live in the world of instantaneous reaction and instantaneous comments, people want things changed instantly. There's no room for patience anymore. There's no room. Like today's folks would have trouble making fine wine, which requires fermentation and patience. You can't just take it out of the barrel right away. You can't just start drinking it as soon as you stomp the
No,
grapes.
you can't. No, you
got to
can't.
give it time.
You got to
right?
give it time to ferment, right?
So here we are. It's not even Christmas, and people are calling for jobs already, and I don't understand that. I don't get that. I don't relate to that. I understand there comes a point where you can panic, but to say we're at that point right now is remarkable to me.
no.
For a team that has as many points as the leading team in the. I mean, that's just remarkable.
Dare I say the fans are orca-ing.
That's fine. You know what? I'd rather put orca-ing into the lexicon than have to deal with people who piss me off about species. So, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, Moshe, you're crushing it today. I
Yeah,
love
right.
it.
Uh-huh.
You are. I'm being dead serious.
Anyway, we'll talk to Coach about it here, shortly. So don't go anywhere. If you're going through the drive-thru, get your order done, all right? And get back in your car. If you're at work, tell the boss, hey, I need some time here.
Yep.
Hey, bro. In fact, boss, why don't you sit down with me right here? Why don't we huddle around the app together and let's listen to Coach.
He's coming up in 15 minutes. Stick around.
Fucking going on right now in Broomfield is something that you need to get to. It's the Silterhar year-end event, and Moshe here to talk about my friends at Silterhar Motors. And look, they've got the Mosher special going on. You want to get a new rig? It's going to be cold this weekend. $1,000 in free accessories, or 3-year maintenance plan, or how about an extra $1,000 trade allowance simply by asking for it. All pre-owns. They've got a 5-day exchange. Rental reimbursement is there on all cars under 100,000 miles, so you can't beat that. They have so many cars in captivity up there at Silterhar, it's going to blow your doors off, so you really need to get it done. All right, get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or just go online at sthmotors.com. At Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership. Moshe, Lombardi, and Kane. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brett's off tomorrow. He's pretending like he's off today. I don't know what he's doing.
I got a million
you might as
things.
well just mail it in, dude.
Got a
Just
million
mail it in.
things I got to do. I got a million
don't care.
things.
Then wait till after the show.
I can't because I have to leave immediately after the show.
Why did you schedule it so quick? Are you driving or flying?
You know how this works, Moj.
No, I don't.
You don't get scheduled things that you have to cut. You're told to do things at certain times, like 5 a.m. emails.
Well, do what I do. Blow it off.
Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
The Denver Nuggets are on the road in Toronto tonight. The Denver Nuggets are one of only two teams perfect against sub-500 teams. They're 8-0 against teams with losing records, 4-0 on the road.
The Raptors are 3-7 in their last 10, although they're coming off a dub. They are coming off a W against the Hornets. So I guess we'll find out what happens here. But they had lost 5 of 6 before that, Vic. And I know they're long and strong and they're going to get their friction on. I get what you're saying, but I think it's time for the Nuggets to go in there and bury those guys. All right?
This is a big road trip, in my opinion.
Time to go in and smoke those fools, in my opinion. You're a favorite on the road, 4.5, 5-point favorite on the road, so go get them.
You got Toronto tonight, then Brooklyn, and then Charlotte. Those three before the Christmas Day game against Golden State. 3 winnable games, and I'd say 2 of those 3 are losable games. You can't lose to Charlotte. But, again, the Denver Nuggets, after what we saw in their last back-to-back road wins, they seem to they've got it together on the road now. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're whole again. They're healthy again. Starting 5 is intact again.
Mm-hmm.
Got to win these games.
Well, you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got Bednar in 5 minutes. Just quickly here, I want to ask something. Because last week when the Broncos played the Lions, it felt like a game that if you dropped it, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Obviously, could really help, but you still can get to 10 wins with easier opponents now ahead of you. Here's the question I got for this this weekend. This is the game that feels like the tide turns if they lose, right? You drop this one to New England. There's no coming back from that. It's going to feel god-awful. I'll give you just a couple of things with the Patriots here. Moj, you said you wanted to take a look at the Patriots yesterday. I got you. The Patriots average, listen to this, 13 points per game. 13 on the year. They average giving up 21.5. Now, their defense is better than I think that number is. 21.5 puts them a little less than middle of the pack from points, but they're a top 10 team in yards per game allowed. You lose to New England. I don't know how you could even polish a turd after that one.
They are by far not by far. I apologize. There are only 2 teams in the league that have less than 200 points scored this season. They are one of them. And
Panthers?
They're dead last at 186 scored.
Are the Panthers the other one?
They are not. They're not even in the bottom
Jets.
3. The Jets are in the bottom 3. Who's the other team? Don't look.
Jets, Patriots,
it's the Jets' housemate.
Oh, the Giants.
The Giants.
Yeah.
Giants have 189. Patriots are 186. Currently, third worst is the Jets team at 201.
Because here's the difference right now. So even with the loss to the Lions, and it was a bad loss, but you know what? The Lions are a good team, okay? Maybe you weren't at that level. That's fine. You're above this. You're above the Patriots. There 3 wins this year, right?
Correct.
You're above whatever
You
the
are
hell
above,
that is.
you are above that. You're 100% right. Not only that, but Vic, you're on the home field. You've got a lot going for you. What's staggering? Dig this. I guess it's like baseball when the A's score like 100 runs in a season, right? I'm being facetious here.
Yeah, I hope they get more than 100.
And the Dodgers score like 9,532 runs. The Patriots have 186 points scored. Inside their division, the Miami Dolphins have 441.
Good God. Good God.
The Dolphins are a plus 147. They're not even the best team. The Niners are the best at plus 191. The Patriots are...
What is plus one? What are you talking about?
Points differential. Points scored versus points allowed.
This number from...
The Patriots are
Tom
minus
Green.
113.
Yeah.
Tom Green, sports sleuth, comes up with this. Russell Wilson versus Bill Belichick. That matchup's going to be known for one thing forever. It's going to be known for that play in the Super Bowl, right? Yeah. Super Bowl 49. It's going to be known for that. Like it or not, that's what it's going to be known for. But in the regular season, Russell Wilson's 3-0 against Hoodie. And according to Tom, 11 TDs to 1 pick.
What does Tom Green know? He's only been in sports and news for 40 years.
Can I ask you something for situations like this? I think some of that can apply when you look at past games and past histories. Does any of that apply to this game? Because those Belichick's teams, when he played against them in Seattle, totally different situations here.
You recall
nothing about Russ is similar to what Seattle is, and nothing about Belichick is similar.
Nothing about New England is similar. Those
No, that's
teams
what I'm
are
saying.
really good teams. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that I don't even know if I can put any stock into those numbers because both Russell and Belichick situations are so different
point.
now.
Yeah.
What's that old investing commercial? Remember that investing commercial with that famous line? Past performance is no indication of future results. Is that what it? Something like that.
Sounds right.
Said. Yeah.
It's like rearview mirror, same deal.
Yeah, it's like they got to give that qualifying thing because somebody will say, "Hey, man, you told me that Disney stock was good. Now I'm broke, man." That kind of thing, right? Okay. So anyway.
I shouldn't laugh.
Now my kid can't get the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip for Christmas because you screwed me. I'm going to sue you.
Do you want to know why I laugh at that?
What?
It's actually sad. I know that happens to a lot of people. I just never have invested in anything.
Right.
And so that entire concept
there's a shocker.
It's so foreign to me. That's actually not true. I did go on Webull a couple years ago and bought in some penny stocks.
That's right, you did. You told us all about that.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah. Hey, Vic,
My dad lost a ton of money on penny stocks. You better be careful.
as we're waiting for Coach,
Well, I put in $250. That's all the money I had.
as we're waiting for Coach, the 1973 chimes in and says that Tom Green, who listens to this program, and we all know Tom well, Tom Green is the Dick Clark of sports media. He's 23 years old, and he's been 20.
He doesn't age.
Tom Green
He
has
doesn't
been
age.
Tom Green has been like 27 for 40 years.
He does not age.
It's sickening. It's unbelievable.
Hey, can you guys hold on for a second? I'm going to check my stock portfolio. Give me a moment. I'm serious. I'm checking it.
Let's see what you got. That penny stock. Let's see how it's doing. Moj, do you do stocks?
Yes.
I know you do stock yards. I don't know
I
if
got-
you did stocks.
I've got this one. I'm trying.
You don't have crap. Shut up.
Well, no, I swear to God, I have this one stock that is currently.
Guys, I'm in. Oh, no. Denison Mines is doing good for me. I'm up $16 on that, but I'm down 46 on Acosti Pharma. What are you doing?
Sorry about that,
It's
buddy.
a pharma company.
Yeah, well,
Sell some pills.
Let me tell you, Big Pharma's in a bad way right now, man. They're searching for the newest thing, man, to make it. Anyway, the point is this.
My open P&L, Vic, is a minus $30. I'm not doing well right now. I'm in the hole.
I got this one that bought low and it skyrocketed. Right?
Tesla.
No, and I'm not going to talk about what it is. Other people maybe recognize this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been locked up in litigation now for a couple of years. It's something that is used by companies to send money back and forth. So the SEC says, "Hey, that's a crypto."
Bitcoin?
And no. And they say, "No, we're not. We're just a finance da-da-da-da-da." So it's been locked up for a couple of years, and you can't sell it, you can't buy it, you can't do anything until it's decided. It stinks. It's weird. I think when I say that, people will know what it is.
Well, before we get to hockey, let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. You need car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us as he does every single Wednesday. Coach, good to talk to you. How's your stock portfolio doing?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it forever. Probably not good.
You know what, Coach? We'll start with the game last night. I know it's a disappointing game. One of the things I wanted to ask you about afterwards, and we'll play you some audio here. Devon Taves was speaking to Guerrilla Sports, and he said this. Listen.
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play in our system, how to play our game, and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. It's frustrating to play with, play out there when you got guys that think they're playing well and they're doing things that you have no idea what play they're going to make or where they're going to be on the ice. And it's tough to play in this league when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. So that's where a lot of the frustrations.
So that was Taves last night. Is he talking about just a little bit of freelancing from people and not playing within the system, or what?
Yeah, I think so. I like we've been talking about that a lot recently because if you look at our game even last night, if you just took last night and said this has happened multiple times in the year, you'd be right, and multiple times recently. And I think I look at that game and I'm like, every piece of analytics says we should have won that hockey game, but yet we lost, and why? And then we've looked at the goals that we score and the ones we're giving up, and I feel like we have to go to work for like 5, 8, 10 minutes at a time and really kind of control the flow of the game, and in order to create a high quality scoring chance. It's like built over time in the game, and we finally create this high quality scoring chance that somebody scores on. So I feel like we have to earn that, and then we'll go around on the flip side and on the flip side of it, and just turn a puck over, give up an odd man rush, a breakaway, 2-on-1, and we're just like gifting the other team goals. So I think he's accurate in that it's not the whole flow of our game, but like we have a high Taser's a guy that's been here and won with us, and like we have an extremely high standard of how we want to do things, and I think as moving from guy to guy at times right now, we can go out and play a really good period and then make a poor puck decision or lack discipline in the detail of our game, which gives up a scoring chance, and they score on it, and then we'll go do everything right again for another 20 minutes and then freelance and someone's not where they're supposed to be, and that's like my job is to drive. One of my jobs is to drive home the discipline of the detail of our game, and it's frustrating kind of for all of us. I think we're all aware of it because you do it right, and then don't do it right, and it ends up in the back of our net. And we're trying to go earn scoring chances, and then we're just handing the opposing team scoring chances. So it's that lack of discipline in our puck decisions, in the detail of our game, because I do think our guys, like, they're going to work. We come into San Jose and we work hard, extremely hard, and the detail of our game was really good, and the structure of our game was really good. We did have some moments in that game where I didn't like it, and then Chicago, same thing. Like, our first period was as good a period as we played all year, but it ended 2-2. We have to clean up those home run mistakes, and it's this individual one night and that individual the next night, and we're just having a difficult time putting the full 60 together.
As a coach who has to keep that locker room in check, do you appreciate when a veteran player like Taser calls people out like that, calls his own teammates out?
I think, I don't dislike it, because I think he's speaking his truth. And even there'd be times when veteran players do that or guys do that, and that doesn't mean that I have to necessarily agree with what he's saying, or the other guys might not either, but I think in this case he's accurate. Like this is his interpretation of the game, and he's an intelligent player, and he's the one on the ice. So there's I believe he's accurate. He'll look up the ice expecting someone to be where they're supposed to be, and they're not there, or they're late getting there, or they reroute someplace else. And it's a fluid game. It's an instinctual game. But if you're feeling like that, and it's happening, then I believe he's accurate. And same thing on the defending side of it. You're expecting a guy to do a job that, it's in routine coverage, and then they don't do the job, and it's costing us right now. And to me, like I said, that's detail and that's discipline and that's work ethic. And I believe on the work ethic side of it, on most nights we're checking that box.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's the lack of the other two that's kind of getting us.
You know, it's such a good point because your team can be totally fine, it seems to me, but when it gets messy, it gets real messy fast, right? And then, like, bam, it ends up in the back of your net. And you made the comment last night, okay, and I know how coaches work sometimes. You want the players to work it out themselves. You want to keep reminding them of positive habits, work on the other things, and so on and so forth. But you made the point yesterday that it's been going on long enough. We got to fix it. No excuses. So my question to you is, what does that look like, and how do you do that going forward? And I don't think a lot of people are in panic mode, and obviously you're not in panic mode, but you want to get things cleaned up. You want to get those habits going as we get to the new year here.
Yeah, no question, and that is the $1 million question. Like, I've been thinking about it for a while, right? Because when you're sloppy, it can be no legs, no energy, this, that. But I've seen it kind of go full circle and back again already with our team. It's, like, we'll have a night like Winnipeg, okay, like it's just not there. I get it. Like, there's always nights like that when it's just not there for you, right? And you're struggling through it. And I think now I've seen us with energy, playing well, carrying the game, turnovers, this lack of discipline. It's like the turnovers are killing us. It's more our play with the puck that's hurting us more than our play without it. The best time to create a scoring chance, in my opinion, is when to get a scoring chance, in my opinion, is when you force a turnover, because they're getting ready to go one way and you're coming the other, and you win that battle. And that's when we're giving them up. Goal one yesterday, right? So we've seen it. I think, for me, it's the standard that we've set here. Is like, it's not good enough to do it right 8 out of 10 times and then give up a grade A scoring chance. And, that's just not where we're at. So we have to keep driving that home in them. And I don't know if that's, taking away guys' ice time that make those big mistakes for a shift or two or whatever. That's proven difficult here recently because we're short guys. Like, we leave on the road with 2 guys less than we thought we were going to have, So we have guys elevated up our lineup, Third liners are playing second line. Fourth liners are playing third line. So it's difficult to take away ice time on veteran guys, but we have to figure out a solution, or I have to figure out a solution to this, and they're going to have to buy into it. Otherwise, we're just feels like we're spinning in the mud.
Coach, with all of that being said, I took a look the last couple of years. So your team right now is 19-11-2. Last year at this point, they were 19-11-2. And the year before that, when you guys won a Stanley Cup, they were 19-8-2. It's not all that different. Can you name some similarities and differences from the last couple of years to now?
Oh, there's lots of similarities. Yeah, it's just we're in the moment now.
Yeah.
So we're feeling it, We're disappointed in our game in Winnipeg the other night. We come home and we're focused on 3 things. Simple. Work ethic, the detail and structure to our game, right? And the discipline in our puck decisions. And we come out in the first period and bury them. And I mean, we're cooking with gas. I felt like the Chicago game was the same. It's the ebb and flows. You're kind of trying to stay off the roller coaster of the emotions, right? You're focusing on the process of your game. That's where we're at. We've had stretches in all those years where we had to make it about the process, high standards, everything we kind of talked about this morning. It's not about the result for me. It's about the way we're playing. But I'm seeing these habits or trends in the way we're playing where it's turnover goal against, turnover grade A scoring chance against. It's certainly again this year, and I remember it being the same last year at times and the year before at times. It's not the number of scoring chances that we're giving up. It's the quality. It's just like, and I just feel like most of it is on us. Like, we're not making other teams earn it. And as the year goes on, we have to get better at that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you have the opportunity here, too. You come on home for a couple, Coach, and before Santa comes on Sunday night, can these 4 points go a ways at least to kind of salve what's been going on with your club, put together 2 solid performances before before you get to Christmas?
Oh yeah. Like I mean, we're sitting here. I know everyone wants us to be like sitting 10 points up on first place. Like that. Like that's at this point with Kale, Gerard, Lecky, Landy. Like it's all their cogs out last night. The guys that we have out play such a high impact role in our team that it's going to be a fight. It's not going to be easy. It's what I'm telling our room. It's not going to be easy. If you're thinking it's going to be easy, this is going to be hard work. Like we have to be dialed in and tuned in to come out tomorrow and beat Ottawa. And they're at the bottom of the standings. But this is going to be a hungry team. They just had a coaching change. They're scoring in bunches at times. You know what? They have it looks to me like. And I still have to study them more today, but it looks to me like they have our issues. They go score pretty goals and they're hardworking, and then it's what they're giving up is what's causing them trouble. It looks, like all of a sudden they get undisciplined or they turn pucks over and it ends up in the back of their net. Well, so if they're having that issue, our goal should be to lock our end of it down and check for our chances, But if we can go out and carve out a couple wins here before Christmas, I mean, I'd feel really good about it because we're sitting here fighting with two really strong teams for first place right now, and the pack's tightening up behind these three teams, but we're still in the fight and sitting in a pretty good spot and hopefully getting healthy sometime soon.
That is the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single week. Coach, always appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, fellas.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday. Back after this. I just talked to the coach, Jared Bednar. If you missed any of that, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud. Mojo Lombardi in Kane is where you can find it. Again, there's some panic setting in, but it's no different than the record was last year. It's actually the exact same at 19-11-2, and then they went on a run. They're talented enough, and Bednar mentioned it, Vic. They're short some bodies right now. They'll get them back. So, not panicking right now over the Avs. Now, at the same time, can I go through something that does have me kind of panicked the more I look at it? Because it's one thing to talk about the Broncos and what we think they're going to do, and I got a question for you guys in about 10 minutes that we'll get to surrounding the Broncos and not just the end of this year, but the future heading into next season. Can we go through the rooting guide for a second this weekend? Because all the teams that we needed to lose last weekend won, and now it makes...
Yeah, do you really want to do this? Because last week gave me heartbreak and heartache. I mean, can we just let it sort of happen? I mean, I know you're going to go through it no matter what, but when you invest yourself in watching each specific game, hoping one team will win over the other rather than just letting it happen...
So what killed you last week was not just that the Broncos lost, that you had rooting interest for other teams and they all lost too.
Yeah.
That's what killed you.
The fact that I had to partake in those other games emotionally,
yep,
and then was broken emotionally,
Vic,
I blame you for that.
I'm not a great musical person. I like music, but I'm not as good as I'd like to be at it. But you say things that flash into my brain, music-wise, and the Heartbreak Hotel is one of them. I'm not going to do it for you. I'm not going to do it for you. I'm just saying. Brett, help me out with the Saturday games. Clearly, you want the Chargers to beat the Bills. Buffalo's a 12-point favorite on the road.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Okay, so they're going to win by 80.
Yes, you would love for that to happen. If the Chargers beat the Bills, that would be very good. Yes.
Okay, well, unless the Bills bus breaks down somewhere in Oxnard, it ain't going to happen, okay? But the Bengals and the Steelers. Now, this is a funkified game. Honestly, I don't know who to go get there.
And here's the thing, Vic. If it makes you feel any better, at least two of these teams that we need to lose are going to lose because they play each other. Yeah. So one of them is the Steelers and Cincy. And Cincy has Kansas City and Cleveland left. Tough. Steelers. I thought I had this written down, and I don't. Oh, yeah. Seattle and Baltimore is left for them. So both of these teams have really tough opponents the last couple of weeks, okay? I don't know if that one even matters, who wins and who loses. I would say probably Cincy. Probably. Because they aren't beating Kansas City. And then Cleveland. We'll get to Cleveland in a second.
Okay, so you're right. You're figuring that the Steelers are going to lose one of the final two games or maybe both anyway.
Yes. And so I think Cincy's going to as well.
So you're hoping that Pittsburgh brings Cincy back to the pack a little bit more.
A little bit more.
Okay. Since he's a favorite on the road with Jake Browning as their quarterback, you realize that.
The goal is this. The goal is to have all these teams surrounding you stop at 9 wins. That would be the beauty here. And it's possible for both those teams to cap out at 9.
You realize the quarterback is Mason Rudolph.
Correct.
Hey, Vic.
What a perfect name for
Mason
this time of
Rudolph.
So, wait, Rudolph has been there for years now, right? Because wasn't he the dude that got spiked in the head by Myles Garrett?
He is the one that got spiked. Rudolph had a bad headache. Anyway. Tis the season.
Here's the other one, and I think this is maybe the one that I want to happen the most.
Falcons?
I need the Falcons to beat the Colts, man. I need the Colts just to stop doing that because it's annoying. They aren't good. I don't know how they keep winning. They aren't good.
Hey, bruh, I don't know how to tell you this. Falcons coming off 6 points last week.
To Carolina. They lost to Carolina.
They lost to a one-win team, 9-6.
If you lose to Carolina, you don't deserve to play in the league anymore.
Relegation?
Dude, I'm starting to like this relegation thing, man. I'm starting to like the concept of it anyway. Okay, so
there's two more. There's two more games that you have to pay attention to.
Come on. Falcons. Okay.
This is another big question because this is a matchup between two teams that are ahead of you again. Cleveland is playing against Houston. I'm going to give you my case for why I want Cleveland to win.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
Cleveland has the Jets and Cincinnati left. Here's what I'm doing, guys. I'm just saying Cleveland's making it.
In fact,
I'll give it to you.
Give them Hell, you want to give them 12 wins right now?
Because they're at 9.
Yeah, you want to give them 12? That's fine with me, too. They're getting in. So let them take off. Let them go.
But wait a minute. You own the tiebreaker over
I know.
Cleveland head-to-head.
It doesn't matter.
You don't over Houston.
But it doesn't matter. With Joe Flacco,
See,
finding
you guys
the foul.
overthinking
No.
this. You guys
no,
really, you're
not,
investing too much time in
bro.
hoping what happens rather than just letting what happens.
You're not listening. You're okay, but see, this. You're speaking like a man with a broken heart. You're not speaking like a fan right now. Okay. Let Cleveland check out, okay? I've accepted the fact that Joe Flacco's found the fountain of youth. They're probably going to win 2 out of 3. They're going to get to 11 wins no matter what. Yeah, so might as well let them get the friggin' 12 and bring Houston back to the pack.
That's the problem here, Vic. Cleveland's last 2 games are against the Jets and Cincinnati. And Cincinnati might not be easy, but they'll take the Jets. I just think they're getting there anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just the way I'm thinking. Houston is 8-6. They have Tennessee and Indianapolis left after that. Again, it's sort of pick your poison. You could sway me either way on this, but I think I'm sticking with I just think Cleveland's getting in anyway. Let them win. And then the final one, this is a new team added to the list, by the way. I thought they were running away with the division. Have you guys seen the AFC South?
It's a mess.
The Jags, after 3 straight losses, are 8-6. You now have to worry about them.
Yeah.
And Tampa Bay is going to be incredibly motivated because it's funny. Because the Jags at 8-6, they lead their division, correct, or tied? Or no, they lead.
They're tied. No, 8-6.
Yeah, they're tied.
So
I'm
them,
sorry.
Indy, and Houston are
That's
all
right,
tied.
all at 8-6. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 7-7 are also tied for their division lead.
Yep.
You know what
They
this
are
shows
a
me?
highly motivated football team.
As I look at the AFC, there's only one team with a wretched record right now, and that's New England, 3-11. Got a couple teams with 5 wins. Okay, fine. Everybody's got about the same damn record.
Yeah.
Everybody's the same.
Yep.
This is what I've deduced today on the radio show. If you're going to go home today, go ahead and drive home right now. Stop where you're going. Go home and go with this thought. Just drive home.
Hey, Marty's Vic in his break.
You guys
Martin's
have a good holiday.
He's already
Bye.
gone. Let me tell you, he's already gone upstairs.
Drive home right now and just say this to your significant other. And when it comes to the AFC, everybody's the same. They're all the same.
I'm going to text that to my wife right now.
honey, when it comes to the AFC, everybody's the same, babe. I don't know if
Text
you
it. I
know
want to
this.
see what. Let's all do it right now. Let's all text that to our significant others and see what we
Mosh,
get in response.
shoot a text to the bear, Marty.
Right now. Everybody.
I don't think you're going to like the response that I get.
Well, I want to hear the response. When it comes to the AFC.
Okay, ready?
Texters, you do this too.
Wait. Should
Everybody,
I
I
say,
want
should
reactions.
Should I say babe first or just when it comes to
No,
the,
just that sentence. When it comes to the AFC,
Okay, hang on.
everybody's the same.
Okay.
No, I think you add a pet word at the end. Babe, honey, something like that. Do that at the end, okay?
No, I'm going to start mine with dude.
When it comes to the
Should I say,
AFC,
like, I've been
the AFC,
thinking and...
Everybody's the same.
I'm going to put babe
All right.
on the end.
God, you guys are just put
No,
the damn sentence together.
because if I don't, Vic, I think my wife will think I meant to send that to somebody
agreed,
else.
Totally agreed.
You
Totally
have to
agreed.
make sure
I
it's
wanna
sent to
know-
her.
Okay, great. I want to know, and as I send that, I want to know, everybody out there, how your significant other, and if you don't have a significant other, send it to your mother, father, brother. I don't care. Send it to someone, your boss. I want to know how they respond to that.
Yep.
Because it'll tell me a lot about the sophistication of our sports audience.
Texter said, I think it's time to call the wives. I don't think we can do that again.
No.
Terry ruined the bit.
Well,
When we called Terry, her response to Len Dawson, go to a history book, was, I don't have time for your bleep, Vic. And we said, all right. And the last time that we called somebody,
Go to a history book.
Riker, answering the question of, can you hear me, said, oh, bleep, yes.
Yes.
Which is, by the way, the weirdest response ever to, can you hear me?
and me putting on a turtleneck on Sunday to do turtleneck night with all the guys and whatnot and gals, Katie included. I had you look blanking, fat and stupid.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do.
Here's some of the
We're gonna wait
reactions.
on, hang on, Vic. Save them. We're going to wait on our text. When we come back, we'll let you know
Okay.
what they say next. I have a response. Would you like to hear it? Texted my wife, when it comes to the AFC, everyone's the same, babe. Her response, happy birthday, but not today with this stupid bleep. I'm not lying, Moj.
You know what's so funny?
She must be having a rough morning over there in Nebraska.
You know what's so funny? Knowing all your wives, and knowing my wife,
all his wives.
I can absolutely picture Lindsay saying that.
Yep.
I can absolutely picture it. Now, I don't know that Terry's responded yet. Has she, Vic?
No. When she doesn't respond, it's just sort of like, I know what she's thinking.
I can't read mine on the air. Brett,
give us an indication of what was read.
And can I read it? Oh God, dude, these are like 3 different ones.
For those of you listening, just tuning in, I made the astute observation. I mean, almost a scientific one. I made a scientific observation in the previous segment that when you look at the AFC standings outside of a couple teams, everybody's the same. It's the same. Everybody's about the same. So that's it. And I wanted you, as listeners, to tweet that or text that to your significant others.
Oh, yeah, it's funny.
Hold on a second.
She says, hi, Brett.
Hi.
Oh, that's funny.
Vic.
Yeah.
Cannot read what the bear responded to or responded with. Like, literally, you can't.
That? Okay.
How?
But she.
How can you not say anything?
Because.
Not even a single word of that.
No. Yeah.
The first text was kind of a response to it, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The second and third texts were she referenced back to the turtleneck and said, I didn't say you looked fat and stupid.
Okay, that's
but
about,
the thing
that's about as far as, yeah, okay, yeah.
Some of the listeners who took this to heart and started texting significant others, Chris writes in, she said, I know, I'm listening to the show.
I like that. Thank you, Chris's wife.
1703 said, wife said, what the hell are you talking about? Which is the perfect response.
I'm not sure why you're telling me this, my wife.
Says 4602. Let's see here. This person says, I wish I had videoed my wife's response. We're both working from home, and she put our meeting on hold to ask me what the hell I was talking about. After explaining what an AFC is for her too long, I also got the I don't have time for your blank right now sent to me.
When I told my wife that everybody is the same in the AFC, she responded by asking if I'm trying to tell her I have an STD. All right.
My wife said, are you drinking beer for breakfast again?
This is the proper response. This is what you need.
Good God.
And again, it goes to prove scientifically that in the AFC, everybody's the same. They are.
Do you know how badly I want to read Mosier's wife's text and I cannot do it?
Come on, Ron,
no, Vic, literally.
I can't.
It's unreadable.
I can't. You can't.
It's your birthday, Brett. You can say whatever you want.
You can't even talk around it. You can't even do that.
You can't because it just has to do with the desert.
Oh, this is good. Listen, Raj. It does have to do with the desert. Raj texted his wife, honey, when it comes to the AFC, everybody is the same. She said, what? He goes, that's the proper response.
Yes.
She said, bleep the Chiefs? Question mark.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
9774 says the response he got from his wife is, quote, whatever, pervert.
Talking in code.
Honestly, if I could post this exchange, I would never do it, right? Because this is a private exchange between my wife and you and me. Hold on. I'll do this. Now, Brett, you have to describe this. This is radio, but it's also television. And that's a pretty good picture right there, huh?
Yeah.
That's Marty, I'm going to bring this in there. I'm going to let you read
Marty,
it.
you give it a shot.
I want you to, I want to see your reaction.
Somebody has to be able to encode that.
When Mosier said it has something to do with the desert.
Can you read that?
Come on, man. Get through it.
Turn your microphone on, Marty.
Get through it, Marty.
Okay. Well, luckily he has the gigantic text, so I can read it from pretty much
He's
anywhere.
got the old man text. I know.
See,
Come on.
Can you read that on air or not?
No.
There's no way to talk around
Let me have it. Let me have it. Send it to me.
No,
Let me have it.
no. I would not trust that for a second,
Let me
Vic.
say this. My wife.
Mosier, send it to me. Let me have
No,
it.
dude, absolutely not.
God, you guys are such amateurs.
Absolutely not. Listen, my wife, I would say that all of our wives, and Marty's wife has a big heart. Like, she's a very giving person. She works in the perfect
Is there a
industry.
reason why
She's very nice.
She went like this. Vic, look at me. Moshe went like this when he said she had a big heart. Just put two hands out front.
Marty's wife's got a very giving heart.
Isn't that what Pacino said in Heat? She got a big heart.
That's not what I'm saying. But I would say our wives, they have a little bit more of a mean tinge to them if they want to be, right. Marty, I don't think your wife has a mean bone.
I'll tell you what, she wouldn't say what
Marty's wife's got a very
wife
giving
say.
demeanor about her.
All right, so the AFC is pretty much all the same, and our wives don't care about that. It's anyway. How could I say this? Mine is a great American badass. She really is. I mean, she's pretty funny. You can't put that out there. It's not really inappropriate.
Okay, well,
it's just,
if we can't do it, then we'll move
All
on.
right, please do.
Because I got a question I want to bring back. And this is why I think we're riding this Broncos roller coaster really hard. If you think we're riding the Avs roller coaster hard, look at the Broncos. The question is this. This is what I posed earlier. Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you had to buy a jersey of a Broncos player outside of Patrick Surtain that you knew would be on the team in 4 years, who is it?
I would like to say it's Marvin Mims.
Who you know is going to be on the team in how many years?
Like a big piece of the team in 4 years.
Are they really? It depends on the price tag, but would they let Patrick Surtain walk?
No, I'm saying Surtain is
outside
exempt.
of him.
He is exempt.
Okay,
you can't take that
He's
one.
out of the conversation. Okay.
Anybody outside of Surtain, can you guarantee me that you buy a jersey, that guy will be on the roster and be a big contributor in 4 years?
Can you say that about any team, though?
Sure I can. C.J. Stroud in Houston. Give me a team.
Okay.
I'll pick one from any team, Vic. Play this game with me. I'll do it.
The Rams.
Cooper Kupp.
Puka Nacua. Are
Puka
you kidding
Nacua.
me? God,
I mean,
my
both.
God. Either one. Pick any star wideout.
Chicago Bears.
I still
good
think
one.
I still think it's Justin Fields. I do. I still think that
No.
he's.
No, you can't say
See
that.
what I'm saying? And there are a lot of teams, middle of the road teams, that you can't apply that to because anything's possible.
Okay,
Carolina.
Okay.
But the difference is
Vic,
teams on the way up, though, Vic.
Yeah, just because they're in the same position we are doesn't make me feel any better. Okay? Like if I'm looking, I don't know, if I want to look at, let's pick any of these middle of the pack teams.
Go ahead. Throw one out there. Go.
New Orleans Saints.
The Saints will have Olave. Chris Olave.
Okay, so they have Olave. Okay, but a good player. But I mean, just because they don't have any flavor or flair or bright future ahead of them doesn't make me feel any better about the Denver Broncos.
Right, but if you're taking
it's the
teams on the ascent, teams that are rising right now,
the teams that are on the ascent, then yeah, I get a little bit jealous and I get a little bit nervous.
That's
I mean,
such a stupid question.
Hold on, it's not.
In all honesty.
Hold on a second, Vic. Let me ask you
What's the
something.
team going to look like in 17 years?
See, it's these teams that figure out that maybe they've solved something, they've found something. Like I mean, did Tennessee find anything in Will Levis? Did they find something in that quarterback?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so if they did, at least the Titans fans can hang their hats on. You know what? Listen, it was tough. We had to make the transition, but we think we found our guy going forward, and maybe
You're
next
right.
year
Part
we're
of the
that
fun
team.
of sports, you're so right, Moose. Part of the fun of sports is coming upon a discovery, right?
Right.
Oh my God, we just found this, and like the Niners found Brock Purdy. He's a third stringer. Look at this discovery we just made.
How about this, Vic? I'll keep it strictly local here on this because the question I'm asking is, what's the core of the team? And what I'm saying is, outside of Surtain, I don't know who else you would even consider remotely part of that. The core of the Broncos. The Nuggets is easy.
How about anybody in the offensive
3 years
line?
ago,
Quinn Miners?
if you ask that question about the Nuggets, you're like, yeah, Jokic will be here. And Murray. And Porter.
Different sport, though. Different sport.
I got
it. You don't. Football is an ever-changing sport because positions deteriorate, players have devastating injuries, coaches come and go, and with coaching staffs coming and going, then players change. So it's just a different deal. It's just hard to answer that question. The only certainty in 4 years, the only jersey I'd get 4 years from now is Greg Penner's jersey. He'll be here.
Yeah, he will be.
That's a great point. That's an excellent, excellent point. Greg and Patrick, they're in.
Smythe?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. Patrick Smythe's jersey. That would be one.
No, but I'm just saying.
safe.
I'm saying you look at these other teams. I mean, and I'm talking about what about even Washington? Is anybody jacked about Sam Howell? Maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not in the nation's capital.
These ones,
I don't know.
The ones that you can't find are bad teams, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. They don't have a future that you believe in.
Right.
For teams that are on the ascent, you can do it easily. You can do that with a whole bunch of teams that are good right now, playoff caliber teams, or will be down the road. That's why I use Houston all the time, because they're outplaying expectations, but they also have a core of like 4 or 5 young guys that you know is going to be on that roster for 3 or 4 years, and they can build. Like, I don't know what the Broncos are building if they get to the end of this year and it's like, all right, Russell's gone, all these different changes happen.
You know, it's interesting going to Bronco games all these years. I pay close attention to dumb stuff like this, and I don't know why I do, because you sit atop the press box there and you're looking down at all the fans. And I always say, what's the most popular jersey?
You know,
Who's
I do this.
wearing what?
Vic, I do the same thing. I don't do it as much at Nuggets or Avs games, but I do it at Broncos games too.
At
I do
Bronco
the same
games,
thing.
I do it all the time. And for years, right? You know, and for the longest time, it was Elway, it was Terrell Davis, it was Shannon Sharp, and then Peyton came along, and everybody wore 18. Everybody.
Yep.
And then, you know, Von Miller had that stretch. Von Miller jerseys everywhere. Now you go to a Broncos game, and I'll be perfectly blunt with you. If you find a current player's jersey, you'd be hard-pressed to find one. It's all older players who've come through the system. I would say 90% of the jerseys you find at games today are dudes who no longer play here.
And the most of the current players is probably Russell, right? People bought him initially when the trade happened. And
Surtain, Simmons, Russ. But it's not like it was. When Von played here, Von's number was prominent in the stadium. When Peyton played here, I mean, God, he'd go to road games and he'd have his jersey out there. But today, it might be the lowest amount of current jersey numbers I've seen.
303-504-0925. So 2 things I want to get to. There's a clip on this show from 2 years ago on the day. What you watching, Moshe? 2 years ago on the day that I want to bring back here in a couple of minutes. And
wait, 2 years ago to this day.
Correct. Something that we did
Send
on
me
the
that
show.
text, Moshe.
And also,
there's not a chance in the world, Vic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Come on, dude. I won't share it.
I've been told Steve Nelson has a Christmas gift for us at 9:30.
He's also given me a card, which was very nice of him.
Okay, at 9:30, we'll figure out what he's got for us. Stick around.
All right, folks, holidays are here, and you need something for that lady in your life, a special gift, something really nice yet affordable. Vic Lombardi with a terrific idea. This year, buy her a few hours of pampering at Beau Visage Skincare and Spa, specializing in luxurious services like wonderful Epicurean facials, soothing therapeutic massages, much more. All the spas around town today. Why do I suggest Beau Visage? Well, first of all, I've been there. Love the business. They've been there 38 years. Without consistently doing a great job, you don't survive 38 years. They're professional, first class, and they have gift packages to meet anyone's budget. Do something really special. Ask about the fabulous half day at the spa, including a catered lunch. It's a gift that's easy to get. Just call 303-779-5002 or bvspa.com this holiday. Give her the wonderful gift of Beau Visage. Use my name. Tell them Vic Lombardi sent you. 303-779-5002 or bvspa.com.
Just Moj and Vic from this point on, the way it's going to be tomorrow and on Friday. Moj and Vic.
Hey,
and
Moj.
then coming up next week, Vic and Brett are both gone for, I don't know, several days. So I'll be holding down the fort. I've got hockey to do. I'll be doing it live from Arizona, which is fine.
So not on tape delay?
Not on tape delay. No, I'll be doing it live from Arizona, talking about the show and the hockey following Christmas. And then I guess you'll filter back in. And Vic, someday you'll be back. I don't know when that is, but I hope you guys enjoy your holidays.
Moj, you're not going to like this, but Bear sent me the text exchange.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. As forward as I am with reading whatever the hell we want on the air, I blushed reading this.
Yeah, I told you.
Impossible to get this on the air.
I know. It's not. You can't even dance around it, really, because
there's really no way to explain that exchange.
But really funny. Really funny. Hey, go ahead.
Comedy worthy. Funny.
It kind of is, yes.
2 years ago to the day, we did something on this radio show. So December 20th of 2021. Wait, this can't be true. This had to be one that we brought back because the timing of it doesn't even make sense. Yeah, that's not true at all. But it was brought to my attention again from one of our listeners on Twitter. Remember this?
Hey, Sil.
Hello?
Hey,
Yes,
Sil,
sir?
can you hear me? Hey, Sil, listen, I got a tea time today at 11:40. This is Kyle Keefe. And I ate a bad
It's at
burrito
11.
this morning.
Hey, Dad, it's at 11:20. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, it's 11:20. I'm sorry. But I got to cancel it. I got bad diarrhea. I don't think it's going to stop today. So can we cancel that 11:20, please, Sil?
We can. It's Kyle Keefe, all four.
That's it. All four. Thanks.
All right, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Yes, it was, and I'll tell you why it was.
It was on December 20th? You had a tea time?
No way.
And I'll tell
We
you
didn't
what.
do that.
I'll tell
We
you.
didn't do that in December.
I will tell you why it was. Do you have the video in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Look behind me. Where am I?
Home?
Okay, I didn't move into that house until after Thanksgiving of 21. Now, Karen, if I remember correctly, she painted the mantle white. What color is the mantle?
Brown.
Wow, Sherlock.
She did that.
Solved it. Detective
Thanks
work.
for the forensics.
She did that before the new year. So yes, that's exactly right.
So wait a minute. Keefe was golfing on December 20th 2 years ago?
I'm going to play golf this Friday, bro. It's going to be 55. Yeah.
You are?
Yes.
Well, why can't I play with you?
You're not
look at,
invited.
I knew it. Vic was like the left out kid. But Dad, could I come too?
You're not invited.
Okay, here's the
I'm
deal.
sorry.
Either you invite me to play golf with you, or I'm going to tweet out what Karen sent me on that text.
See, this is blackmail. And listen.
Pretty
Vic-
simple, really.
Okay.
Hey, Dad, it's at 11:20. Sorry.
All right. Meet
By
me
the
at
way, the stupidest thing you've
That's
done
my
for
favorite
any bit was that this guy's on the phone and then his son just jumps on another landline, I guess.
Yeah, it's like old school phones, where you pick up another
I know.
phone
Don't
in
you
the
remember
house?
the old
Yeah.
school when you would make a phone call? See, these kids. Hey, Moshe, they don't know. These kids don't know.
What are you
they don't
talking
know
about?
what
Bro
we
just brought it up.
Dude,
They don't know.
what?
No, they don't. When we were kids and you were talking to a hot girl, you'd get on one phone in the house and your friends would be on the other phones. You'd have like two other phones and they'd be listening in on the conversation. Cover that phone, though. Cover it. Make sure that nobody's listening. You always listen in on the conversations using the other phone. You can't do
Vic,
that anymore.
Vic.
You can't do it. It's not possible. See, you guys are denied that love. It's such a wonderful gift to have.
Hey, history buff. Can you tell me when cell phones got really popular?
1999.
64.
You guys think that me and Marty, I turned 34 today. Okay? December 20th, 1989 is my birthday. You think that I never had a landline phone growing up?
Well,
You
dude,
thought
but
it
not
was
in your
all cell phones?
Yeah, but it wasn't in your formative years where you were
Vic.
Yes,
checking
it
them out.
was.
Vicky's from Omaha, bro. Think
That's
about
true.
it. Think about it, bro. They still have payphones all over that town.
Marty, how old were you when you got a cell phone?
Like a junior in high school.
Yeah, me too. I was like 16 or 17, something like that. It's like right when I started to drive, pretty much.
Do you know what we had in high school?
What? Did you even have cars then?
No,
Were
we
you
had-
walking everywhere?
Was high
a
school
horse and
invented
buggy?
then?
I'm not even kidding you. I remember we got a cord that you could extend where the phone could go, and then we got a cordless. Dude, when we got a cordless phone, oh my God, I felt like I might as well just fly to the moon on the next friggin' space shuttle.
The antenna would always break off the cordless phone.
100% it would, yeah.
Always.
It's so funny. I don't even know how we got on this damn thing.
Here's how we got on it. You're playing golf Friday.
Okay, I'm sorry, real quick though.
And if I don't get invited to your golf tee time Friday, not that I'll go, I just want the invitation, I will expose the conversation you had with your wife. That's just the way we work in our family.
My wife doesn't seem concerned that Vic will share the text exchange. I know. But she said to me on a text just now, wait, you're playing golf on Friday?
See, I've been exposed more.
All right, so hang on a second. Hang on.
She said you can stay warm in that ugly red turtleneck. Anyway, no. The thing is let me tell the listeners one thing from the bottom of my heart. I'm dead serious. My wife probably wouldn't care, but I would care because Vic blushed, Martin blushed, Kevin, our boss, blushed, Brett, you blushed. It's really funny, but I want to share it with you so bad. I'd love to tweet it out, but I simply cannot do it.
Can I?
I can't. But I would. I mean, believe me, from the bottom of my heart, I would love to give you this Christmas present. You're gonna have to settle for socks in the stocking or something.
Can I?
Her response was, "I disagree. I think the Bills are on another tier." That's what she said.
Can I give you something here? And I want to get a preview of the Nuggets here in just a second, Vic. But can I call something out that was fraudulent from the very start? That I even fell for a little bit, not totally, but a little bit. Rodgers was never coming back from his Achilles. He went on McAfee's show yesterday. He goes, I'm not medically cleared yet. Duh, because you tore it like 13 weeks ago. And all that stupid scuttlebutt about if the Jets are in a playoff position, who knows? Maybe he comes back for the last couple of games. That was never happening, okay? Never. But the guy just likes attention. So every week, he dangled the carrot out there just to see. And then they got eliminated from the playoffs. And he goes, well, no point in keeping up the charade anymore. Does that bother anybody else? Or am I just a Rodgers hater still?
I don't think anybody was taking him seriously. And the more the Jets lost, the more he lost any believability there. Because what's the point? And it's one thing if his career were ending this year, but he's trying to come back another season. It didn't matter in my world. It didn't matter.
It was so annoying because we knew it wasn't going to happen. So wait a minute.
So why do you think he did it?
Because he likes attention. Attention. That's why. He always wants attention. That's what it is. I'm sorry, Vic. I'm distracted because Nelly just walked in here with a wrapped Christmas gift. This is wrapped professionally. Looks like it's going under a tree.
That you and Marty were not going to be there tomorrow because when I come in tomorrow, I have gifts for all of us. But you're not going to be here, and you sort of ruined the day.
Well, I will release Mosier's wife's text if I don't get that gift.
Well, I'll leave it. But I wanted you guys to all open them. It was sort of a theme, and now you ruined it because you have to go home.
Okay, so hang on a second. So
can we just save it for the new year, Vic, please? Can we just do that, please?
I can do that.
Okay, cool.
Nelly is logging in here, and Steve Nelson, the producer for Dempsey & Company, has walked in with a wrapped Christmas gift, and I want to know what the hell is going on here, Nelly.
Well, little look behind the curtain. I have no idea what the Zoom password is, so I'm not on camera right now, but I can tell you.
I know what the Zoom. I'll come over.
But I can't tell you. This is a gift for you guys. This is a gift for the morning show. It's a present. I think you guys need this. Kaner, I'm also told, is it your birthday?
It's my birthday,
So
yes.
you should be the one to open this. Oh, Moj, you the man. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to open this gift.
And it's a gift that I think you guys need as a show, but more importantly, I think it's a housewarming gift for the new place.
Okay, can I open it?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, he told you to open it.
And use it.
Nelly, turn your camera on there, buddy.
With great power comes great responsibility.
All right.
There you go.
I hope you handled this well.
Did you wrap this?
I did, yes.
All right, it's
Here it comes.
It's true, Rick.
All right, there's some bubble wrap, big time bubble wrap.
This is pretty neat. Hold on.
Oh, no way.
We have this.
Come on.
What is it?
This.
I don't know what that is.
It's a gavel.
It's a gavel.
And look what it says.
Order in the court.
But look what it says. I got it custom made.
It says decorum for little Timmy in Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah.
Wow. Come on. Nelly.
Thank you,
That's
Nelly.
the number one gift I've ever seen.
So now when Mosier's talking whatever guff and you want to rule decorum,
We toss out decorums like that.
boom.
Mosier, give that a hit.
Order in the court.
Feels good.
Order in the
Feels
court.
good, man.
There'll be order in this court.
I love it. Nelly, that's beautiful.
Nelly, that's next level, Nelly. Hey, Nelly, can you buy my wife something? Because I have no clue what to do.
Nelly, where do you even go to find something like that?
I think I Googled custom gavel. And that website said
High
they had a
five,
quick
buddy.
turnaround.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nelly. That's awesome. It's like,
What a guy.
hey, is there a such thing as like a Judge supply store, like for robes and gavels, like where judges go shopping online for like a new robe,
old
a
powdered
new,
wig?
new powdered wig if you're in England, right?
Yeah.
Wear powdered wigs and all. Like if you're a barista.
I'm not kidding. That's such an amazing gift. It's an
That is
amazing
so-
gift.
It's touching. It's heartfelt. And now we have to get you something.
Yeah, and now we're sitting here with nothing. And now
just
we
give
feel
him the
bad.
money from the jar, $6.
Hey, no,
There
no,
you
no,
go,
hey,
buddy.
Hey, no, the
Poor
kids
Timmy.
need their sports supplies. I'm not going to steal that from the city of Rancho Cucamonga. I'm not taking away their basketballs.
You know what, Marty? You didn't get us a gift. Decorum. Moj?
That is decorum.
Decorum.
Our own producer doesn't even think about our welfare. We have to go to another show's producer to gift us.
Honestly, it didn't even cross my mind to get you guys something. Didn't even think about it.
Nelly, this is beautiful. Thank you, buddy.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
You had a need. I needed to fill that need. There you go.
You and I should go into business. T-Mac raises a very good point here, Vic. Quote, just for judges, a store that Mosier opens for judge supplies. Listen, if there's a need, there's a way to get. Hey, like, who would have thought? Where do you buy? Like, you have to make your own gavel, right? No, this is
That's a legit gavel.
It's a legit gavel. It's awesome.
What's up, Raj?
I swear to God, if my show starts at 10 a.m. and I don't have a gift,
That's such a good. Do you honestly, Steve? Do you have one for him?
I got some stuff for my show, but see, they're all leaving. Like they're all checking out early. You're going to be here on Friday, so I can give your gift closer to Christmas.
you better have it.
I got something.
I mean, this is real. It's made out of wood. It's the handle of the gavel screws in around the metal tab of the decorum for little Timmy Rancho Cucamonga. This is awesome. This is really thoughtful. Thank you, Nelly.
Did you just play-by-play a gavel?
Yes,
that was
he
pretty
did.
cool.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
You know what? You got to show Nelly the text now. That's got to be your gift.
Yeah.
Show Nelly the text.
All right.
Actually, instead of showing Nelly the text, Moj, do us a favor once again. Be demonstrative like you were before. Describe Marty's wife to all of us. Describe.
Please don't do that.
Wait, is Marty's wife the dime that brought in the bagels? Is that dime piece?
No, that's my dime piece. Marty's wife has a big heart.
Okay, I won't
Okay,
read
so
this out
now
loud.
Nelly, only reactions. Don't read it out
The charge
loud.
was we had to send this sentence to our wives and get their reaction. So read. There it is.
Okay.
All right, so he's reading. Giggles. Yep. Yeah. Impossible to even get around on the air. Yep.
Oh man. Oh, yeah. That last one. Oh boy. That's a decorum on that.
Yeah, you know
the
what?
Sahara. That's a
Bear!
decorum.
Decorum. You can only send text that we can read on air.
Oh no.
I
yeah,
love it.
that's-
Nelly, thank you so much,
that's
buddy.
in the vault.
Appreciate it.
You're awesome. Thanks, Nelly.
Happy holidays. And I mean that.
Yeah, we are off the rails a little bit. And you know the thing is that we're only off the rails because Hugh and Martin, you guys are going to be gone. And right now, how many cares do you have here at 9:35 in the morning?
None.
I know. I knew it. I knew you had zero cares because Vic and I are going to break down the game on Sunday night. We're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to do that Friday. The Broncos are a favorite in this game. I think they absolutely should win this football game, stay alive in the playoff mix. I thought I saw where.
Hold,
what
please.
happened? What happened?
A texter says, great. Now we all get to listen to children smashing a hammer on the table all the time. You know what? 6733?
Give it to him.
Decorum.
Yes, sir. Give it to him.
Marty, cut off his radio feed, please. No, but the Broncos are a 6.5-point favorite. Did I see someplace if the Broncos win out, if they just win out, that they have like an 80% chance of getting in? Is that correct?
Man,
Or is that
you
not,
know what?
is that
though?
not right? That's not right, right?
No way. So much other stuff has to happen. Other teams have to lose. Last week, the Broncos controlled their fate. This week, they no longer control their fate.
Yeah.
That was the difference.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, they're going to need help no matter what. But, I mean, bottom line is win the next 3 games. And you know what? It would do so much, I think, for both Peyton, Russell, the entire organization, when they're faced with a moment like this, even though you're on the outside looking in right now, if you can just win the next 3 against pretty inferior opponents, I'm not saying that the Broncos are head and shoulders above anybody, but they aren't the Chiefs, they aren't the Bills, they aren't any of those teams. If you can win the next 3, I think it does a ton for you heading into the offseason. Even if you miss out at 10-7, it does a lot for you.
Some offseason mo, right? But then again, the Russell question. I just wish, well, we're not going to get it now. They're in the middle of the season. But it's my opinion that the Broncos and Sean Payton had better address it, and George Payton better address it pretty quickly in the offseason on what the game plan is going forward. Because I don't think you want to leave your franchise twisting in the wind with speculation until what's the official date? They got to keep them all the way until like what, Vic? June?
It's post. They can technically say they're going to cut him, but it's June 1st.
Okay, so yeah, June 1st. Okay, so you can't leave the team twisting in the wind for several months before you finally make your decision. You're going to have to make your decision and then go forward from there. That's what the responsible thing to do is.
When we come back, I have a fact about tonight's Nuggets game that may make you eat that gavel, Brett Kane.
Marty, go to break.
Now,
Literally thought Mosher was going to hit his head on the microphone. Would have been funny.
Sometimes you need a little Christmas headbanging to kind of get you in the mood.
Vic, what do you got for us?
Nuggets tonight in Toronto. Tips off 3 on the road before the Christmas Day game against the Golden State Warriors.
You find it kind of funny how Vic did not pick this road trip to go on?
I have family in Toronto. I could have easily gone on this trip.
Yeah, we know you do. There's Lombardis everywhere. Get on with it.
I don't like your demeanor. I'm one more, and I'm putting Bears Exchange on the World Wide Web. One more.
It's so funny. There's Lombardis everywhere. We know. Get on with it.
All right. What popular rapper is also a noted Toronto
Drake,
Raptors
big
fan?
time Drake. Always front row Drake.
Have you heard of the Drake curse?
Yeah, like every team he roots for loses or something like that, or what is it?
He wore like a Georgia Bulldogs sweatshirt or jersey right before the SEC championship game. They lost. They all lose. You don't want Drake posing with your team or taking pictures with your team. There's a noted curse there. But what if he bets on your team? Did you guys know that last year, before the NBA Finals, Drake actually bet $250,000 that the Nuggets would wrap up the NBA Finals in 5 games. He won. He won $850,000.
Wow.
He also bet $1 million to win the series outright. And with that, he also won.
Wow.
Both payouts.
Wait, what is to win the series? Oh, just win
win the series.
Whatever
Yeah,
game.
he won $1.23 million. Not as big. The payout wasn't as big. He put in $1 million to win, 1.23. The point is, he bet heavily on the Denver Nuggets, and he won.
Wow. I can't even imagine being able to bet that kind of bread.
Yeah.
Brett, I mean, you throw out a $10 5-team parlay, and you're freaking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Well, you know what? He was right on the money, Vic. He was right on the money.
With both,
no pun intended.
With both bets, he won close to $1 million. Betting on the Denver Nuggets.
Did you guys see the Julian Edelman quote the other day? The Super Bowl in 2010. I don't know how he's a younger player, and the only time he's ever met Michael Jordan. And Jordan comes up to him and says, "Hey kid, I bet a lot of money on you. Don't F this up," and walks away.
That's pressure.
That's it. That's so good.
Rude.
Why?
It seems rude.
Hey, but if somebody come up to MJ and said, "Hey MJ, I bet a lot of money in the NBA final. Bet a lot of money on you. Don't F this up." He'd say, "Don't worry, I won't."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, who was it? Wasn't it a hockey player in Chicago? I can picture the guy. Why can't I not think of his name? He went out and played golf with Jordan before one of his playoffs.
Jeremy Roenick?
Roenick.
Yeah, Jeremy Roenick played with him the day of a game.
A playoff
with
game,
Jordan.
right?
Yeah.
And he said they played 2 rounds of golf because the first round Jordan lost. He goes, I watched this guy drink like 12 Bud Lights or something like that. Knowing he had a game that night, I put all of my money on him to do poorly or something, and Jordan dropped 40-some points.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hey, a couple things before we're out of here today and before you're on holiday. Isn't it kind of funny how the English say, "Are you on holiday?" Right? Not, it's, you're on a holiday. They just say, they use holidays, you're on holiday, right?
So, yeah, that's hilarious. Get on with it.
We talked to Coach Bednar this morning, and I know his team is 19-11-2, so it's a little bit different than Sean Payton. But is it interesting to see the dynamics and the differences in personalities and how they handle certain questions and things of that nature, like Jared's post-game news conference last night when his team just suffered what we look upon as a crappy loss to the last place team, as opposed to, "Not my hump. What's the question?"
Yeah.
It's none of your business.
I mean, all those are exact quotes, too. That's funny. "Not my hump. What's the question? That's none of your business." That's none of your business is one of the best things I think you can say in a conversation. You want it to end.
That is glaring and striking. Like, what if we had asked Bedsy today, like when I asked him the question, do you like when a player calls out his teammates? None of your business.
Yeah, Vic, that's none of your business. But here's the thing about Jared Bednar. He doesn't. I mean, he can be intense. There's no doubt about it. But he's got this slow, intense burn. Right? It's not a fly off the handle. It's not a.
He's definitely the dad that goes, "I'm disappointed."
Absolutely.
Like, I'm the disappointed dad.
But he's also the physically imposing dad that says, "Hey, listen, if I need to grab you by the back and the neck, I'll do it."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just interesting to see the different dynamics involved in coaches that are not in the exact same.
What I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
There you go. It's not the exact same spot. It's not the exact same situation, and everybody's different. But it's just to see the differentiation is kind of interesting to me.
Wait, didn't we do this already? Didn't we do this a little bit like a couple of months ago? Where we were like, we had a scale for all the coaches in Colorado as far as, was it most prickly to least?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
And like Peyton was at the very, very end of one spectrum.
Absolutely. But one thing that Jared Bednar is not going to do, he's not going to name specific names and say, unless he's specifically asked about a player, and then he'll. But
he's almost never called out anybody individually, unprompted.
He's not going to offer up, well, this guy needs to really get his act together. It's always a we thing or some guys, that kind of thing. But I think if you listen to what Coach Bednar has to say, you will find that he's incredibly honest with you. On this program, he's incredibly honest about how he feels about his team. He'll say, you know what, I didn't like, hey, coach, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I didn't like it. I promise you, that kind of thing, right? He tells you what's on his mind. He tells you what he's feeling. And so I think that if you even look a little bit more into it, you know exactly how he feels about certain situations. And I said to him, I asked him about, okay, what's the process? You said last night, this is going to stop now. You try to let the players work through it a little bit. You worked on things, but this is going to stop. So what does that look like? And he said, well, we got to figure that out. I don't know. I've got to start reassuring this and that. I mean, he laid it out there, but he was pretty damn honest about it.
So what's one of the answers he said today that stuck out with me was, he said, well, how do you handle that if guys keep missing assignments and messing up? He goes, I would like to take away ice time, but he couldn't. Listen.
And I don't know if that's, taking away guys' ice time that make those big mistakes for a shift or two or whatever. That's proven difficult here recently because we're short guys. Like we leave on the road with two guys less than we thought we were going to have. Guys elevated up our lineup,
And that's part of the problem they face right now. They face, they got some bodies out. Like, they got some guys hurt. And obviously, Moj, when you're missing a top 5 player in the world, it's going to affect the team a bit. Like, you can tell there's just not as much jam coming from.
That is correct. But at the same time, listen, every team in the league is going to miss important guys. I mean, last year the Avs missed McKinnon for a month. What'd they do?
They went, last year when they missed McKinnon?
They hung in there and they won. They won some big games too. The point is
when Rantanen went superhero.
Yeah, but you have to find ways. I mean, everybody. There's no one is without culpability on this team on any given night. Nobody's playing their best hockey night in and night out, except maybe Val. I mean, that guy just
Val's playing good.
Does the same thing every night. McKinnon's on a point streak. He's kicking butt. But I think even he would tell you there are times when he doesn't have it. The best thing about Joe Sakic, everybody thinks, well, Joe Sakic is this great Hall of Famer, and he is. A Hall of Fame player. My opinion, I think he's a top 10 player of all time. I think that's how good Joe Sakic was. But there were times when Joe Sakic did not have his A game. There were nights when you could tell that, he just doesn't have his stuff tonight. But you know what he always did? And this is the sign of a great player, Vic. He didn't have his A stuff, but he always found a way to make a play to get his team a win.
Yeah.
To contribute.
Absolutely. Yeah. He was never just left out twisting in the wind or out there in the cold. He always found a way to make something happen, whether it was an unbelievably good, 50-foot stretch pass right on the tape, whether, it was a great back check enforcing a turnover, whatever. He always impacted the game no matter what, even when he was having even a bad night. And he would tell you, man, I had a really bad night, but he always made a play or two to impact the game in a huge kind of way.
Hey, breaking news. We just talked about this in the last segment. I'm just wondering why this is happening. The Jets have activated Aaron Rodgers off injured reserve.
Why?
Why would they do that?
That's what I said. Why?
Yeah, they're eliminated from the playoffs. Like, they actually have the E next to their name now.
But I mean, he goes to the facility and is on the sideline anyway, right?
Is it
I
a
mean,
contractual thing? Is it like if you have him activated, like he's not on the active roster, but he's like available to practice and stuff now? Is that why? He can be on the practice field and maybe help out some younger dudes for the last few weeks? I have no idea. He's not playing, man. There's no purpose to it.
He says, quote, I feel like this year is kind of a lost year now, and I've only played a couple of snaps, wasn't able to go out there and prove what I'm capable of and see what we're capable of as a team. So why would he, right?
Yeah, you just said, according to Rappaport, he'll continue his rehab, and it keeps him on the practice field, which is invaluable for players. He couldn't be on the field otherwise.
That makes more sense. By the way, of course, this is going to be rolling around. Are you guys sick of this yet? When a coaching opening opens up, Jim Harbaugh's name is always mentioned and tied to something. Because now the Chargers job is linking Harbaugh with interest and blah, 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 of course. Like, you know what, Harbaugh? Bleeper, get off the pot. Like, stay at Michigan or don't.
Well, I don't know how much of that is his fault, though. His name just comes up.
I was just thinking about this. You know, one national semifinal game, the Georgia and Washington game, is on the 30th. 30th? You think it's on the 30th?
I think so.
The other
they're
one
both
is
on the 1st.
No, the other one. Am I wrong?
In a doubleheader, don't they usually do doubleheaders both on the same day?
Let's see here. Saturday, December 30th, Capital One Orange Bowl. Oh, yeah, you're right about that. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm dumb.
Just say you're smarter, Vic.
Vic, you're smarter than me on this topic, right?
What are you looking at? Mosher,
Just say, Vic, you got it right, and I'm sorry for being who I am.
I'm not saying that, no. But either way, it's Alabama and Michigan in the Rose Bowl, right? And that is, I would give anything to be able to be in beautiful Pasadena, California on that Rose Bowl morning. That is going to be an unbelievably good time. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Texas and Washington. What did I say? Georgia? What an idiot.
Moshe,
Alabama,
I hate to do this with a minute left in the show. That's $2, though, man. I mean, all of this is $2.
You know what I'm going to do? You know what we're going to do with Timmy's? We're either going to, somebody suggested, Rockies are plus 15,000. Just put it in the division. just put it all for little Timmy. Just put it all for little Timmy in the Rockies. Or we're going to put little Timmy's bread. Since I don't bet bread, you're going to have to put it like in a 10-game parlay and try to make a lot of money.
I'll give it a shot. 303-504-0925.
All right, Moj,
giving yourself a decorum. Yeah. If you guys missed any of the show, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud, Moshe Lombardi,
Dude, I got
Kane,
no sleep.
including
I'm tired.
Our you were great today, other than the last 2 minutes. Check out the Bednar interview.
Such a good heart.
God, you know what I love on my women, Vic? A giant heart.
Marty, I was not talking about your wife's anatomy, okay? I know you know that.
Have a great holiday, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The show is Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryanemi. You guys know me better as Raj, bringing you into the middle of your pre-Christmas holiday week. Joined, as always, by super producer Steve Nelson behind the glass, Josh Grismer, and the namesake of the program, my partner, my co-host, Christopher A. Dempsey. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Raj? It's an interesting day. Look, we're going to get to the Avs, but it's an interesting day with everything that's happening.
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch to get into. Ryan S. Clark of ESPN, formerly of The Athletic when he was the beat writer prior to Peter Baugh here in Denver, will join us at 11:05 to talk about the Colorado Avalanche coming off of a 3-2 loss at the hands of the Chicago Blackhawks. It's National Signing Day, so we've got our fingers on the pulse of anything that's happening up there in Boulder, working on seeing if we can get either Ryan Koenigsberg or Brian Howell on the program, so we'll make sure that we touch on those. Ja Morant returned to the NBA last night in stunning fashion. We'll do a little bit of a preseason preview for the NBA because, well, as we all know, the season doesn't start until Christmas, which is just a few days away. So we'll have our preseason storylines of when the season actually starts. This is what we can expect. We'll get into that next segment, but we got to start with the story last night. And that's the Avs falling in regulation to one of the worst teams in the league in the Chicago Blackhawks, 3-2 in regulation. They took 6 penalties last night. They had a power play goal scored against them in the third period. And while I don't like to overreact to game-to-game losses in an 82-game season, this is one that you look at and go, even without Landeskog, Lehkonen, Cogliano, Makar, probably should have had that one.
Yeah, you definitely should have. And let me tell you, the quote that Devon Toews gave after the game, I'm just going to read this here, was very eye-opening to me. He said this, it's our awareness of what it takes to win hockey games. That's the difference. Having guys in this room self-aware that it takes 60 minutes, a hard game play against any team in this league. I don't care who we're playing. This league is so good. It's hard to win any night against any team. You have to show up. We've got guys in here who aren't showing up right now. That is as clear as a glass of water in terms of what he thinks is and is not happening in that locker room with how they are approaching these hockey games. And, for the Avalanche, I think this shows up in 2 areas. One, it shows up in teams that you should beat, like the Chicago Blackhawks. You don't win those games, or you're susceptible to losing to teams that you should beat. And then part 2, road games, because you need your biggest focus in games that you against teams that you should beat, because you don't want those teams to rise up and get you. And then on the road, where you're just not obviously at home, where the Avs are 7-2 now away from Ball Arena. Raj, that was eye-opening to me to see him, to see that quote, to read that quote, and to understand what that the larger scope is, what that might mean for this hockey club.
Yeah, it's frustrating. The consistency is, I believe, what he was trying to get to. And Jared Bednar, as he does every Wednesday morning, joined Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. He had this to say about Toews' post-game comments.
So that was Toews last night. Is he talking about just a little bit of freelancing from people and not playing within the system, or what?
Yeah, I think so. I we've been talking about that a lot recently, because if you look at our game even last night, if you just took last night and said this has happened multiple times in the year, you'd be right, and multiple times recently. And I think I look at that game and I'm like, every piece of analytics says we should have won that hockey game, but yet we lost. And why? And then we've looked at the goals that we score and the ones we're giving up. And I feel like we have to go to work for 5, 8, 10 minutes at a time and really kind of control the flow of the game, and in order to create a high quality scoring chance. It's built over time in the game, and we finally create this high quality scoring chance, and somebody scores on. So I feel like we have to earn that, and then we'll go around on the flip side and on the flip side of it and just turn a puck over, give up an odd man rush, a breakaway, 2-on-1, and we're just like gifting the other team goals, you know? So I think he's accurate in that it's not the whole flow of our game, but like we have a high Taser's a guy that's been here and won with us, and like we have an extremely high standard of how we want to do things. And I think as moving from times right now, we can go out and play a really good period and then make a poor puck decision or lack discipline in the detail of our game, which gives up a scoring chance and they score on it, you know?
And listen, I agree with him. You can't carry the play for 60% of the chances against a team like Chicago and not score a 5-on-5 goal. That's where the loss comes down to me. When he's talking about these catastrophic turnovers, the one he's talking about is the Byram turnover in the first period, where you look up and the only guy that Chicago has is an 18-year-old who wears number 98, Connor Bedard. That's it. They have no one else on the team. But you decide in the middle of your own defensive zone to make a forehand-backhand move with no one behind you. And eventually that puck ends up in the back of your net. It takes a weird bounce to have to go in there, but all of the ice was open where the puck was bringing him. And that's what Taves and Bednar are trying to get at, is play within the structure, take your open ice, move pucks, quit trying to make plays with the puck on your stick. That's not what the Avs do, especially their defensive core. You move pucks. That is what you're here to do. And what the Avs have unfortunately fallen into as of late, and granted, they're playing without $22 million on the roster. $22 million between Landeskog, Lehkonen, and Makar last night were in the training room. Not to mention Sam Girard. All of those guys out. And you're trying to make individual plays. It's not what the structure is about. That's the reason why they've been inconsistent this year. That's the reason. Plain and simple.
Yeah, and look, when you have personnel losses and you have them as regularly as the Avalanche have had them this season, then it just means that you have to dial in even more. And if what you're saying is, look, stop trying to do things outside of your normal job, outside of the system that we have structured here, then what you got to do is you have to focus in even more. And I think this hockey club has on occasion this season just had these lapses of you forget what got you here. You can't forget what got you here. You can't forget what the foundation is of winning in your program. And I think the Avalanche have done that a couple of times this season. And the scariest, the most concerning part is there will come a point in the season where this is just who you are. And right now, the Avalanche, we're not there yet. But when you keep playing around and messing around like this, it just becomes who you are by the end of the season. You just become this inconsistent team. You don't know what you're going to get night after night. I don't think they're in this situation just quite yet, but we're starting to get there. And it's tough.
You think that though, but look over the last 2 years. Up until this point right now, the Avs are 19-11-2. They are tied for first place in the Central Division. Last year at this time, they were 19-11-2. They won the Central Division. The year before, they were 19-8-4, if I'm correct. They won the Central Division, and then they won the Stanley Cup. Like, they start slowly. That's who the Avs are. Like, they once the calendar turns is when you really start to see who this team is. And again, I have to look at the amount of money that is off the ice right now, and then I have to evaluate the team on the ice. Even with the team on the ice last night, Sans, Makar, Girard, Lehkonen, and Landeskog I'll always throw in there because I understand why all of you guys are frustrated out there, and I tend to be frustrated too on a game-to-game basis. But the reason why we're frustrated is because we can't help but compare this Avalanche team to the Cup run of 2 years ago. And unfortunately, it's not the same team. It's not apples to apples with what is being currently iced right now. I've said it many times before. I'll continue to say it again. If you look at the Avs without Gerard, without Lehkonen, without Landeskog, and then last night and over the past few games because he's dealing with an injury, a nagging injury, without Makar, they're a middle-of-the-road playoff team. That's who they are without all of those guys on the ice. They're not the Cup team.
And yet, though, Raj, they're still better than Chicago.
And I look at all these things, they're better than Chicago because they're a garbage fire.
Well, Chicago's just...
They're a dumpster fire.
Yeah, they're just young, and they're doing...
They're very bad. Call a spade a spade. They're a bad hockey team.
Listen, they're
going to be picking 1, 2, or 3.
Raj, I got it. But we have said this in a number of occasions this year against Avs opponents. They should beat this team. They go out and lose to that team. And so I am with the Avalanche. I am not. It's not the same situation as the Broncos, but like with the Avs, you got to see them do this each night because the time for saying now this is a team you should beat. Oh, don't worry, they got this. They don't got this all the time. They just don't.
It's true.
And so it's look. We'll see. I mean, last year this was a team that was wishy-washy from the start and was able to really get themselves together and went on a tear basically at the turn of the calendar. Well, okay, they're playing themselves back into that situation again this year. And you're playing with fire because at the end of the day, Raj, that team got into the playoffs and then showed us that it was as inconsistent a team as we actually saw it to be for half of that season. You get into the Kraken series and they just didn't play that well.
But then they didn't play that well. But then again, I look at who wasn't on the ice and I go, you take all those players off the ice. And again, they're a middle of the road playoff team. They have to have all of those guys readily available for them for you to look at the Avs and go Stanley Cup contender. Those guys have to be on the ice.
Okay. Well then,
and they were in the Seattle series.
Then we can't worry about this loss then, right?
Honestly, yeah. At this point in the season, I can't look at this and go, the sky's falling. Not yet.
No, I'm not saying the sky's falling, but if we're just going to just chalk it up and say, well, these dudes aren't on the ice, so expectations are nil.
They're not nil. They're lower.
I don't think that's what they even want. That's why Devon Taves is mad at the end of this game.
Right.
He didn't care who was on the ice. They were better than that team. And so he had to voice it in the way that he voiced it. Like for him to say like that last quote when he says, we've got guys in here who aren't showing up right now, that wasn't in reference to just dudes who are injured. It's like, I don't care who's in our dressing room. We have to go out with a certain standard and a certain level of play, and we are not doing that.
Yeah, they're not playing up to standard. I completely agree with you, but again, it's first world problems. You're tied for first, and you're not playing good hockey. It is an enviable position to be in right now, where you look back to the end of November, and there's 7 losses from now until November 30th. If you look back in the calendar,
do they look like this? They're still the favorites to get to the.
It's nuts.
They're still the favorites,
and we're gonna have a national perspective
with
us
like
at 11.
That team?
Not right now, no. But it's crazy because I look at all these national outlets. I look at The Athletic, I look at TSN, I look at ESPN, then I look at the Vegas odds makers. All of them look at Colorado as overwhelming favorites to win the West again. And the reason why we're going to have Ryan S. Clark of ESPN on at 11:05 is to tell me, what do you see that everyone else here in the Mile High City doesn't? On the other side, we'll get an NBA season preview because we all know it doesn't start until Christmas. John Morant came back in sensational fashion last night. We'll also start previewing the Nuggets at the Raptors tonight, 5:30 tip on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey, bringing you guys up until noon. Ryan Konigsberg of the DNVR will join us to talk National Signing Day and the CU Buffs coming up at 10:45. At 11:05, we'll have Ryan S. Clark of The Athletic to talk about the national perspective on your Colorado Avalanche, as the sky seems to be falling here in Denver, but nationally it just doesn't have that same feel. Nuggets take on the Toronto Raptors this evening, 5:30 tip, 5 p.m. pregame right here on Altitude 92.5 with Kaz. We had a crazy night in the NBA last night. The Golden State Warriors come back and beat the Boston Celtics in overtime. A clutch three from Steph, who had his first game in over 250 appearances in which he didn't hit a three 2 games ago, comes back, hits 6 from beyond the arc, and is the reason why Golden State comes away with a win there. And then Ja Morant, a buzzer beater in a starring performance after serving his 25-game suspension.
Yeah, the Ja Morant thing was that was wild. I watched a lot of that game, and I think the thing that I thought right off the top was, what a shame. And the reason why I thought what a shame is because he's that good. He's that good. And the NBA was missing one of its true superstars in the league. He's box office, man. You asked the question, who would you go pay to see? Ja Morant.
He's one of
right
them,
at
man.
the top of that list. Yes.
He is a bona fide old school high flyer.
Yeah.
Like, remember when Andre Iguodala was a Sixer and he was playing head and shoulders above the rim?
Yeah.
He reminds me of like a skinnier Andre Iguodala at the peak of his Philly career, where it was, you looked up and there was a highlight dunk anytime.
And it's just possession to possession. You don't know what you're going to see. Like, he is truly great. He really is. And the shame of it all is that he put himself in a position where, A, he wasn't even on the court for 25 games. For a quarter of the season, he's not on the court. And basically depriving his team and this league of what he is as a basketball player. What he did last night was amazing. And, it's you look at the Memphis Grizzlies and they're 7-19 now. Can he propel them to the play-in? I mean, it would have to be a massive end of the season of a lot of wins for the Grizzlies to get there. I think you're going to need 44-ish, 43 maybe to get there. So you're talking about having to win 38 games, 37 games of your last 57. That's a lot.
They're likely on the outside looking in. No one in the top 6 is going to fall off. And the only team in the play-in right now between New Orleans, the Lakers, Houston, and Phoenix that I could see maybe regressing because they've been so stellar at home and so bad on the road. Like, they are Jekyll and Hyde. And that's the Houston Rockets, who I think are out-kicking their coverage right now. I think that's the only team that could fall out of the play-in. But then Memphis has to jump Utah and Golden State. And I don't know if they're better than both of those teams. They might be better than Utah at this point.
They're much better than Utah now.
But right, with Ja Morant back, they're better than Utah. But I don't know if they're better than Golden State.
Maybe. I mean, these are the same Memphis Grizzlies that finished second in the West 2 straight seasons. And,
it's slightly different roster.
Only Steven Adams is. Look, you don't have Dylan Brooks, and
he's a big part of who they were.
He was a kind of a knucklehead part of who they were. I mean,
That's who Memphis was.
He helped them be decent defensively. There's no doubt about that. But they needed to be more mature in that locker room, so he had to go. Steven Adams is a big loss to that program, and then Brandon Clark continues to try to come back, and I don't know if he's going to play this season. So they do have a couple of players, but they have enough on that roster right now to be that's comparable to what they were last year to make some sort of a run. I don't know if I believe in the Golden State Warriors, just to be honest with you. I thought they might not make the playoffs this year. I'm just going to go ahead and stick with that. I think they're on the decline. I think your point about the Houston Rockets is right. They're still building. They are playing well, but they have a long way to go with their young players. So, I mean, can Memphis do it? We'll see. I don't know, but it was really fun to see Ja Morant on that court, and of course he made the game-winning shot, and of course he scored 34 points, and he looked like a total star doing it.
The road splits over the last 2 years in the league in the association rather, have shocked me. Because I don't think you really see that across the NHL or the NFL, where you have teams that, like, the whole league kind of sucks on the road.
In the NBA?
The whole league in the NBA. No one plays well on the road. Nobody.
Just because the teams are I think that is the teams top to bottom, even your bad teams, which I'm going to take Detroit out of this.
Detroit's really,
really
Washington's
bad.
pretty bad too.
Yeah. There's 3 teams that are really, really bad: Washington, Detroit, and then San Antonio. Though, like, those teams are really bad.
Washington's 2-25.
Yeah, I feel bad for my guy Wes Unseld.
They've lost 24 straight.
Yeah,
Chris, 24 straight.
Yeah, it's not good in those situations. But for the most part, if you're going into these teams are all pretty good. They have the ability to win. They have a player or two on the team that can immediately catch fire, and it's making going on the road and getting road wins so much more difficult because you don't have a good chunk of teams that are all really bad. And even if you go into San Antonio, it's going to be, and Victor Wembanyama is on the court, that's not an easy victory. They're just a lot of teams coming out with them, but that's why I think that it's the road records are so average to bad in this league, because even the bad teams win at home.
Is it a shame that Wembanyama isn't a bigger storyline at this point in the season, and is that because Popovich is kind of protecting him right now? Like, they're not utilizing him as a big, and they're not necessarily running the offense through him, which has been shocking.
Yeah, that's been puzzling to me because he has the ability to, look, he's the face of the franchise. He is the best player on that team already right now.
The league wanted him to be the face of the league at the draft.
But the way San Antonio plays, sometimes he gets lost in the sauce. And especially early, I thought that some of his teammates were playing jealous basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to take this shot, not going to always pass it to you, bro. You're going to have to earn yours. Like, that kind of stuff has to go away in San Antonio for them, and then they just have to play defense. I don't know what happened to San Antonio as a defensive basketball team, because over the years, they were one of the best all the time, no matter who the players were. And you could say, well, they had Tim Duncan, and you'd be right, and they had a lot of great players on that side, but all of us, the minute that Kawhi Leonard left that team, they have not played a stitch of defense ever since, and it's really coming back to bite them this year. I think them being so bad is going to cost Victor Wembanyama the Rookie of the Year, because Chet Holmgren is also playing so well.
And Holmgren also it was a blessing in disguise, him being hurt, because he is significantly stronger than he was coming out of Gonzaga.
And you see the impact he's having on that basketball team.
He's
right
a legit player. And Wembanyama I honestly think he needed that 1 year of just like getting beefier, getting bigger, because Holmgren's still a toothpick.
Yep.
But he's got way more meat on him than Victor does. And we've always seen it in this league. There's only a few guys that when you give up a lot of poundage can still be dynamic. And like the one you always look at is Kevin Durant. Like, he's a slight guy, but he's an all-time scorer, maybe the best we've seen in a generation.
Yeah. Remember, Steph Curry fit into this category for a long time as well. And I mean, when you look at him now, actually, if you ever stood next to Steph Curry, he's got a lot of muscle on him. He does. Kevin Garnett was another guy guy like that. You can find these instances over the course of history in the NBA. I think Victor Wembanyama is not going to be a player that is going to put on an appreciable amount of poundage. He just is not. And I think the same thing of Chet Holmgren. But those two guys, to get back to one of your points, they might not need it, because they're not back to the basket post players. They're not mixing it up in the paint all night long like Aaron Gordon does here for the Nuggets. You know, so you're going to need some beef on you to be able to be physical and take the pounding every single night. But those guys play on the perimeter, and if they're driving into the paint, it's because they're actually driving into the paint. It's a crossover to the rim. So, Wemby, that storyline, it's too bad because San Antonio's so bad that he is kind of getting lost in the NBA this year. But I guess we'll just see. We'll see.
You're nearly a third of the way through the season as we get into the holiday break. Although the NBA doesn't have one, you're obviously dominating that holiday there. Other big stories around the league: three-headed monster emerging in the Eastern Conference. Boston, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia. All three of those teams look the part of an Eastern Conference champion. If you had to choose right now, and I think it's nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Who's the one that comes out of the East? Because you've got Damian Lillard becoming the most recent member of the 20,000 point club. He puts up 40 last night in Milwaukee's 20th win of the season. Joel Embiid looks like he did in his MVP season last year.
Yeah.
And Boston just looks like a well-oiled machine. There's nothing that jumps out outside of, Jason Tatum for me on star power on that team, but they just look the part of a team-oriented basketball, which I think Denver perfected in the West.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I know that the Orlando Magic are just a game and a half behind the 76ers, but I think the gap between those three and everybody else in the Eastern Conference is massive.
Big.
It's really, really big. And I'm going to... Boston is who I thought coming in, and I think they should still be the favorite to get there. But I'm going to pick Philadelphia. And the reason I'm going to pick Philadelphia is because Nick Nurse has them playing in a way that finally utilizes all the talent they have. That roster has always been this talented, but they only utilized Joel Embiid. And so, but when you're going to empower Joel and Tyrese Maxey and Tobias Harris, and it just... that roster was always built to be able to play great team basketball and then overwhelm you with a lot of players that can put up 20 in a night. And we've seen Tyrese Maxey put up 50 in a night. And so I'm going to take that basketball team. I think they're going to improve on the defensive end. Nick Nurse is a great defensive coach. He wants them to be very disruptive in the way that he had the Toronto Raptors playing that way. But now he's just doing it with better defensive dudes. And then you got Joel Embiid, who in any year could be defensive player of the year. So I'm going to take Philadelphia in this scenario because I think ultimately when they get into the playoffs, Joel will be great. The system will help him. The system will help them overcome some other more, maybe Boston being a little bit more talented depth-wise. But I really, really love what Philadelphia has put on the court and how they handle themselves.
It seems like the have and have-nots in the East right now. And then if you look in the Western Conference, I don't think there's that separation of it's this team and then everybody else, despite having the Nuggets. They're 3.5 games out. They've been a little bit up and down, although I haven't been concerned at all as to what's happening with them. I guess if you looked at the Western Conference as a whole, you could see Denver being defending champions and having the same starting five that they did last year and go, it should be them and everyone else, but it's kind of going to be this 6-dog race to the final. Is that helping or hurting the Nuggets right now, where you look at everyone and they're all contenders?
Yeah, I think the competitive nature of the West is going to be a help to the Nuggets by the end of the season, just because you're getting this nightly test. You can't just take a night off and expect that, we're going to win anyway. The Dallas Mavericks game was kind of an outlier in that, and they were missing a lot of players, and so and the Nuggets did not go through their motions, but they were able to kind of smash that team. I think the Western Conference is interesting because is Minnesota really that good? Do we know? I mean, they're 20-5. Is Oklahoma City really that good? Second place in the West, 17-8. Which one of these teams is the overwhelming favorite? I think the thing that's hurting the Nuggets is that they just missed Jamal Murray for so many games that it became diminishing returns over the course of his absences, and they took some losses they probably wouldn't have normally taken, and so now they're back in the pack. I think the Nuggets are still by far the best team in the Western Conference, but their record doesn't say so right now, and they're going to have to play. I said this to Hans not a couple of days ago on set. And it was just this. I hope for the Nuggets that they get a chunk of 15 to 20 games where just everybody is always available. And if they can get that, I think what you will see is they will rise back to the top of this conference. But if they're going to have guys in and out of the lineup all year long, then I think what we'll see is what we have seen. And look, it's manifesting itself mostly on the road, where getting back to the home road thing, right? So the Nuggets are 7-8 on the road. They got 3 road contests against teams you should beat, right? Toronto Raptors are not good anymore. The Brooklyn Nets, you just beat them here at home. And then you have the Charlotte Hornets, who are not a good basketball team. But I'm not about to sit here and say that the Nuggets that they might not take a loss or 2 on the road. But that is where I hope for them good health, because I think with good health will come a little bit more solid brand of basketball than then translates to the road games. They're fine at home, but they got to have that translate to the road.
A 3-game road trip starts today, 5:30 tip, 5 p.m. pregame right here on Altitude 92.5. Then they'll return home Monday night on ABC at 12:30. A little matinee action for you on Christmas Day against Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors. Ryan Konigsberg of the DNVR will join us next to talk about National Signing Day and what Coach Prime is doing up in Boulder. Dempsey and Company. Raj alongside Christopher Dempsey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's National Signing Day across the country as we welcome in our friend Ryan Koenigsberg of the DNVR, who's sitting in the DNVR war room with a nice little iced coffee in his hand. RK, what's up?
What's going on? Happy signing day, fellas.
Happy signing day. Wanted to have you on because, well, what the heck's going on with the CU Buffs right now? What's the roster look like? Are they still the talk of the nation right now in terms of transfers? Let us know the generalities.
Yeah, it's funny because signing day used to be all about high school kids, but the transfer portal has changed everything. And while this day still is focused on high school kids, CU has not been nearly as focused on high school kids. And so what you're seeing if you're following their social accounts today is like they're announcing a lot of their transfers have signed their quote-unquote financial aid agreement, which is different than a national letter of intent. But this has been a process that CU's been going through with Coach Prime for 2 years now, which is they're going to be heavily invested into the transfer portal. And as it stands, after getting an edge from Pitt last night, CU now has the number 1 ranked transfer portal class in the country. So you're going to see all sorts of people, the haters out there today pointing to CU's high school recruiting rankings, which aren't very high, but they really, really focused on going into the transfer portal with most of their available scholarships. And then when they did go into the high school ranks, they were going for only top talent. So, if you sort by average rating of their high school commits, well, they're top 10 in that. They just didn't take very many high school players.
Yeah, it's usually those rankings have so much to do with volume of players out of high school. All right, well then let's dive into the transfer players. Looks like to me on their website, it looks like they signed at least 20 guys already. Who should we know coming in from the transfer portal that would make an immediate impact with this football team next season?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few. First one that jumps out to me from the transfer portal is Tyler Johnson. He was an offensive guard at Houston for the last few years, and I believe it was 790 pass blocking snaps, only 2 sacks allowed for him over the last 2 years. So he's a beast inside. And as you know, since the UCLA game, Coach Prime has not been hiding. Like, we need new offensive linemen. We're going to go get them. And they went and did it. They've brought in 7 new offensive linemen since the season ended. So he's one to keep an eye out for sure. The other one is Will Shepard. Now, this is a transfer wide receiver from Vanderbilt, and he comes to Colorado already with over 2,000 yards and 21 receiving touchdowns in his career. Last year, it was, Xavier Weaver, who was kind of that main X receiver for Colorado on the outside. He's going to go to the NFL draft, so they needed to replace him, and they got a super prolific guy who, to have that success at Vanderbilt, with all due respect to Vanderbilt's quarterback situation, it has not been great over the last couple of years. So in 3 years, for him to put over 2,000 yards and 21 touchdowns on the board says a lot about him. I think he's going to blow up with Shedeur.
Ryan Koenigsberg of the DNVR is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Head to ramoslaw.com if you need a medical doctor and attorney. RK, you mentioned that they're heavily invested in the transfer portal and will be for the foreseeable future. Is it an issue that they don't have a bunch of young high school recruits kind of building that base in Boulder? Or is it just, hey, this is the way that the NCAA is moving, we have to commit to this, and if it fails, it fails?
Yeah, that's kind of an old thing there. Like, the idea that transfer players are older. For example, the defensive lineman edge player that they got from Pitt last night, Samuel Okunlola, was a freshman last year. So the way that CU has kind of built this is really smart. They've gone out there and they've obviously got your grad transfers like a Will Shepard, who's going to come in with a ton of experience, but they've balanced it out by going in also adding young players to the transfer portal. And, now that everyone gets one free transfer, you've got a lot of guys who play their freshman year, realize, I'm, bound for bigger things, go to another school, or they play their freshman year and they realize, I'm stuck behind, this other sophomore who's going to be at my position for years, and they transfer. So it's on the job of kind of the roster constructors to make sure that you don't get super unbalanced in your roster, but you can still get young players out of the transfer portal and keep a balanced roster.
Defensively, it was it was a tough season for CU, especially along that defensive line. Do you think they have done enough to shore up that area, or is there more to come?
I think there's more to come for sure, but they have definitely added in that regard. They went and got Quincy Wiggins from LSU to rush the passer. Like I just mentioned, the other guy to rush the passer. They got a big player from Houston on the inside who has played a bunch of snaps at nose tackle. So they're definitely investing in size on the interior of both lines, which obviously was one of the weaknesses of this team last year. So there's more to come. I think they might even have a couple guys already in the fold that we're just waiting on announcing it. So they're definitely, when you look at the trenches next season when Colorado gets out there on the field versus last season, you're going to notice a huge difference.
Is there a reason why I'm kind of holding off the hype train? Is it just because they finished off so badly last year? Because all of these 4-star recruits, and you had a tweet out there, there's no other team in the FBS that has more than 6 guys who are rated as 4-star transfers this year. CU and Mississippi are the only teams in the country that can boast that right now. The hype train should be as high as it was last year. They're getting more players of higher skill value who have proven that they can play in big-time power conferences, and I still feel like I'm in prove-it mode, and I don't know if I like that feeling.
Yeah, it all just depends on what your expectation is. I think it's so interesting with these Buffs, the way that, it kind of shook out last year. You had longtime Buffs fans who really knew where this program was coming from and understood that, the year before Coach Prime gets here, their losses were by an average of 29 points. They were, the basement team of college football. So those people look at last year as a success, and they say, hey, we beat Nebraska, we beat CSU, we were in almost every game save for 2. And we were pretty close to being bowl eligible. Then there's people who kind of just caught on when Colorado's 3-0 and just said like, oh my God, this is amazing. Could they win the national championship? And those people are, were incredibly disappointed with the way things went. So it depends on what you're expecting for next season. If you're expecting them to go to the national championship next year, like maybe you do need to relax a little and pump the brakes. But at the same time, it's a 12-team playoff next year, and Colorado's going into a Big 12 that doesn't have a true power. So, you're right in kind of seeing the path for how they could make some noise at that level with a Travis Hunter and a Shedeur Sanders and improve lines. But I think it's fair to look at what happened at the end of last season and be like, okay, well, now I'm in prove-it mode. I think, no one at Colorado would say, they don't have to go out there and prove it. With that being said, last year they had to revamp the entire roster from zero, and to get to where they got was actually impressive in my opinion. Now what they're able to do is take that foundation and improve upon it. And Coach Prime has been clear, like, we know exactly where we need to go. It's in the trenches. They've improved there tremendously. They went and got, a 4-star tight end transfer from Cincinnati. So they've done what they need to do. They're definitely going to be improved. But it just depends on what you're expecting as to whether or not you're pumping the brakes or you're hopping on the hype train.
He is Ryan Koenigsberg of the DNVR. Follow him on Twitter at Ryan Koenigsberg, and then head to thednvr.com to follow all of their latest. We appreciate your time, man.
Thanks, man.
Of course. See you guys.
There he goes. RK National Signing Day for the CU Buffs is underway, and as we saw last year, it is transfer portal, and more transfer portal. And we knew that wasn't going to end this year, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's a very important year for Deion personally, right? You only have one more season of Shedeur left before he leaves for the NFL draft, and it is get this guy as close to a Heisman as possible, which is why you're looking at the offensive line, and you'll have like 5 new starters next year, and you'll have a room with like 6 new guys in there, including a 5-star freshman coming in.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's going to stay the same after Shedeur leaves as well. Because does it not feel
transfer portal?
Yes.
Yes, I think it will.
I mean, doesn't it feel though like this is a scramble to make sure that you're successful in your final season with Shedeur Sanders as quarterback.
Yeah, I think there's an element of that. Yeah, you have to get good, and you have to get good fast because he's on his way out. I mean, he doesn't have 1,000 years here; he's got a couple. And so, do you want to take advantage? How quickly can you take advantage of that? So, yeah, I think from that aspect, that's why you saw, I think, the massive amount of turnover last year. It was, one piece of that is, okay, well, we just want new players here because I'm a new coach, and I think these other players weren't good enough. But part two is you needed to kind of revamp this entire thing so that it made sense to you. The holes that you need to fill after that make much more sense to you so that in year 2, you could really take advantage of that and hit the ground running.
It's vital to show that I have elite quarterback A. Shedeur Sanders looked really good at the beginning of last season, fell apart, got injured. It is vital to show that you as a head coach, a staff, recruiting staff can keep that guy healthy, can keep the fire that started within the first 4 weeks of last year burning through the whole season to get those type of 4 and 5 star quarterback recruits from high school in the subsequent coming seasons. Like, I think that is absolutely key to the overall, like, hopeful championship arc of Deion here in Boulder.
Yeah, I just don't think he cares about high school players. I think at the end of the day, he doesn't. Insofar as he's not going to, I don't think you'll have a single class where the majority of them would be from high school. I think he's going to just transfer portal this thing out the entire time and then supplement with high school players. And I don't know if that's maybe that's the new wave of building a program.
That's what
I don't
RK
know.
said.
Yeah.
It's an old school mentality that I'm thinking about right now,
Yeah.
right? That is exactly what it is me going, you get kids from high school and you get a bunch of them and then you get a couple of sprinkled transfers here and there. And it's probably the bad taste of last year that's got me kind of pumping the brakes on it is, well, you only turned out a 4-win season last year and look at all those transfers. It wasn't that impressive.
Yeah.
But the data set isn't there. Like it's still the Wild West of the NCAA
and it won't be there for 5 to 10 years.
Right.
We have
You're
to look
not
back
going
at
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
You're not going to know for a decade.
Yep.
On the other side, Ryan S. Clark of ESPN will join us to talk about the Colorado Avalanche and the national perspective. Feels like the sky is falling here in Denver, but if you look around the nation, look up into Canada and out in Vegas with the odds makers, everyone still says they're odds-on favorites to win the Cup. How is that possible? We'll ask him next. Dempsey and Company rolls along into hour number 2. Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher Dempsey. Special thanks to Ryan Konigsberg of the DNVR for hopping on and talking CU Buffs and National Signing Days. We head right back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find our old friend of ESPN, Ryan S. Clark. Ryan, what's up, dude?
Oh, not much. How are you two doing this? Yeah, I guess it's still morning there. It's only an hour ahead. It's strange because, like, with Mountain Time's like always that forgotten friend, because, like, you will watch something like the Oscars, and it'll be like, the Oscars, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific, and Mountain Time's just like,
that's true.
All right, well, I guess I'm just going to go home and, like, hate myself for the rest of humanity. So, yes, good. It's still morning, but how are you two doing now that I've made this even more awkward than it needed to be?
We're doing great. No, it's hilarious because you're right about Mountain Time. But we love it here. We think it's the best time zone. Avalanche. This team, they lost to Chicago last night. Obviously, there's a lot of consternation about that. You had comments from Devon Taves afterwards, basically kind of calling them out for not showing up ready to play. And I wonder, when you look at the Avalanche, what do you see? This is a team that is still tied for first in the division.
So there's a couple ways of looking at it. On one hand, it's still a team that's only tied for first in the division. They're still a Stanley Cup contender. Let's make that vehemently clear. But when you look at where they are in the Western Conference right now, well, yes, they're tied with the Dallas Stars, top the Central. Stars have played 2 fewer games. The Winnipeg Jets are a point behind. But then when you look at the Pacific, Vegas is leading the West by 7 points over the Avs. But then you look at the Canucks, which are at 46 points, the Kings that are at 40 points right there. So, look, there's always going to be competition. But when you look at what's going on lately with this team, it's something that we kind of started seeing with them a little bit earlier in the season, which is this is a team of extremes. When they win, they're able to win in most cases in this sort of dominant fashion. But when they lose in ways where it seems like several things just fall apart. So you think about the way they started this season, 6-game winning streak. You're winning games by 3 goals, by 4 goals. There are games where you're scoring 6 or 7. There's only really one game, that shootout win over the Sharks, second game of the year. That was a really close contest in terms of scoreline. But then your next 2 losses are consecutive 4-0 losses. Yes, it's losses, but if you look at the 2 games prior, they had allowed 4 goals in those games. And that's just it with this team, is when things are going well, they're a team that looks about as smooth and as fluid as one would expect. But when they're not going well, which we'll get into shortly, especially when you look at just how they played in December, this is why the questions are being raised about them right now.
With all of that inconsistency, though, Ryan, why are they still the odds-on favorite to win the Cup in most Vegas sports books? Again, I read a lot of articles where this is the time around the holidays where all of you guys at the national outlets are having your polls of, halfway point or holiday break. This is who we think can still win the West or win a Cup. The Avs are at the top of a lot of those lists. Why the sky seems like it's falling here in Denver, but when I look nationally, I don't necessarily see the same sentiment carried through.
Again, it's hard to say because everybody's reasons are different. But if you had to sit there and guess, part of it is just because, 1, they are still in the championship window. And 2, when you look at the teams that are in championship windows right now, them and the Vegas Golden Knights are the 2 proven options that look the most consistent. Like the Tampa Bay Lightning are a proven option, clearly. They won 2 straight Cups. They made it to 3 consecutive Cup finals. But even when you look at the Lightning season, it's been a team that's been really hard to evaluate because you've missed Andrei Vasilevsky. And because of it, it's why their defensive numbers have suffered. Like, think about it. We're 33 games through the season if you're the Tampa Bay Lightning and you've allowed 115 goals while scoring 111. If you're just even able to cut that by 20 goals, you're going to be higher in the standings. You're 9 points out of first place in the Eastern Conference, but you're 1 point ahead of the Devils, the Capitals, and the Red Wings for the final wild card spot. But when you look, again, going back to the Avs, that's the thing, like, they're proven. And when you look at everybody else in the West, like, yes, Colorado and Vegas are proven. Dallas is a team that in 2 years went from They got knocked out of the first round against the Calgary Flames, mainly due to a lack of scoring to last year. They make it to the Western Conference Final, and we're 2 games away from going to the Cup Final after falling into that series down 3-0. So it's been a transition, and it's been a strong one. But it's like, okay, what's sort of the next step, and can they get there? The Vancouver Canucks are a team that, for the last 2 years, they've been an enigma. There was the time when Bruce Boudreau took over, and at the beginning, it was Bruce, there it is. They were winning games. And then as we saw last season, things fell apart. They hired Rick Tocchet. Tocchet, the 36 games he was in charge, they won 20 of them. There was a question of would that continue, and you're seeing that now, but there's still questions. The Kings are a team that's first across the league in a lot of different metrics, but it's like, can they win in the first round? The Winnipeg Jets have had a strong start, but the Winnipeg Jets had a strong start last season and barely made the playoffs, only to be knocked out by the Vegas Golden Knights. So that's just it. It's a question of, like, what's the proven commodity? Like, what teams do you know or at least feel confident in saying they have a chance to turn it around? But also, even though the Avs are 4-5-1 in their last 10, it is December, and you're at that point in the season where if you look around, you're starting to see a number of teams maybe not look the most consistent. Like the Carolina Hurricanes were a favorite to win the East. They are, 2 points ahead of the Lightning for the wild card. They're 4-4-2 in their last 10, and they're going through musical chairs at goalie. Again, it's just the way this league is sometimes. Even the best teams go through stretches where they look inconsistent.
And as you just noted, the Avs, 4-5-1 in the last 10. So at what point does inconsistent play become who you are? And is there a point at which for the Avs we start being concerned?
In terms of inconsistent play being who you are, at what point it's there already. Devon Tays' quote sort of encapsulated that. Like, again, when you look at the numbers. So we think about what's been the hallmark of the Avalanche since Jared Bednar's been there. And not only since Bednar's been there, but since they've really been a playoff team. Yes, as much as we talk about the goals, it is the defensive structure. It is a structure that is designed to limit scoring chances, high danger scoring chances. It forces teams to take shots from further distances. And it's what's allowed them to not only have success, but it's why in the span of 3 years, you went from Philip Grubauer to Darcy Kemper to Alexander Georgiev, and they all found varying degrees of success. Like one guy was a first-team NHL goalie who got paid in free agency. The other guy helped them win a cup and got paid in free agency. The other guy won 39 games last year and is in the discussion of, hey, why doesn't he get more acclaim? So it's a system that works, but when you look at where they are through 32 games, they've allowed 99 goals. So, let's just compare that to the teams in the Pacific Division. The Golden Knights have allowed 87. The Canucks have allowed 81. The Kings have allowed 68. And yes, the Kings have played 4 fewer games than the Avs, but the Golden Knights and the Canucks have played 1 more than the Avs. So that's just it. Or even if you look at the Winnipeg Jets on 30 games, they've allowed 79 goals. Like, you think about the 99 goal mark. And let's say they get to 100. 99 goals is the same amount Nashville, which is fighting for a wild card. That's how many, they've allowed. The Blues have allowed over 100. The Flames have allowed over the 100. The Wild are getting near that point. The Kraken have allowed over 100. The Oilers have allowed more than 100. And that's the thing is, defensively with their structure and the results they're not getting, it's looking like a team that when you can look at the numbers and especially how they've been playing as of late, it looks like less of a cup contender and more of a team that's trying to fight to get into a playoff spot. Because when you look at the numbers over December alone, they've allowed the 7th most goals per game in the league at 3.5. That's not one of the hallmarks of what they've done that's allowed them to succeed. In terms of when it becomes one of those concerns of area of addressing it, this is the thing. You're talking about an organization where patience has been key to everything, from patience through a rebuild, patience through when to go out and get players to help accelerate that rebuild, patience to determine what players you want to go get to help you win a cup. You saw that last year with the injuries. It was a patient group. And what you saw this offseason was that patience paying off in the sense of going out and getting players that you think can help you. It's not to say that those players can't help later on. It's not to say they may not find the consistency, but it is to say that at some point, the front office, if they're not having that conversation already, is probably having the conversation of how do you find more consistency? Is there a way to do it through the trade market? Is there a way to do it through the roster you already have? Because the last thing I'll say is when you look at the Avs and you look at their point totals, like, sure, the top three are what you expect it to be, McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar. Okay, they're all within 11 points of one another. But then at Cale Makar with 37 points, you dropped to Valeri Nichushkin at 29. And then after that, you dropped to Devon Toews at 16. And the gap of 13 points is pretty significant, especially when you look at another team like, let's say, the Kings, where you look at the Kings. Yes, their top two scorers have 29 points, but then you see 27, 24, 23, 19, 15, 13, 12, 10, bunch of 9s and 8s and then 7s. And it's an example of balance. And right now, if you're the Avalanche, that's been the question lately is how do you find a way to get that balance? Because that lack of balance is what cost them in the first round last season.
Ryan S. Clark of ESPN. Last one before we let you go here, if you can do it quickly as we're up against one. Tell me point blank, are they contenders or are they not?
They're still contenders. Like, they're still contenders until they go through like the sort of stretch where they're in a wild card position or they're out of it. They're still contenders. And even with that, they are still contenders until the game 82 when it becomes clear they're not going to be there. Because it's like the Oilers right now. The Oilers are still in the championship window, even with their struggles. The Avs are still in the window, no question.
Ryan S. Clark, follow him on Twitter at Ryan_S_Clark. Read him at ESPN.com. My friend, I miss you. It's great to hear your voice. Thank you so much for carving out a little bit of time in your busy schedule.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Ryan S. Clark of ESPN. We'll take a quick break here on the other side. Nelly will bring us through the NFL with his notes. We'll talk some Broncos football and altitude. Again, thanks to Ryan Koenigsberg of the DNVR for joining us at 10:45 to talk about National Signing Day with the CU Buffs. Ryan S. Clark of ESPN to talk about the Avalanche and the national perspective on the Avs after their 3-2 loss to Chicago. If you missed any of that, just search Dempsey and Company wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen back to it right after we get off the air. But it's time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Bring us around the gridiron, Mr. Nelson.
On Monday, Sean Payton had his usual conference call with reporters. Obviously, the Broncos are getting ready to play the Patriots this weekend. Someone asked him about the challenges of facing a Belichick-coached defense.
Well, I mean, we kind of just saw it a little bit in Aaron Glenn, and those guys in Detroit did a good job. There were a number of snaps where they were going to, double Cortland. And so over the years, and we've had a number of games, I can recall one game in New England with Jimmy Graham where, Talib, went wherever Jimmy went and really did a good job shutting them down. It really forced us to find, other receivers. And it's one of the things that Bill historically has done very well. He's going to try to loot your strengths. And I think that's what good defensive coaching is, trying to force you to do things maybe you don't do as well.
So what you're telling me is we can expect a nice, healthy number of targets for Jerry Jeudy and Marvin Mims Jr.
Yeah, exactly.
Goodbye, Cortland Sutton. Hello, the two dudes that we've needed to see all season long.
Huge, yeah.
The danger, I think, in that with the Broncos is it's like a team, it's like a basketball team, and you have like 5 guys who all average between 13 and 18 points. And you say, well, I'm going to take out the guy that averages 18 points, but the rest of those dudes can just rise up and do something too, because you really actually don't know which one of these guys is the guy to take out. Now, Cortland Sutton is the guy with all the touchdowns. So stands to reason that you would do everything in your power to take out Cortland Sutton, but should you devote that many resources to him? Because he's not like he's having 10 catch, 120-yard, and 2 touchdown games. He's having 4 catches, 67 yards, and a touchdown. Like that, if I'm New England, I wouldn't even overreact to that. I would just put my best corner on Cortland Sutton and say, let's make sure that we get him out of this game.
We talk about all of this. Is Sean Payton truly committed to Russell Wilson? And it seems as though he's not whatsoever. And it's like trending. It does trend this way with every loss that, hey, here comes the post-June 1st cut, right? This is exactly what's going to happen. $35 million this year and $50 the next. You're just going to eat it in dead cap space. And then when they win some games, that gets kind of pushed under the rug a little bit. What we haven't talked a lot about is how married to Jerry Jeudy is Sean Payton, right? Like they have the 5th-year option. He's going to be here, or at least he is under contract. Maybe he gets moved in the offseason or on draft day. I don't know how committed he is to any of his wide receivers.
I agree with you here. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation after the season is over, because I don't know how to properly evaluate the wide receiver room this year. And does it need an extreme makeover? Cortland has had a great season. I don't want to take anything away from his season, but he doesn't strike me as a number 1 wide receiver. And if you know that guy now is not going to be Jerry Jeudy, he and Russell Wilson just can't seem to get on the same page, then now what are you doing? Marvin Mims is going to be here, but is he a number 1? Brandon Johnson, Tim Patrick's going to come back. I don't know anymore. And I think that's going to be one of the interesting questions after this season is over. And look, and that's why I think if you're the New England Patriots, I don't think you overreact to that. If during the course of the game you see a player kind of getting out of your control, all right, maybe you adjust to make sure that he doesn't have an enormous game. But I don't know if any one of these receivers is worthy of so much defensive attention.
So if the next 3 games, to go back to a conversation that we had yesterday, don't matter in terms of the team's evaluation of Russ, right? And we figured that out. It's like they're either keeping him or they're not. Doesn't matter if he goes. I suppose if you go 0-3 and you look terrible, that could sway the opinion one way. But 2-1, 1-2, 3-0. I don't think it's going to change really anything in that building. It's been decided. They're either going to deal with the cap hit against, or they're going to realize that it's probably not prudent to get rid of a quarterback, eat all that money when it seems as though he's got us in playoff contention, right?
Yeah.
For what you think about him, good or bad, you're in playoff contention.
Exactly right.
That's all you could have asked for this year. Over the next 3 games, I still think that the wide receivers have so much to prove. So much to prove.
Yeah.
With Mims is going to be here for a while after being a rookie, right? And you're committed to him for 4 seasons. I think if you get a no-show out of Jerry Jeudy for 3 straight games, that dude's toast. He's gone. But if you somehow get him into the mix and he has a couple of breakout games, it's going to mean the world for him to be here in Mile High next year.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing for me in terms of evaluation of your individual performance over the next 3. Whether or not you make the playoffs or not. It's the wide receivers overall.
Let me ask you a question, because Russell Wilson, I think this is his lowest yards per attempt number of his career this year. Is that a wide receiver issue, or is that a Russell Wilson issue?
Probably a Russ issue. Probably a Russ issue.
Okay, and so to layer this now, if it's a Russ issue, how difficult is it to evaluate these wide receivers when the quarterback isn't giving you the best look possible?
Yeah, but the best look possible, you have to get an elite quarterback to go, all right, that guy either works or he doesn't.
Right.
We've seen Jeudy underperform with Russ and then mediocre quarterbacks before him as well. So I think it's a Russ issue, but I can't be 100% on it.
Yeah.
I got a fence ride, and I hate fence riding.
Yeah, but I think that's what's difficult about this whole situation.
Nelly?
I have a tweet here from Tom Green. Tom Green of 9 News, not the Tom Green that was in every bad movie from the early 2000s. 9 News' Tom Green shared some stats about Russell Wilson versus Bill Belichick all time. In his career, Russell Wilson has never lost to Hoodie in the regular season. He has a 3-0 regular season record against Belichick with 11 touchdowns and 1 interception. His only loss to Belichick was in Super Bowl 49 when the Seattle Seahawks ran the worst play call in the history of the National Football League and lost to the Patriots.
I don't know what to make of those. It stands to reason that Russ is probably going to go 4-0. I mean, the Broncos are better than the Patriots. They will probably win this football game, and Russ will continue to own ? Bill Belichick. But
it'll be nice to get one more win over Bill Belichick before his time in New England's done.
Yeah.
Again, I've been the guy who has said, if you're Robert Kraft, why not give this dude one more shot with a possible elite quarterback in the draft? I think his resume has earned him that benefit of the doubt, but most of the reports coming out of New England is this thing's done. We're just going to turn the page on the Brady Belichick era. It was great. It's the greatest dynasty that we've ever seen in the NFL. That's wonderful. Let's burn it down to the ground, reset completely, and then Belichick goes to Los Angeles and gets to coach Justin Herbert.
We're
that
ready
feels
to play
like
Kansas City.
It feels
We're
like
getting ready
what
to play
it's going
Kansas
to be,
City.
Nelly. You do I don't think it's difficult to do a good Belichick, but I'm horrible at impressions.
I don't really think about the future. We're getting ready to play Denver.
Oh, it's on to the next one.
Yeah,
I'm not good. I put a twang in it. I'm not good at impressions.
No, he's really good at that.
What's next?
Well, I'll tell you what's next. We thought Robert Saleh had a potty mouth on Hard Knocks. Well, last night, Mike McDaniel said, "Hold my vape." I have a clip from the Dolphins in-season Hard Knocks. This was Mike McDaniel trying to get his team to lick their wounds after that embarrassing loss to the Titans. They blew that 2-score lead in 3 minutes. So I pulled a clip here. He's in the locker room. He's breaking down film with his team, both on offense and defense, of just everything that went wrong in those final sequences. And it's a bit of a long clip, but I want you to hear the whole thing, because this right here is kind of a look into why guys love playing for him.
I know who's in this room and what we're going to make of it. You with me? So we're going to hit this, and if it's brutal, yeah, bring that, okay? Because we're trying to do something today that other people won't. Let's just look at it straight in the eyes. It's pretty simple. We lost the game up for 15 different reasons. And I have my hand fully in that, okay? Trash plan on my part against their zero. There's better than having to throw a fadeaway jumper, okay? Now, I've got a quarterback trying to overcompensate for me. I never see Tua miss any throws. I never have to coach him on throws, but the opportunities we had, whoa. And that's what's happening a lot, is overcompensating for your teammates. An elite player trying to take the game in his hands. A heavy turn to try to pick this dude off. Which I appreciate the intent, but let's learn from this. Understand that we can trust each other. That was probably the quarterback's best play. That happened. Okay? Don't worry about it. Just keep playing. Yeah, I called some trash plays. That will happen. Just like you'll have bad plays. You know what makes me a man? Is that I don't blink at that nor do I avoid it. I'm going to learn from that. You don't get mad. You don't get sad. That. Okay? We learn lessons.
Holy beeps.
Okay? We're about to get ready for the Jets. Adios.
I love everything about that. And, I wish I have not seen a single episode of this. I will watch them all because
it's good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And it makes you weep that Denver didn't even sniff him.
Yeah.
Didn't even give him the time of day. Because he's this weird, quirky guy, new school coach who wears hoodies on the sideline and joggers. And honestly, yeah, dude, the dude was vaping in London. That was 100% happening into his sleeve. Didn't even give him the time of day.
Yeah, it's a lot of mistakes were made. Let's put it that way. The
trash plan on my part.
Trash plan on Denver's part.
But you can't watch a team like the Miami Dolphins operate on a football field and not know that that's the coach that they have. And we make fun of them, and I certainly do, and I love them to death because I love all the quirkiness and all the weird quotes and all that and all the comedy routine. But you cannot get a football team to play like that if you don't have moments like this one that Nelly just played for us right now, because those players aren't following a comedian. They're following a coach. And I'm glad for him that Hard Knocks has been able to kind of show us who he actually is, because he's all of these things really it rolled into one. And that's just, it's great stuff, man. I don't worry about the cussing. It's great stuff.
Sean Payton is the complete opposite of that, dude.
Yeah.
Would you ever expect, and we would never see it because the doors are so sealed shut. You ever expect him to be that transparent, open, honest with, hey, I screwed up here? No.
Nope. He with Russell Wilson, it's always Russ's fault, right? Has Sean Payton ever said, you know what, that was a really bad game plan, or I shouldn't even called that play? Every single time, it's Russ has basically the answers.
How
and he
dare you?
Yes,
how
exactly right.
dare you question my football authority? At least McDaniel's like, I'm just a dude who likes football, is pretty smart at putting up an offense, and if it works, it works. And if I call a bad play or decide to design an offense around an opponent that doesn't work, I'm gonna tell you I was crap.
Yeah, but you know what makes me a man is that I don't blink at that.
That's right. That is a great part of the quote, because it's not, you can still hold players accountable and understand that you are not infallible as well. And he has struck the right tone and tenor between those things.
I hope he never gets that entrenched veteran NFL coach hubris. I really do.
Yeah.
I hope he never gets that. I hope he's the same guy that we've seen over the past few years here in Miami. And again, if they don't, if they have a bad season or if Tua gets hurt, I hope people don't look at him and just go, yeah, this clearly didn't work. Nelly?
The team that Mike McDaniel bounced back and led his team to victory against was the Jets against Robert Saleh and his potty mouth. They bounced back from that embarrassing loss and they beat New York 30-0. On top of that, recently Aaron Rodgers announced that his progressions are getting better. His Achilles is getting better, but he's not going to be healthy enough to play during the regular season, and the Jets have no aspirations of the playoffs, so we will not see Aaron Rodgers at all this season after this fun will he, won't he saga. But the Jets will keep Aaron Rodgers on the active 53-man roster so he can continue practicing with the team. Now, that tells me that New York's really punting on the season. They're not even going to free up that roster spot to try and get someone in here. They said, screw it. Let's just start rehabbing Aaron now and get ready for next season.
Yeah, it's the right decision by Saleh and company. Like, you weren't going to make the playoffs. You're obviously mathematically eliminated at this point at 5-9. The whole Aaron Rodgers thing, what this tells me, you were never going to see him. Even if New York was 7-7 right now and not 5-9, you were never going to see Aaron Rodgers. And all it was this dude trying to stay in tabloids and on top of headlines and talking with his buddy Pat McAfee of trying to be in the spotlight. You were never going to see him. It was just a bunch of snake oil, and I have this weird ayahuasca feeling in my ankle that none of you guys have, because none of you are as in tune with Mother Earth or my body as I am. I'm the only guy who can come back from an Achilles injury within 12 weeks. Shut up. You were never coming back. You always said that because we all knew it. We all knew the Jets weren't going to be in contention, so what did you have to lose? You could have strung us down that road. Freaking Aaron Rodgers, man. He's just a star. He's a Hollywood starlet. That's what he is.
That's exactly what he is.
He's a good quarterback, but that's who he is as like a person.
Yeah. I can't say that any better. I can't say that any better. It's the least surprising outcome of this entire saga is he actually is not going to play because you tore an Achilles.
There's no way.
And we knew you couldn't play in the same season that which you tore the Achilles, but you led us to believe that maybe that might be a thing that could happen. But he always knew that he was never going to play.
He was trying to. What are the things in Star Wars, Nelly, that control the Force? Midi-chlorians, right? That's it? He's just trying to tell us he was a master of the Force.
That's the thing in the Jedi blood. Man, why did Josh Grismer leave? He's the Star Wars.
You're not a Star Wars? You scream Star Wars guy.
I think I shout Star Wars maybe somewhat loudly, but I don't scream it. I know the basics, but Josh Grismer knows that series like the back of his hand. I know, midi-chlorians are the thing in the Jedi blood.
You're not a Star Wars guy?
No, I love Star Wars.
Did I get the word right?
Midi-chlorians.
I just don't. Yeah, you got it right.
There we are.
Yeah,
they introduced it in the Phantom Menace. They really shoehorned it in there, and then it doesn't appear in any other movies. I know that much.
We'll get to some shout-outs next and clean up some leftovers before handing things off to Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. We'll also preview tonight's Nuggets and Raptors matchup, 5:30 tip, 5 p.m. pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude 92.5, Dempsey and Company, as we wrap up the program, hand things off to PhD coming up in about 15 minutes time. We've got Nuggets and Raptors tonight. First game of a 3-game road trip. The whole NBA sucks on the road, but the Nuggets have been just hovering around 500. Tell me I'm wrong. Spot the lie. The whole league is terrible away from home.
It's a new normal. New normal.
Searching for a little bit of consistency now that everyone is back and healthy. What do you expect up in Toronto tonight? Raptors team no longer what they were at the end of the 20 teens.
Right.
This is a team that should be maybe picking in the lottery this year.
They might be. They might be. They were never able to capitalize on their NBA title a few years ago when Kawhi showed up to town and led them there. They are really in kind of they're trying to hold on, but they at some point they're going to recognize that it's time to rebuild, and it's not exactly right now, but they're not playing great basketball. So this is a game that the Nuggets, just if they play the way they played against the Dallas Mavericks the other night, they will win this game today. But what you hope for the Nuggets is the ability to continue to stay healthy, to continue to get healthier. I mean, Jamal Murray is still playing under minute restriction, even last game. So as he continues to get better and better, and I'm sure he's going to want to have a great game. He's back, in his home country and not too far away from his hometown of Kitchener. I think the Nuggets, if you play defense the way that you played it the other night, I think you come out with a victory here today.
Kitchener, you know which Avalanche player played his junior hockey in Kitchener? The Rangers is the team. Gabe Landeskog. When he came over from Sweden as a young 16-year-old, played in the Ontario Hockey League with the Kitchener Rangers. You know what I miss, man? I miss NBA Christmas jerseys. And the reason why I was thinking about that this year was the Maxi the Miner Santa shirt.
Yeah, which is so good.
They were touting at Ball Arena and Altitude Authentics a couple of days ago, and I think they're completely sold out of both the red and the green versions of those shirts. D-Mac was wearing it like all week. It's a great shirt.
It is a great shirt.
What a perfect logo for a Christmas jersey for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Christmas, Santa, Maxi the Miner, right on the front of it.
It would be great.
And they don't do the Christmas jerseys anymore. Like, there's no more script Christmas jerseys or, the crap like they had the short sleeve jerseys one year, which they looked weird, but I looked forward to Christmas alternate uniforms.
Yeah.
I did. And they're no longer things because every team has 6 different jerseys now.
Yeah, I know. And I just wanted to put Maxi on, so they do these city edition. This year's city editions uniforms have the 5280. They're black. They have 5280.
Growing on me, game by game.
Yeah, they're fine. We need to get one that's got Maxi as the star of the show, and they used Maxi in I'm trying to think a couple of iterations ago, but he was kind of on the he was on the shorts, and it was kind of on the band, the waistband. Yeah, that's what he was on. And
cummerbund for an NBA uniform.
Yeah.
Talk about holiday parties. Just make a tuxedo.
I want Maxi to be the star of the show. And the thing about that is you could do it exactly the same way they did the Skyline one, which was you just make it a different color every year until you run through them all, and then you actually have to redesign something.
It's such a good logo
really
they don't use enough.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I feel the same way about the Boone logo for the University of Denver.
Yeah.
The old guy, he's got the raccoon
yeah.
skin hat on.
Yeah.
They don't use Boone enough.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets don't use Maxi the Miner, and the Broncos don't use the old D logo enough. The Avs don't use the Nordiques logo enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about all I can complain about.
Yeah.
Because the Rockies don't have a throwback.
No.
Like, maybe you can make an alternate logo a Dinger. And Dinger is
nobody likes Dinger.
Why? I love Dinger. He's just a big, goofy, purple dinosaur. How awesome is that? I think he's such a good mascot. But mascots that scare kids are the best type of mascot. Howler with the abs was terrifying. Great mascot until he decided to get in a fight with a fan at a game.
Yeah.
Youppi he was a Montreal Expos mascot for years. He's a big, he almost looks like Gritty with the Philadelphia Flyers now.
Yeah.
Scared kids so much at Montreal Expos games that they got rid of him, but fans, like older fans, adults, guys and girls in their 20s loved him so much that the Canadiens adopted him, and now he's the mascot for the Habs. You're telling me you don't like a big, goofy purple dinosaur strutting his stuff around Coors Field? That dude's awesome.
He's all right, I guess. I don't love him, though.
He gets a bad rap for no reason. And it's because he has to go up against super mascot Rocky.
Right.
It's a
And
losing
Miles.
fight. Miles is...
And Rapid Man.
What is Rapid Man?
Wow, and no love for Bernie, man. What about Bernie?
I love Bernie as
Bernie.
much as the next guy,
Saint
but
Bernard.
after you grew up with Howler, Bernie was a letdown.
Because he didn't strike the fear of God into your
Yes,
heart anymore.
I had nightmares over Howler. I was also the kid, I grew up, Beauty and the Beast has an opening scene where there's a bunch of wolves chasing
Yeah.
Belle.
Yep.
That thing terrified me for half a decade.
That's so good.
And on that note, it's time for shout-outs. Oh, well, you know what? I'm going to change my shout out because I wanted to get into this in the final segment and we just ran out of time because I got on my mascot beef. Have you realized Michael Bublé, I'm a huge Christmas guy, love listening to Christmas music, all that stuff. Bublé he's a bona fide Christmas dude.
Yep.
Have you seen, he got on with the Barstool guys and was just talking about kind of who he is away from the stage. Michael Bublé's a bro.
Is he really?
He's a Canadian bro. He canceled a concert for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final in 2011. He's from Vancouver.
Oh, wow.
Vancouver and Boston played that year.
Yeah.
Canucks end up losing, canceled a concert. He was sick that night. Went to the game. Love that. He also bought a house for the sole reason of getting boozed up with his buddies so that no one had to drive home and you just had everything you want there. He's got a couple of golf holes. He has an ice skating rink in his basement.
Wow.
The dude just wants to get banged up with the homies
Yeah.
and not have to worry about getting a Dewey.
I love it.
Shout out Michael Bublé for being one of the dudes. That's all I got today.
That's all you got? All right. I'm going to shout out Nikola Jokic, and here's why. We all know how much he doesn't like to he doesn't want to really endorse anything. He's not a big commercials guy, all the things. However, if you go on social media of platform of your choice and just search Jokic in hotels.com.
So good.
The commercials with he and Peyton Watson are so good. And I love this for Nikola Jokic too because he should be endorsing products. He's a 2-time MVP. He's a champion.
He's just funny. He
funny.
is naturally funny.
He is. And I don't know if there are people around him who are basically impressing upon him, hey, now look, start endorsing things now. Like this is legacy stuff. But he's a natural. The commercials are great. So shout out to Nikola Jokic for, hey, gracing us with some funny commercials.
Nelly.
I have one shout out. I just want to shout out anyone and everyone who has helped us get settled in our new studio. And I'm not going to name everyone because it would require me to go all Russ and
That's
just
right.
name about 50 people. So I'll just say, you know who you are. Shout out our engineers. Shout out our boss whose mind is rapidly deteriorating every time another thing breaks. Shout out to everybody at our building who helped move all the equipment over and all the furniture. And Raj, actually, you tried to leave something at our old building that you forgot, and I have it here for you. So I guess you can consider this maybe an early Christmas present.
What did I forget?
The Gary
Oh,
suit.
wow.
You didn't think I was going to leave this, did you? I got your Gary suit, brother. It's right here.
That thing smells so bad.
Yeah,
so bad.
Thankfully, I have rubber mats in the back of my car, so this thing didn't contaminate me. But
I spent
right here for
6 hours sweating in that thing on top of a fire truck during the Nuggets parade.
Yes, yeah, you did.
Doesn't smell
you
great.
Did. You just threw it back in the car and threw it back into the station.
I put it in my car, realized my car smelled bad after a day, and then I threw it into the break room at the station, like put it under a table and never thought about it again. This is someone else's problem now.
It's
now
my
back.
problem, and
now
now it's your problem.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. That's going to do it for us today. For Chris Dempsey, my co-host, and Steve Nelson behind the glass, I love and appreciate you.
I'm gonna learn from that. You don't get mad. You don't get sad. That. Okay, we learn lessons. Okay, we're about to get ready. We're ready for the Jets. Adios.
My name's Alex Ryan Emmy. Adios. PhD is coming up next.
The first thing I see when I look at Twitch is somebody calling me out.
You better do your job.
I know DMAC won't be afraid to call out. Oh, actually, maybe they're not calling me out. Actually, this might be a positive. I know DMAC won't be afraid to call out some players by name after hearing Taves. Oh, that's a compliment. I'm an idiot. Hey, guys, we know who the captain of the Avalanche is now. How about that, Scott? We now know who the captain of the Avalanche is. It's Devon Taves.
Hey. Hi, everybody. Hey, look in the Twitch. Your name.
Oh, my God. So this is so funny.
You're throwing me off because you got the headset on here. You're throwing me off.
Well, I thought it'd be funny to put
that
my,
is
my
funny.
headset. Yeah.
So your Twitch is working, but the broadcast.
Yeah, because you know what? Hey, my equipment bought and paid for Scott's money, all working. See, I don't know. The phone, I'm on the phone. Everybody on Twitch, you can see that's my monthly bill. That's working. My iPad.
Oh, wow.
That's working.
Uh-huh.
And then something that's bought that right there.
That's not working. Oh, man, that sucks, man. Well, this is so weird because we can see you. You look great. Hey, look.
Well, I thought it'd be funny, and I know you miss me.
We do miss you.
Of course we do.
Of course we do.
That I'd get on Zoom. I actually had shoes on, which initially I was going to go up and put the bare feet up so Tyler would freak out. Which, by the way, we got to say this, because listen, Tyler sends us a picture of himself, which I'm always a little uncomfortable when dudes do selfies of themselves and send it to you.
Well, hold on. You guys are like my life advisors. So, I was asking for life advice.
Well, that's fine, but I can still feel weird that I get selfies from dudes.
Okay.
That's just I got a guy, you'll love this. I got a guy, Tyler, that sends me pictures at the gym and goes, man, I've been busted. He's like, man, I've been busted this week in the gym. I'm like,
that's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Actually, I think I know who that is too, and he's a great guy.
Hey, can I say, good guy?
I know who he is.
Good guy, but let me ask this: you've got the same selfies, haven't you?
I got a couple. Yeah, it's like I mean. I get it. You're a little bit older. Yeah, I do too.
What's going on right now?
Me and Scott have a mutual friend who's very proud of how fit he is, and he's very fit, and he's in his 60s, and it's
he's fit.
He is, but it's weird when you see a photo of a dude who's very proud of how fit they are, even though we both love them. It's just like it's a what do you say to it?
Right? What do you say?
Way to go!
You look good.
You're like, hey, keep it up.
Might want to hit late day.
Hey, nice, bud. Hey, can you take your shirt off? I mean, what do I mean,
Oh my
I'm wondering maybe I ought to go on the OnlyFans.
Oh my God, that is so. Well, he's got time. I mean, so maybe I don't know. So we'll see.
Hey, going back to your first question with Taves.
Taves, he's the captain.
We talked about it Monday. Is it time? Do we get to readdress the leadership of this team? Might be what exactly the Avs are missing, and maybe we finally saw some.
Well, good for him.
I
mean, good for him for stepping up to the plate. Obviously, I think the captain, like the literal passing of the sea, that ship has sailed. But I mean, good for Taves for stepping up to the plate. Listen, that is you better listen. That can go one of two ways. That could galvanize a group, or that could absolutely split a group apart. When you talk about your teammates in public like that, we should play the audio, but
sure.
When you talk about your teammates in public like this, either your teammates are going to look at you and be like, dude, you're right, or they'll be like, dude, shut the hell up, right? And handle your own business. So,
well, Scotty, if we play audio, can you hear it? I'm not even sure what's going on here. Like, can you?
Yeah, because my
your cell
equipment
phone, right? Okay,
works.
That
good,
works.
Good.
Hey, play. I know we've been playing this one clip, and great job by my guy Jesse, who will join us from Gorilla Sports, for being there. And I talked to Jesse afterwards about the whole process, Canadian, about going and getting it. Taves was just stewing. He was just sitting there angry, and Jesse was like, I don't know, should I go up to him? But Taves had no problem. And here's where Taves talks about there's one group of guys, 14 of us, that are cool, and there's 6 of us that don't know what the hell they're doing.
No, it's just self-awareness of knowing the situation and knowing the way the game's trending. And we have guys that are going out against our structure and doing things that we don't do as a team, and that's what's frustrating is, when you have 20 guys in here that are working towards the same goal and have the same, goal in mind, it's fun to play. That's how you win games in this league. And when you have 14 guys that are playing to the structure and 6 that aren't, it's really tough to win in this league. That's, it doesn't take a lot, or many guys to go against the way that your team wants to play in order to lose a game. And just our self-awareness of knowing when we're playing well and knowing when we're not is just not there. We don't have a self-awareness of what it takes to win as a team and what it takes as an individual to compete and play your best right now. So it's frustrating when, as a collective, you're not pulling for the same goal.
All right, so there's 14 of us that know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And there's 6 of us that suck.
Shoot, if you're going to go that far to do the little math on it, you might as well name names. I mean, seriously, just start naming names.
Well, you can certainly name who he's not talking about. He's not talking
about Nate.
He's not talking about the goalie. He's not talking about Nate, Val, or Mikko. He's not talking about Kale. He wasn't talking about Bo Byram because I found out from Jesse, Byram was sitting right next to him. He ain't talking about him.
So that takes him out because he's sitting next to him?
And yet, Bo Byram's got to play better. Bo Byram, I don't think, has played great.
He ain't talking about Cogliano. He ain't talking about Logan O'Connor. Ain't no way he's talking about those two. So who's left? And you go all the new guys. You got Wood. You got Colton. You got Olsen. You got Drouin. You probably have Johansson. And Duran and Johansson were responsible.
Used to have Tatar.
He's
Tatar gone.
Well, Tatar's gone, yeah, so whatever. But you got it. The other quote is, guys think they're playing well, but they're not. So that comment to me very specifically is Ryan Johansson, specifically.
Why Ryan he thinks he's playing
because
well?
He's got like 10 goals. He's actually got a bunch of goals. So on the surface, you'd be like, hey, I'm doing all right. And
well, I mean, that's pretty deep. That's probably the deepest cut of them all. If you got guys that aren't playing good hockey, that's one thing. But if you've got a guy that you're specifically going to point out that thinks he's playing good hockey, that's pretty deep because that implies, hey, man, we're telling you're not playing good hockey. You're not listening.
Well, I mean, he's definitely not going to be talking about guys he won a ring with, as the Stanley Cup with. He's talking, well, first of all, it's impossible to think he's not talking about Ryan Johansson and probably Colton. And Colton specifically because he's won championships, but not with them, with Tampa Bay. But to me, what sticks out like a sore thumb is Ryan Johansson. And don't forget, Johansson got a stupid penalty with less than a minute to go when they were down a goal and they needed, the empty net sort of situation 6-on-5.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might have just screamed, that guy, Ryan Johansson, thinks he's hot shizzle, and he ain't.
So
he's killing us.
I'm telling you right now, though, a moment like this can go either way. And I don't know how you can predict which way it's going to go. I think it's good at some point that somebody's got to step up and somebody's got to call a spade a spade. And if people are not putting in the effort, if people are not playing good hockey, if people are not being coached or being coachable, you got to call it out. But there's absolutely no guarantee that this will go the direction that you want it to go because now you've got a group. It's not just like an individual. You've got a group that you identified. And when you've got groups, well, that's got legs underneath it of how you can have splits in the locker room.
Think about this, though, guys, also, and I don't disagree with Tyler that it could go either way, but if it don't change, it ain't gonna be any good anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way.
Right?
Yeah.
So if it doesn't change, it ain't gonna. None's gonna. You ain't winning nothing anyway. So why not? Stick a firecracker in the room and shut the door and let everybody figure it out in the smoke, and let's see. Hey, we've been calling. And just to rehash old news. I've always looked at the C on a hockey jersey as meaning something, and I guess it really doesn't. I've always been proud of hockey that being a captain of a team meant something. More so, it's not a popularity contest or anything else than all the other sports. That being said, we've also shown without having a C in the locker room for the last couple of years with the injury to Gabe, that doesn't mean leadership by itself.
Right.
And you still need to have a quality team. You may not need a C in there, Tyler, but you need an L. Mm-hmm. And maybe Taves.
There you go.
Maybe Taves, just threw his name in the hat and said, okay, Okay, hey, how many times? Bednar's already twice this year kind of went off hard one time, and the other one a little kind of more so than who Bednar is. It needs to be a player. And maybe this is the first sign of things going to be able to get fixed, or it's going to blow up because it's already blown up anyway.
It's a pretty wild thing to say. There's 14 of us that are cool, and there's six guys who aren't.
The way that he identified 6 guys.
Yeah, 6 guys.
It's almost like that's a conversation that's been going on. Like, it's not just his observation. Like, that's a conversation that's been going on inside the locker room.
Well, it's not hard to figure
I mean,
out.
who actually identifies 6 individuals, right? So part of me wonders if that's a conversation that actually began with Jared Bednar.
That's a valid point. That's sitting on the back of the bus or having dinner in Toronto or Winnipeg and go, man, what's going on with this guy? What's going on with Johansson? Now, first of all, Johansson doesn't have the speed maybe that they once had at that second line center, but hey, yeah, that's a conversation that's been had, and Taves brought it out to the public.
Yes.
Yeah, Johansson doesn't.
Bring it out to the public.
This dude doesn't fit on this team, unfortunately. And here's what's a bummer. Awesome guy. Like, awesome dude. He runs the music in the locker room, too. And I always wonder, like, if a guy gets sideways, do little things bother, like, everybody? You know, like, does the music choice bug you? Does the getting media attention? Like, he's a go-to guy in the locker room for media. And he does have 10 goals. But this dude just don't fit. He doesn't.
Hey, so let me ask you this. Are we positive that this is okay to say this? Are we positive that it's okay to put this out in public forum?
It shocked me. It surprised me.
Let's put this in Sean Payton's mouth, right? Sean Payton comes out and he says that after a football game. We're destroying him, right? Like, hey, Sean, like keep your business in-house, all those sorts of things. Is it different because it comes from a player than if it comes from a coach?
Way different.
Does that make it okay?
I think it's
way
deeper.
different.
I think we pulled out. We're trying to repot the plant right now. We pulled that plant out of its little pot and scraped the dirt away when a player does it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Scott, we'll have you back on. Listen, I wish you were just on the whole show, but, just having you on the phone. You're doing great. It's great to see you. Well,
I can leave my Twitch on all show and then just every once in a while check in and just look at you.
Hello, Scott.
Let's have you back later on. But a couple of quick things for you before we say adieu. The Jokic commercial with Peyton Watson and the horse.
Oh my God!
Come on,
come on, right?
Come on.
It's
a pony.
Already a classic.
It's a pony.
You go. You sure it's okay to have a horse in the lobby? It's a pony.
It's a pony. It's friggin' great. Did you know that was coming? Did you know that was?
No, I saw it on the airplane yesterday flying up to Canada. How about the other one, the second one where?
Yeah, on the bench.
Who sits right here on this bench?
Yeah,
Joker Lick Watson.
Not me. So were all the guys watching it on the plane? Was everybody watching it together?
Well, hey, listen. Airplane.
Yeah.
Halves. Not essential.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Now a whole bunch of us in the non-essential we're enjoying the cliff. Hey, and the bloopers are pretty funny too.
The bloopers are great.
The bloopers are better.
The bloopers are fantastic. And we did try to deduce that it's Peyton Watson. And Peyton was great. He was great in the commercial. They have the same agent. I'm guessing that's the connection. And I do wonder because Peyton Watson is weirdly connected to like Snoop Dogg and other guys out in LA. If he's got some Southern California, UCLA, I mean, there's some sort of things.
Didn't
in
Snoop
there.
wear his jersey when he came out here?
He did.
I think he wore his jersey.
I thought Peyton was great. It was just funny to think, all right, for reals, does Jokic walk around and hang around with Peyton Watson, Scott? In hotels?
No, but you know what? I try to watch this and watch it tonight. Peyton's played more with Joker over the last handful of games, and I've watched him come out in the court after timeout, and he's sitting there talking to him, so I know they have a relationship. Listen. Joker goes to the games, goes to the meetings, goes to his workouts, and then goes home and FaceTimes his family and plays video games.
Okay.
Or watches horse races. And he'll go out to dinner once in a while with some of the guys on the team, usually the weight coaches and stuff. But hey, Watson's a good dude too, man.
He's a great guy. Yeah.
I was excited to see that, if nothing more, let's let Watson be his little buddy and really grow his game. Let's see what he is by the end of the season.
You know, it's funny, a little bit more of a serious note. Jokic doesn't need it. He's got all the attention, all the money, whatever. But you know what's cool about it? It does bring attention to the organization itself, shines a little light on Peyton Watson, and it just is one of those moments. Like Aaron Gordon was talking the other day about how Reggie Jackson should be the sixth man of the year, but nobody pays attention to Denver. That's the problem that we still have in Denver. You know, just something like this, Scott, Tyler, I think it just gives a little shine to everybody.
Sure.
A little shine to everybody. It's funny.
Couldn't you see Nikola Jokic saying, hell no, I'm not doing it by myself? I'll do a commercial if you give me one of my guys with me, but I'm not doing it by myself.
I thought it was great.
How about when he hands out the handful of food, Watson tries to grab a cup, he feeds the pony, and then after the pony eats a little bit, he turns back and offers it back to Peyton. I mean,
it's great.
I'm just wondering, will people understand how really funny that commercial is that live in Chicago or live in Miami?
It's a good question because we get it because we know the Joker. We know how he is.
His personality.
Right.
I don't think naturally anybody has any clue what his personality is.
Right. So they may not get it. I don't know. I don't care. I thought it was awesome. It's a pony. All right, Scotty. Well, I mean, if you want to stare at us, I guess you can. But we'll just check in with you.
You know what I'll do?
Later.
I'll go to the gym here a little bit.
Do that.
I'll go to the gym and send you a selfie.
All right.
You know where the weight room is? I think it's that way.
Which way?
You know we're going to hear from our buddy, too. All right.
I know it.
Who we
not
love.
being mean.
Who we love. All right, Scotty.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon.
Whatever.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, let's get into. We know the captain of the Avalanche now. It's Devon Toews, so that's cool. The Broncos should kill the Patriots. I was looking at the note. Oh my God, this Patriots team is so bad. So we'll have Jesse on, who got all that video, which was great of Toews, and Leggy on to talk about it. And we'll hear from Scott later. It's so funny. Everything else is working, except
he did throw me off when he put the headset on.
Okay. I'm excited. We have a great show lined up. There you go. Naming names. I'll say he's talking about Colton and Ryan Johansson. That's my guess. But, and Bednar was on with the rock stars this morning. So we'll revisit the comments the coach had, and they talked to him about it, basically. PhD on 92.5.
Well, I mean, we kind of just saw it a little bit in Aaron Glenn, and those guys in Detroit did a good job. There were a number of snaps where they were going to, double Cortland. Over the years, and we've had a number of games. I can recall one game in New England with Jimmy Graham where, Talib, went wherever Jimmy went and really did a good job shutting them down. It really forced us to find, other receivers. And it's one of the things that Bill historically has done very well. He's going to try to loot your strengths. And I think that's what good defensive coaching is, trying to force you to do things maybe you don't do as well.
All right. But you should have just come out, Coach Belichick, and said, hey, my team sucks because your team sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a bad football team. And, all right, they're okay against the run. They're all right as I'm rolling my eyes defensively. But, dude, do you remember how awful it was last year when the Broncos were averaging 16.7 or whatever it was?
I do.
The Patriots are averaging offensively 13.3 points a game.
Dude, I mean, go back and look at this. So last week against the Chiefs, they scored 17. Week before that, they had a monster game, put up 21 points. Against the Chargers, they scored 0 points. Against the Giants, they scored 7 points. Against the Colts, they scored 6 points. I mean, are you kidding me? 1, 2,
terrible.
3. In the last 5 games, they've had 3 games with 10 or less points.
Dude, I mean, it's epically bad. Turnover margin, 29th out of 32, -8. Net yards, 28th. Yards per play, 28th. Points per game, 32nd. Rushing yards, 25th. Passing, 26th. Picked off, had intercepted, 30th. With 2 completely incompetent quarterbacks.
You already mentioned it, but if you look at the stats and you just go a Broncos run versus Patriots run defense, Broncos passing offense versus Patriots passing defense, do that both for their offense and their defense. I believe the only statistical category that the Patriots have an edge on the Broncos is the Broncos run versus their rush defense. That's it. That's it. That's the only one. And in the big picture, that's nothing. And it's a small margin on that one.
Yeah, one of the reasons the Patriots pass defense is strong is because they're losing. And, teams just they end up not caring. So it's one of those kind of hollow stats. Like, I do think, like, a hollow stat for the Broncos is points per game. They were doing great. Remember, they were 23rd, which is amazing after giving up the 70-burger. Well, Detroit killed them, and they're back to 30th in the league. But that being said, the Broncos defense has been relatively stingy in allowing points in the past 2 months.
I mean, this needs to be a statement game. It's not good enough to just win. It's not good enough to just sneak by. You beat the Patriots by 6 points, by 7 points. You need a statement win to get the energy back from the fan base, to get the energy back inside the building, because you just got your brains beat in by the Detroit Lions. Got your brains beat in. And you know what? There's a lot of people inside the building, certainly a lot of people outside the building that are wondering, is that what they really are? Is this who they really are? So when you go up against the Patriots this weekend, you can't just win. You got to dominate.
All right, fine. I don't know how you don't dominate. I'll 30-13 Broncos. Something like that.
Hold on. You think the Broncos got 30 points in them?
Well, because the Patriots are going to give the ball away at least twice. At least twice. So, yeah, I think the Broncos offense has well, it won't be like you'll get like short fields. You'll sort of benefit off that. They'll do Patriots stupid things. They won't run the ball. Their run defense will wear down because they'll get tired because their defense is going to be on the field for a long period of time. So it may be kind of close in the beginning like it was against Kansas City, and then they'll just fade away. Never mind that this is on national. Can you believe this is on national TV?
Yeah.
This is what Santa gets to peek at as he's looking at his phone, dropping off the gifts.
Yeah. The Broncos offense only twice this year has scored over 30 points. Now, does that mean that they can't do it this weekend? No, but I mean, that's just not who they are. I would expect this game to look more like 24-7. I think it's going to be, you should run away with it. You should have a good point differential in terms of the difference of points scored. I don't think the Broncos offense is built to do that. I would love to see it, though, because that's what I'm talking about. I'm sick and tired of the Broncos defense winning football games. Look, This is an opportunity. It's a get-right game. Go out there, score 30-plus points, and remind yourselves that, yeah, you can be explosive on offense as well.
There's no excuse for this one. And you know what? Not only is there no excuse, I think they're going to embrace the moment. I think the team's going to embrace it. I think the screaming at Russell Wilson, I mean, it's not like, Peyton was screaming at everybody. And everybody probably knows how the coach feels about the quarterback anyway. They've known probably for weeks what that relationship is really all about. They're the ones in the meetings.
I wonder,
they're the one watching the film.
You're probably right, but I do wonder if Sean Payton has kept it under wraps a little bit, because I think that's what a good head coach would do. When you're in the middle of the season, does it do you any good to make sure that your team understands that you don't like your quarterback? It really does not. So I actually hope that Sean Payton has kept that more under wraps than you think.
I just think guys aren't stupid. That's all. I think it's obvious.
Well, guys have their own opinions, right?
Yeah, the guys aren't dumb. They all like Russ. Everybody likes Russ. We get it. They like him. Nobody's all that close to him. This is the same thing as Tebow. Everybody liked Tebow. Nobody was all that close to Tebow and Robbie, his brother, and having a mansion in Cherry Hills Village, even though you're a rookie. And there were just weird things about Tebow, just like there's weird things about Russ. Everybody likes him, though. But they get it. They're not connected to him. They know he lives this crazy different lifestyle than everybody else. So I don't think they really care. Listen, if it's Jake Plummer being ripped, I think it's different, because I think the guys were invested in Jake Plummer and like Jake Plummer. Guys didn't even like Jay Cutler, so who gives a crap if a coach is yelling at him?
Yeah.
And what, Foxy or Coobs is going to be yelling at Peyton? Please.
Not happening.
Not going to happen. So I just think this happens in kind of a weird vacuum. It's in the weird Russ vacuum. So I don't think it's going to have any impact on the team whatsoever. I don't know if it's going to impact Russ, but I don't think it has what do you think? The guys are all like, oh, grr, Sean Payton's mad at Russ. They're probably like, good, I get it.
Squirrel moment on Tebow.
Yes.
I just had a little flashback of you're talking about guys liking Tebow and everything. And I was having a conversation with Tim after practice one day, and he's like, hey, you want to go look at a house with me? And I'm like, no, what? Why? Maybe, sure.
Why you?
Why? Well, yeah, I don't know. I really
moving in.
I really wasn't even that close with them. I mean, I played golf with them. I took them out to Bear Creek, played golf 2 or 3 different times.
All right, so you want to go look at a house?
So he's like, you want to go look at a house? And I'm like,
you got to say yes.
Sure, let's go look at a house.
You got to say yes. To
like
that
so where is it? He's like, it's out in Parker. I'm like, perfect. I'm out in Parker.
Okay.
So I'm like, how big is it? He's like 25,000 square feet.
Jesus.
I'm like, what? 25,000 square feet? Why in the world would you ever need a 25,000 square feet? Well, he said, non-negotiable for me is bowling alley. So I need the bowling alley. Now, I did not actually go view the house with them. I probably should have. That probably would have been fun.
Oh, you didn't go?
No, and nor did he buy that particular house.
Oh, I would have just.
But just a little flashback there. Some of us we need a nice shower, right? Like we want somebody wants a bidet. Like you got nice little luxuries that you want.
See, this proves my point of how he didn't connect with teammates. Look how desperate he was.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I'm in my third year. I'm renting a house in Parker. I don't even own my own house. I'm renting a house in Parker for like $1,500 a month, and he's taking me house shopping on a 25,000 square foot home.
Oh, I'm dying. That is funny as hell. Oh, I would have. That's hysterical. He's always out of breath. Hey, Tyler, you want to go?
No, that was
the house with me.
That was before I ruined our relationship when I asked him for an autograph. That sort of ruined our relationship a little bit.
Right.
I asked him for an autograph from my foundation, Tyler's Kids Outreach, TKO, RIP, no longer existing, but we did a lot of good work.
Yep.
Said, yeah, I'll sign it, but normally we charge $500 to our foundation, no matter who we're signing for. I said, even for your teammates? Said, yeah, even for our teammates. But you know what? But for you, to his credit, you know what? He gave me a pass.
Yeah.
He said, but for you, you know what? I'll sign it.
Oh, all right.
After he guilted me.
So you held the guilt thing against him.
That wasn't cool. Yeah.
You held it against him. So even though he didn't charge you, you still hold that against him.
Yeah, it wasn't cool.
Okay.
How dare you suggest that?
Well, I mean, seriously, come on.
Listen, it's all right. The Tim Tebow's kind of a weird guy stories go on and on and on. There's plenty of them. And there's plenty of them with Russ, but everybody likes him. Listen, my point is there's no distraction here. They'll be back at work. Ain't nobody going to ask Sean Payton about yelling at Russ. It's been asked and answered. It's not that big of a deal. The team doesn't care. And they're going to plow the Patriots. They're going to plow the Patriots, and Russ just has to manage the game.
Hold on.
That's who he is.
You're really that confident? You're really confident that this is the type of team
plowing
that can
the
go
Patriots.
from getting plowed
Dude.
to plowing the Patriots?
The Patriots are so
I'm not.
freaking bad.
I'm not. I think they win. I don't think that they dismantle them.
Well, I mean, we may be cut.
That's not who his football team is, man.
I got it 30-13. That's 17 points. You got it 24-7. That's 17 points.
Yeah, I just tossed it out there. But now I'm talking myself into a more
what?
tight game.
I mean, is it a 17? Is it a 3-score game or not?
No.
Well, I say it is.
No, I don't think it is because I don't think that's who the Denver Broncos are. I don't think they know how to win a game like that.
I don't think they're going to be able to stop themselves from being the Patriots. They're that bad. They're that bad. Everything's on the line for the Broncos. I think they care. I don't think they've dismissed the season or anything like that. Kareem's back. I don't know how they're going to use him, but he's back.
You use him. You don't start him, but you use him. He's a part of the rotation, and he's on the football field.
You know what's so funny about all that with Kareem? Now looking at it, I'm like, good. I'm glad he's back. Like, whatever.
You've got a little bit of a free out this time, whereas last time it was kind of like you just you throw him right back into the starting lineup. Now you kind of got a little bit of a free out because he's been out for a month, and it's like, you know what? You've been out for a month. Are you really ready to go play a full game of football anyways? So just sprinkle him in. Although, as Scotty said, what was that, yesterday or the day before, did we find out last weekend that PJ Locke really is a backup to safety? You know? So, look, Kareem Jackson will be a part of this thing.
Good. We got three more.
That's a change for you.
I know it's a change, but at this point, I'm just like, fine. Cool. I hate the Patriots. You know, you think like growing up in Boston, and there was a time that I loved them for sure. But, you know, I went to Buffalo before I was out here, and they're in the same division. And then, I mean, how many years in a row did the Broncos play the Patriots? It was like they were a division opponent.
Mm-hmm.
No, I hate the Patriots. I love my parents. I hate the Patriots. I don't root for the Patriots. I never have. I can't stand Belichick. I've interviewed Belichick as an opposing coach more times than it's annoying, Tyler. It's like twice a year with the Broncos and then at the stupid Super Bowls, and it's always freaking Belichick. I'm sick of him. I don't know how those media people deal with him. He's arrogant. I've seen.
Well, we're about to deal with him twice a year when he's the head coach of the Chargers.
What do you think about that? I saw that rumor today.
Although there's also rumors, like I said yesterday before I even saw it,
I know
about Harbaugh.
I saw that too.
Yep.
And Spanos has already said money's no object, so okay.
Yeah, I got a gut feeling Spanos he's gonna splurge. It's like enough. It's enough. I've tried it my way long enough. Fine, I'm gonna go buy the most expensive coach I can get.
Hey, is Grizz back there or not? Did he already split? What's his deal?
He's heading down to Broncos.
Oh, that's awesome. He's going to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Oh, what should we have him ask around the Broncos today?
What's going on? Take me back.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas. What was the storyline coming out of the game?
Well, yelling at Russ.
Yelling at Russ. Yes.
Should he ask the players?
You know what?
What's it feel to be like?
Russ, was Sean mad that you called the timeout?
You like that? Was Sean mad that you called the timeout?
Yeah.
On the drive?
Yeah.
So you got to be kind of specific.
Was Sean mad that you called the timeout earlier in the drive? Did you audible? Now I'm giving options.
It's tricky because it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Because it could be one or the other. I mean, nobody knows what it actually was.
All right, well, we got time on that. If you guys got any suggestions for what you want Grizz to ask Russ, that'd be cool.
Voice of the people.
Voice of the people on the app. Yep, no doubt about it. Oh, that's a really good idea. So just get the app and yell into the speaker and the little microphone. We'll get that.
Give us your question for Grizz that you want him to ask.
That's really good. All right, 303-504-0925. Voice of the people on the app. Got a couple hours because they don't do the talking till about 2:15 or so. So we got some time to figure that out. Plus, we're gonna get our guy Jesse from Gorilla Sports on. So he goes up to, I can't wait to hear this story. Like when you see somebody who's all pissed off, like an athlete, just going up to him to talk to him about it is a little tricky. But boy, was that a bombshell. And we know who the captain is now of the Avs. It's Devon Toews. Talk to Jesse coming up next.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Do you want to look better? Do you want to feel better? Do you want to sleep better than you have in a long, long time? Well, who doesn't want all of those things? Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health, and they've helped me look better. They've helped me feel better. They've helped me sleep better than I have in a long, long time. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. And the medical weight loss options are flat out changing lives. So check them out online at revitalized-health.com.
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play in our system, how to play our game, and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. It's frustrating to play with, play out there when you got guys that think they're playing well and they're doing things that you have no idea what play they're going to make or where they're going to be on the ice. And it's tough to play in this league when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. So that's where I'm really frustrated.
Oh, man. I'm proud of my guy, Jesse, from Guerrilla Sports. Go in that locker room after losses sucks. And then you see Taves, and he's probably grinding and, death staring. And I don't know, man. I just give you props, Jesse, for going up there and even asking him, you got a second. Something like that. But so good for you on that.
Like he had something to say.
All right, why don't you walk us
Did
through
he?
that? Yeah. What walk us through going in the locker room after the game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, D-Mac, I mean, you know that's never a fun experience, especially after a loss like that, because as you imagine, most people don't want to talk about a bad day at work right after it happens.
Right.
But, we went in there, and the one thing that is, nice about this Avs team is even without Gabe, they're a veteran group. Guys, step up to talk. But, no, I just kind of went in there. I didn't really, know who I wanted to talk to. And, Taser was sitting there, and I mean, still dressed in about half his gear. And, I mean, that kind of just look on players' faces they have after the game where you could tell he was pissed. He was frustrated. That wasn't just like a bad loss. There was more. It felt like there was more to that game to lose to a team like that. Taze had an A on his chest, last night with Kale out of the game. So I said, he looks pissed, and he's kind of, he's in a leadership role tonight. Let's see what he's got to say. That seemed like that was something that he maybe had been wanting to say for a while.
Hey, Jesse, I guess the part, did we got you? Did we lose you?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess part of the part that surprised me the most was that he specified 6 guys. 6.
Who is
Not like we got a handful of guys. No, we got 6
guys.
specific guys
Right.
that are not playing good hockey right now, or I don't even know what all he's getting into there. But so 2-part question here. Who do you think those 6 guys are? And why do you think he specified 6 guys? Like, that's kind of random to me. Like that almost feels like a deeper conversation that's been going on internally.
Yeah. So I guess so. First, after having re-listened to it a couple times last night and stuff like that, I do think it's interesting because I don't think that he's saying, I don't think he's calling out an effort problem. And I don't think he's saying they have bad hockey players. But I think he's saying that, look, this is a team. I go back to Deion Sanders just talked about it recently, earlier this year, right? Buying into your role.
Mm-hmm.
That to win a championship, to truly compete at the highest level, every guy has to be bought in to their role. And you've heard Jared Bednar talk about that. You've heard this Avalanche leadership core talk about that, ever since they won the Stanley Cup, that was what made the difference. And I think what he's saying right now is that there are guys who are not buying into what the team wants or needs them to do, and essentially is going out there and saying, well, I'm a pretty good hockey player. I can go kind of figure this out on my own. Now, in terms of who the 6 guys are, Tyler, it's funny. I can't put my finger on all 6. Now, I have a little bit of a hunch that maybe there's a disconnect from some of the newer guys that have been brought in, trying to get acclimated to this core and this organization and the way that they like to do things. But that's just a little, it's a little speculative on my part, just kind of piecing some things together. So I really don't have a good guess, but I do.
Okay, hold on.
See, Jesse's trying to be a good journalist.
Yeah.
We're just sitting here going, it's got to be
Okay,
Johansson.
all right. How about he also specifically said guys that think they're playing good hockey but are not.
Well, see, to me, that screams Johansson.
See, again, that to me, it's hard for me to say any one guy in particular, but that is where I sit here and say, okay, you'd have to imagine it's some of the new players that are trying to integrate in, and it's just not integrating. You know, whether you want to say it's Johansson or Ross Colton or Miles Wood or whomever, you know, I really don't know, but that is one of those things for me that it's just, that seems like a conversation they've been having over and over again. And last night it got to a boiling point where he was like, okay, well, if we're going to have this conversation internally and it's not going to do anything, then fine. I'll let everyone else know how we're feeling.
Yeah, I think Johansson in particular, first of all, he's got, 10 plus goals, something like that? So, I mean, you know, that would kind of fit the category. They think they're doing good, but they ain't. And then Johansson picked up that dumb penalty, you know, when they were trying desperately to tie the game up last night. So I'll just...
And you know, and Miles Wood gets the 2 and the 10
It's
late
another
in the
dumb
game.
one. Yep.
And so, you know, I think there were a lot of kind of frustrating moments that like I said, maybe started to boil over last
Well, if
night.
he's frustrated with 6 guys, to think that Wood, Colton, and Johansson aren't one of those 6 feels ridiculous. You know, I'm going through in my head like, are you really upset with Olofsson? I mean, it seems, you know, the dude barely plays. I mean, you really upset with him?
Right. And I do wonder because I found that interesting too. He said we got 14 guys out there doing one thing and 6 guys doing something else. I like you guys are saying, it's hard for me to imagine that was just a number he plucked out of his head,
It
right?
seems pretty random.
But you know, that's what it seems like to me. And when you watch those goals from last night, almost all of them are bad breakdowns. And that to me feels like guys aren't where they're supposed to be. Guys aren't doing what they're supposed to be. You're not checking the right guy. You know, you're not filling in when a guy pinches. And it's leading to bad breakdowns all over the ice, and it's causing them to lose to teams like the Chicago Blackhawks. So, you know, this is something that they clearly need to get addressed. They're obviously still a good enough team to pick up wins.
Yeah.
You know, as they're still sitting, you know, at the top of the Central Division. But for them to be contending and for them to make a serious push, they've got to get this issue figured out. And I think everybody, you know, agrees that, okay, yeah, they're at the top of the Central, but they haven't looked exactly right. They're going through these weird skids of, you know, win 7 of 8, lose 4 of 5, win 2 in a row, lose 3 in a row. And I think a lot of that comes back to what Devon Toews was talking about last night. You don't have everyone on the same page here.
All right. Good job, Jess. Man, look at you. Good job, Jesse.
Hey, appreciate it, D-Mac. Appreciate it, guys. Always
brother.
appreciate coming on chatting with you.
All right, my guy, Jesse from Grill Sports. Follow him on X, Twitter, whatever you call it. Goes to everything. It's crazy. It's insane. You go on the road, it's like 2 people there. But he's there, man. He's there.
Good for him.
Hell yeah, good for him. We'll hear from Bednar in a little bit. Let's save that a tad. But the boys had him on this morning. So
I do think this is a very interesting point in the season for all the obvious reasons. But I don't know if this is going to galvanize the team or if this is going to split the team. And
I don't know.
I think a bad team gets split for sure. Matter of fact, like I've been in situations like this. Hey, man, when a teammate calls you out publicly, and granted, he did not use names, so I think that's the only saving grace here.
Yeah, but he said 14 of us are good 6-8.
Okay, but at least he used a group, right? So it wasn't like he identified a specific human being, although you probably use common sense to figure out who those human beings are.
Exactly.
A bad team, this will split the locker room, and it'll be a problem that will be ongoing. Because guess what? When you've got 6 guys, that's enough. That is enough human beings that you could have your own little party. You got your own little following, right? And all of a sudden you get somebody else kind of comes over your way, and you're like, you know what? I'm kind of sick of it doing that way, also, right? I hope that this is galvanizing and it doesn't split them.
Yeah, to me, what's funny too is like the hockey guy out there is always like, they're all right. They're all right. They're at the top of the sun. They'll be okay. It's like, okay, maybe.
It's like, but when is it okay to acknowledge that? Yeah, when a teammate is talking about another teammate's dad that ticked him off,
right?
Like that could potentially be bad for a locker room.
I got it.
When a teammate is there in the media talking about 6 specific dudes that are not doing their job,
right,
and a couple that think they're doing their job but are not. That's not necessarily good for a locker room. Like, big picture, hey, use a little bit of common sense here. There's something going on inside that locker room right now.
Exactly. And if you're a real Avs fan, this isn't speculation. You're hearing it from the horse's mouth. You know, the active captain, Devon Toews. We'll hear more from Bednar from this morning. What should we have, Grizz? Ask Russ and guys down there at Dove Valley's poking around. Leggy will join us as well. No dumb questions. Get them in. You got anything on your mind that you want to get off your chest? 303-504-0925. Voice of the people. That'd be a great way to hear from you as well. PhD on 92.5.
It's Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Yeah. Yeah, we know now that Devon Toews is now the captain of the Avalanche. Congratulations. I didn't even pick up that he was wearing an A last night on his sweater. Well, that's cool. We'll get to TJ Houshmandzadeh about
Houshmandzadeh,
my
teammate in Seattle,
about the yelling at Russ stuff. Don't know if that's going to come up. We'll have Leggy on a little bit later. No dumb questions coming up at 1:30. What do we got, Dan? We got. You want to go Bednar here? You want to go where? You want to go? You want to go?
Hold on, before you get there.
Oh, okay.
So we were talking to the break, and it's kind of funny to me because you go back to Mikko and Arturi. And you've got a situation that hockey guys like, hey, you don't know those guys. They're best buddies. Don't worry about it. They're totally friends. Everything's fine. You know, when you got one teammate talking about another teammate's dad that was talking trash about him, like, don't worry about it. They're good. They're totally fine. I'm like, okay, maybe, but I've also been in a locker room where that's happened and it was not fine. It was not fine, right? And now you've got this situation that pops up, and you've identified 6 specific dudes. Now,
the sucky 6.
Behind closed doors, they know exactly who those 6 guys are. We've done a fairly decent job of assuming who those 6 guys are. But behind closed doors, they know who the 6 guys are, right? And now you've got 2 things put together. And listen, hockey guy that wants to tell me everything's fine. No, it's not. It's not. Like there's something going on inside that locker room right now. And I think Mikko and Arturi could be totally cool. I think that they could be fine. But they also could not be, right? And now you've got 2 things that popped up in a matter of about a week and a half. And it's like, look, there's a thing inside that locker room right now. It's unsettled.
Well, at least we know who the captain is. That's good.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain.
It's Taves. He just did it last night. So the rock stars in the morning, they had on Bedsy on, and they asked him about it. Go ahead, Dan. Let's hear what Bedsy had to say about the whole situation.
Yeah, I think so. I like we've been talking about that a lot recently because if you look at her game even last night, if you just took last night and said this has happened multiple times in the year, you'd be right, and multiple times recently. And I think I look at that game and I'm like, every piece of analytics says we should have won that hockey game, but yet we lost, and why? And then we've looked at the goals that we score and the ones we're giving up, and I feel like we have to go to work for like 5, 8, 10 minutes at a time and really kind of control the flow of the game, and in order to create a high quality scoring chance. You know, it's like built over time in the game, and we finally create this high quality scoring chance that somebody scores on. So I feel like we have to earn that, and then we'll go around on the flip side and on the flip side of it, and just turn a puck over, give up an odd man rush, a breakaway, 2-on-1, and we're just like gifting the other team goals. You know, so I think he's accurate in that it's not the whole flow of our game, but like we have a high state. You know, Taser's a guy that's been here and won with us, and like we have an extremely high standard of how we want to do things. And
all right, is that it? I'm gonna get cut off there. A little audio issues. Listen, man, what's he going to say? Hey, Taves, no, he shouldn't say that.
He said the opposite of that.
He's supporting his guy.
He said he's right. That's what he said. I mean, he said he's right. Did you hear anything other than he's right?
No. Listen, man, there's obviously something going on. A team that has this much talent, that is this good, and they are, hey, listen, bro, you got to understand, man, going into the season, they had won 12 games on the road in a row and won their first 3 to start the season. They won 15 games in a row on the road. They're now a 500 team on the road this season.
Yeah.
They're now a 500 road team.
And, you know, I was listening to Marginally Good Raj on the way in, and it is interesting, like all this stuff that's going on, and internally here locally, it feels a little bit like the walls are caving in, and yet on a national stage, they're still the favorites to win the cup. You know, like on the national stage, I think they look at Miko, they look at Val, they look at Nate, and they look at Kale, and they look at these guys, and they're like, they'll figure it out, right?
Yeah, listen, it's not the end of the world, but it's not nothing. Okay?
I'm not going to call him good Raj, like marginally good Raj.
You're a tougher critic than me. All right, we'll get back to that in a little bit, but it's interesting. TJ Houshmandzadeh chiming in on the Sean Payton, Russell Wilson thing. Dan, go ahead with TJ Houshmandzadeh. This is what he has
I've
to say.
never seen a head coach on the sideline go off on a quarterback like that.
Did Ditka go after somebody or Buddy? I mean, it feels like I saw it in the 70s.
But Mike Ditka was kind of crazy.
Yeah, 80s.
You know?
Yeah.
So but like in today's game, the way quarterbacks are coddled, they all grow up in this 7-on-7 circuit. That gets their butt kissed. Pete Carroll coddled Russell Wilson. That's what made the guys on the defensive side of the ball mad in Seattle.
They got mad.
And so now you go to Denver and you got coddled with Hackett. And to have this happen, and Russell had to have been wrong because he literally just took it like a child.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to be careful who you do that with if you're a coach. You do that to the wrong guy, game or no game, it's going to end. I played with some guys, the coach wouldn't yell at them because they were scared.
Yeah, you.
Like, we cutting, we got to hire security type of thing. True, that's a true story. We cut a guy, they hired security, they were scared of him. I just never seen a head coach attack a quarterback like that. Never in practice, let alone a game for everybody to see. And so to me, that shows me, that Sean Payton is fed up. I can't see Russell Wilson lasting much longer in Denver. I don't see it because he's literally taking it like a child, and he felt like, what can I do? What can I say? I've never seen anything like it.
Oof. That's the part of the conversation that we really haven't talked about enough. Like, it's the quarterback aspect. Right, wrong, or indifferent, quarterbacks are different. They get treated different. They've got special privileges. They are more important to the football team. I'm not fighting it. They are, right? You've seen blow-ups like this happen on the sideline. You've seen it happen with Daniel Jones. If you want to find a quarterback, there's examples out there. But when was the last time you found a franchise quarterback get undressed like that?
Can't think of one. I don't even know the what you're talking, Daboll?
Yeah.
I don't even remember that, but I'll take your word for it.
I mean, he took the iPad and he smashed it down in his face, and they had a moment. It really wasn't even as bad as this was, but they had a moment.
I don't think it makes. Listen, there's a couple of questions. There's the day-to-day, let's beat a terrible Patriots question, which I don't think they're going to have a problem doing. The bigger issue.
I think you're taking it for granted.
I guess so. I mean, if you can't beat these guys, I'll tell you this, man. You lose this game, even if you sort of struggle and barely win this game.
Sky's falling.
Oh, man. I don't know. There have been some low moments in Broncos history. This would be right up there. You lose to this Patriots team in this situation.
Here's the real question that should be asked right now. If you're going to believe Colin Cowherd, who seems to be very, very close to Sean Payton, that Sean Payton would like to move on. If you're going to believe guys like TJ Houshmandzadeh who say that this thing's coming to an end. Well, the real question is, how do you replace Russ? Because it really is no longer a question if Sean wants to keep him. It's how do you replace him?
Well, here on the text line, Champ Mazda hotline, 303-504-0925. Tim in Northern Michigan. What up, Uper? Question for Grizz to ask Russ. Russ, do you have any advice for Kirk Cousins when he's running Sean's offense next year?
Welcome to the locker room, Grizz.
That would be a funny question.
I double dog dare you.
No, yeah. But, all right, Kirk Cousins. There you go. There's a name. There's guys. There'll always be guys. You can always do it. There's always ways to do it. There's always ways to figure it out.
Hold on. There's not always ways to find someone better. There's ways to replace a Sure, you can find a different quarterback. You can swap a different dude in. That's fine. It's not that easy to find someone better.
How much better do you have to be than better than Russ?
In Sean Payton's mind?
Yes. Because that's all that matters.
I think in Sean Payton's mind, I just gotta like you.
I think so too. You gotta be a Sean Payton guy.
I don't really care how much better you are. Like speaking from Sean Payton's point of view, I don't really care how much better you are than Russ. I just want to like you.
Are you a Sean Payton guy or not? Are you one of his dudes? Like Jameis Winston was a Sean Payton guy.
Yeah.
Taysom Hill was certainly a Sean Payton guy.
You know what? Hold on. Let's hang out with Jameis Winston for a second.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of similar personality traits to Russell Wilson.
Oh. Okay.
And I'm not talking about like Jameis had off the field stuff years back. James, that dude's like, he's a fun-loving guy, you know, but he's a weird, quirky dude.
He's a quirky dude, but I think he's a quirky dude, and we all like hanging around with you, sort of, of way. You know,
you got me there.
I think he's a quirky dude, but he's still like one of the guys.
I think the guys love him. Yeah, you're right.
But he is quirky. I mean, but he's quirky in kind of a fun sort of way.
Yeah,
you know, like Aqib was quirky in a fun, mostly fun sort of way. I mean, you can be quirky and kind of, dopey and goofy and fun. Russ is just like, sometimes weird.
Yeah.
If you're quirky, weird, it's difficult to sort of get along with.
That's right. You ever find Harry Douglas?
I don't know. If he did, he's in trouble.
And they got the same agent too.
I know. Tell me Aqib wasn't one of the quirkier guys that you ever ran into. But everybody loved him.
Aqib Talib.
You're shaking your head.
No. I'm not shaking my head like I disagree. No. I'm shaking my head because he's the only dude I ever played with that could interrupt a team meeting when Gary Kubiak is speaking and crack a joke, and it's like totally fine. I'm going to stand up when I want to, and I'm going to crack a joke. Like, look at that dude, and everybody's like, hey, Aqib's so funny,
Yeah, because it's Aqib. I still think one of the funnier Aqib stories, and there's a lot of them, but Russell Okung was trying to have a moment, apparently in the locker room, and he just told him to shut the F up and sit down.
Yeah.
This is after a game. Like, it's kind of a serious thing, and, let's speak your mind. And here comes Russell Okung, who's a pretty smart dude, and everybody, is shut up, Russ. Something like that, right? I mean, something along those lines.
It wasn't all good.
Oh, my God. This Broncos team. Anyways, questions for Grizz? Sure. Shoot him out there.
Someone says they ought to at least give Stidham a try. No, come on. You're in a playoff race. You're not giving Stidham a try.
Oh, hell no.
You're in a playoff race.
You lose to the Patriots, all bets. Hey, man, this is it. You want to talk about must-win games? You got 3 of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's it, baby.
There's no margin for error. It's all over now.
Welcome to the Broncos playoff season. It's here we are. It is single elimination. I don't know how you don't get excited about this. This is it. It's the Patriots. We hate the Patriots. I hate the Patriots. Can't stand Belichick. It's national TV. Santa's going to be coming down the chimney. You're going to be, that is going to be a toasted crowd on Sunday night. Going to be a lot of late gifts.
I wonder what the crowd will be like, actually. You think it'll be good?
It's going to be intoxicated and loud. It's going to be intense. It's supposed to be cold, too. It's supposed to be like a high of, oh, yeah. Dude, I think it's going to be in the
it's on Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve. It's going to be in like the low 30s.
It's going to snow, too, I heard today.
Perfect.
I don't think I'd want to go to the Patriots game on Christmas Eve.
It's going to be a show. It's going to be actually, I think the atmosphere is going to be incredible.
It should be.
Yeah.
It's a playoff game.
Dude, the crowd last year for that Nuggets game, Christmas night, and the tip was like at 8:30. That was the most intoxicated sporting event crowd I've ever been around in my life.
You ever been to Colorado State game?
I have, a couple of them. But you got to think about it, bro. It's Christmas. You got done with all your responsibilities. You figured it out. You did it. Everybody gets a high five. You Santa and the present, the whole thing. You get ready for that Nuggets game at 8:30. You start. When are we tipping back the
Santa
Vino?
already put all the toys together.
It's all right. It's all done. We're having our Christmas dinner. I'm going to guess it started at 4 o'clock for most people, and they just rolled it right in that game. That game was off the chain. Remember when AG's going skish on that dude? Who's that guy? Lumpy?
I'm just going to let you know. You sound weird when you say off the chain.
I'm trying to be hip. I'm wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
Not because I like the hoodie. I hate the hoodie. All right, we'll check in with Grizz. We'll see what he's got. If you got any dumb questions, shoot them at us. I guess I am cocky about beating the Patriots. I guess I am. I'm kind of pumped that the Avs have a captain now.
You've anointed him.
Well,
he's the dude.
Take
off the A, give him the C.
I think he anointed himself.
I do wonder if the A was part of the reason why he said what he said.
Sure, why not? Gonna put this on my chest? Well, I'm gonna speak like one.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah, Taves the captain now. All right, somebody had to be it. 6 of you. Who are the 6? I feel like we should have a lineup or something.
Just get headshots. Cross them out.
Yeah, who do you think
get it together?
I mean, how
you could come back to the seat of power once you get it together, but for now, you have been disbarred from this team.
All right, we'll take your suggestions and your comments and no dumb questions also to come here. PhD on 92.5. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Get them in. We'll get there in about 7 minutes. Scotty, we will have Scotty back on from Toronto. It's weird because some of his equipment works and some of it doesn't. But, he's an older guy. That's the way it goes.
Buttons. You got to press things.
You got to press buttons.
Who's to be blamed on this one? You know what? We got a couple people on this show that are doing their job.
Uh-huh.
We got a couple people on the show that think they're doing their job, but they're not doing their job.
Oh, here we go. You're going all Taves on us.
So, there's a Comrex that doesn't have an IP address in it, okay? So somebody put the wrong IP address into the Comrex.
All right.
I'm not going to name names, Jesse.
There you go. Dan, let's bring Dan in. Because we got Grizz, we got Jesse.
Okay.
We got Dan, we got you got me, you got Scott, and let's throw in Kevin Shockey.
So I'm just going to say Jesse didn't do his job, okay?
So I just named 7 people. How many people were doing their job and how many people were not doing their job?
Well, we'll get there. Like, I got to go through process of elimination here, okay?
Okay.
So Jesse didn't do his job because he didn't have the correct IP address in there, okay? Now, Dan, what was it? Go ahead, walk us through. What was your role in getting Scott hooked up here?
Literally nothing.
Okay, so
I had no control over it.
So Dan he's just not doing his job
Also,
either.
Tyler.
He's the producer, so he could say it was somebody else's responsibility. At the end of the day, it's your name on this show. You're the producer.
But I will say,
I'm the captain now.
Okay.
What about Shockey, our program director, the boss?
Yeah, Shockey. I think he had bigger fish to fry.
It's so funny. Kevin came in. We got this we got a beautiful new facility, and we got a little boys' room. We got a little cave over here, little man cave right over here. Kevin just comes in, he opens the door, and he looks at me, and he goes, we can't do it. It's not happening. I got other things. So no Scott. I'm like, okay.
All right. So Kevin just gave up. He didn't really care.
It was just like, it was pissing him off. He was spending too much time on it, and he just announced it to me like, I'm done with this.
Now,
this part of my day is over. Just want to let you know, no Scott today.
So anybody that doesn't understand how this works, so there's a Comrex when you're on remote, right? And you got to have the correct IP address to make sure that you log into the station, right? Now, we know that there is a correct IP address because Vic was on remote this morning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an IP address that logs into this station.
It does work somehow.
Okay.
That technology does work.
Right. Now.
You're blaming Scott. Here you go. I can see where you're going.
No. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I said Jesse just didn't do his job. Now we're getting to the folks that think they're doing their job but didn't do their job, right? Now, Scott, you got to put the actual IP address into it, Now, I don't have the Comrex. I don't know what goes into it here, right? Could there possibly be some user error? Could there possibly be some misunderstanding about how to put the IP address in it? Now, hold on. Is it on Scott to understand how to put the IP address in, or does somebody else have to tell him how to do that?
Or is it on Jesse to assume how stupid Scott might be?
Correct.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, Jesse's not doing his job. And Scott thinks he is.
So Scott, I see what you're saying. Scott is the Ryan Johansson of this show.
Yeah.
He thinks he's doing things right. He's taking credit for it.
Yeah.
But really, it's his fault.
Well, I mean,
but on the surface, it looks good.
No. It's not his fault. But he could probably save the day.
I think he just wanted to take a nap, honestly.
I don't know. He was going to go work out. But he did log on. We'll have him on at 2:00. We'll be able to see him again. Wow, Scott's the Ryan Johansson. I know. I mean, that would be me. I'd be if anything.
I hope Scott wasn't listening right now. Nobody tell him.
Well, I mean, you guys just get along so great. So it's so what's the possible problem there?
What could have gone wrong with that one, right?
What could go wrong with that? Now, actually, somehow, Dan, you will get blamed, right?
Scott will blame me for sure.
It'll be
for sure.
At the end of the day. It will be your fault.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay,
I'm used to it.
Keep my guys Jesse and DT's name out your mouth from Bubs. There you go, sticking up for you.
DT, somebody's guy.
This bit sucks. It's not really a bit. We're just kind of hashing out
we're just trying to figure out who's doing their job.
It wasn't a bit or anything.
Yeah. It's important to know.
Tyler Palumbo's captain.
Thank you. Alpha.
I'm the captain now.
You trying to become the captain of the show?
No. Sometimes like you don't ask for it; it just happens.
Just happens.
Yeah.
Oh man, Taves was so pissed. I'm trying to think like, man, we're getting like a lot of things that just don't normally happen. You don't normally have a coach screaming at the star quarterback. Dude, guys, I don't know, man. Last time in hockey, a player called out other guys on his team. That is so like kind of unhockey-like.
It's very unBednar-like. Bednar will call guys out. He won't call guys out specifically. Matter of fact, I'm not sure he ever has. Can you think of a time that Bednar's... I can think... You know what?
Oh, yeah, I can.
Remember when Kadri came back from injury? And he was like, you know what? Kadri's just not there. He's got to play better hockey.
And the Bednar this year said Georgie played like the rest of the team. Terrible.
Yeah, it's true. I remember that one also.
He's done it. Georgie.
All I want you to do is do your Blaken job.
Do your job. Get back to Hoodie. I don't know, man. I mean, seasons are long. Guys grind on each other. You see too much of each other sometimes, I guess. The problem with that Chicago trip is that, it just sucks. Like, I'll tell you this, bro. You lose to the Patriots. All right, how about this for a hot take? You lose to the Patriots, there's zero chance Russell Wilson's here next year. How about that one for you? Try that one on for size.
Hard to refute. But I'd take it a step further. Is there any difference between the Patriots and the Raiders? Is there any difference between the Raiders and the Chargers?
Yes.
There is?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, maybe the Raiders. How about the Chargers?
Chargers game is going to be very similar to this game. Very similar. The Chargers are just a better team, though. I mean, the Chargers have...
What?
Well, they have a real quarterback.
No, they don't.
Oh, you don't? Oh, wait, that's right. Is Herbert going to be... Oh, is he out for the year?
Herbert's gone, pal.
Oh, all right, my bad. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Chargers next week is the same as this week.
Let's keep it real. The Raiders are the same thing, too. Like, they're a galvanized group. Okay, cool. Let's pull up let's see what the Raiders.
Let's see what they do in the next 2 weeks. But you're right about the Chargers. They're just as sucky as the Patriots.
But I mean, my point is, if you're going to say Russ will no longer be the QB if they lose to the Patriots, I don't really know why it'd be any different with the Raiders.
Man, I don't know. That's a quirky. It's a cool place. That Allegiant Field. Like, I think there is an advantage being there for the Raiders. I think they're playing well for Antonio Pierce.
Okay, I mean, they put up 63 points. That's hard to not acknowledge. But listen, let's go back. The week before that, they lost 3-0.
Yeah, but I mean,
to the Vikings.
The Patriots are arguably the worst team in the NFL.
Okay, but the Raiders are not that much different. I know they put up 63 points against the Chargers. They lost 3-0 against the Vikings. They lost 31-17 to the Chiefs. They lost 20-13 to the Dolphins. They won a game 16-12 against the Jets. They lost, listen, this is a bad organization. It's a bad football team.
All right, let's get to it. No dumb questions. Let's go, Dan. Let's fire it up.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got a couple here, but I'm always open for suggestions. But if you don't got one, I'm ready to roll.
What happened to the people? The voice of the people. What happened to you guys?
The voice of the people, Dan? I don't know.
Come on, get involved on No Dumb
Nothing
Questions.
Yet. Send them in.
Voice of the people.
Get the app and just talk into the microphone and just scream whatever you want. It works.
Now go ahead. What you got?
All right, the wife.
We're a little bit light out there today, actually.
The wife already told me even if I win tickets for the Broncos game on Christmas Eve, I can't go. Should I be all right with that? I got to think about that one. What supersedes life? Whatever you do traditionally on Christmas Eve or going to a Broncos game on Christmas Eve?
You can't do it. I couldn't do it. No.
Why?
Christmas Eve, that's Christmas Eve, man. That's it.
Like there's just some traditions
there's
that
nothing
you just,
that supersedes Christmas and Christmas Eve.
Just can't get out of those traditions no matter what.
You know what? Honestly, I wouldn't want to. I would choose. I love Christmas.
Well, all right. I think everybody going to the game is going to love Christmas. Nobody's going to hate.
What
Wait,
time's
are
the
you
game?
are you saying if you
What
go
time's
to
the
the
game?
game you hate Christmas?
What time's the game?
6:15. It's the Sunday night football game.
When you doing church? When you
You could go to midnight bro. You could go right from that game. Just suck it up, Buttercup, and roll right into midnight mass.
Okay, if you're Catholic.
Who else is going to church on Christmas Eve?
Separations here. I'm not going to go into the details here. Separations between Christian and Catholics. Separations.
I get it, but like I thought that was a big Catholic thing. Listen, it wasn't my life.
No,
what can I tell
midnight
you?
mass, definitely a big thing.
We always rolled. Here's how I was tortured as a kid. We'd go from wherever, Hingham or Ipswich, to West Roxbury on Christmas Eve for my mom's family. And she came from an Irish Catholic, 7 brothers and sisters, 1 million people at the house. And it was just,
Listen.
it was an exhausting ride there. And then my parents would just say, let's get it out of the way. And we would roll right from there, from all that, right into midnight mass.
There you go.
And we'd knock out the midnight mass. And, they always try a little harder on midnight mass.
Listen, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you got to ask the deep question here. If your wife's really putting you on the spot like that, she's really giving you an ultimatum, are you happy?
What are you saying?
Let's ask the deep questions here.
It's a wrap.
Were you previously happy?
Oh my God. Oh, that's pretty funny, dude. No, man. I mean, go to the game. I don't know what to say, man. We always try to go skiing over Christmas, so for our family, it's just a little bit different these days up here in Colorado. We moved 2,000 miles away from our family, so we don't have those conflicts. Go on the game. We went to the Nuggets game on Christmas night last year as a family. It was awesome. Going to a sporting event around Christmas is great. How is that not celebrating Christmas? It's freaking amazing.
All right, no dumb question.
Wear a sweater.
From Kurt. He says, why haven't we gone to Russ and asked for a restructure? Or have we, and he gave us the bird? You can't. You have absolutely no power to ask Russell Wilson to renegotiate. None. He's got all the leverage in the world. Now, I'll tell you this. If Russ wants to be a hero, and honestly, I think he should do this. He needs to come to the team and say, I want to do the right thing for the football team. I recognize what my play has been. My play has not been a $250 million quarterback. I want to be here, and I want the Denver Broncos to be really good. And right now, because of my contract, it's going to be tough for us to be really, really good. So you know what? I got a dollar figure that is enough for me, and let's renegotiate this thing. But it has to come from Russell Wilson. The team has zero leverage in asking Russ to do it.
Yeah, I don't even know why Russ would do it, but I mean...
Well, why did Tom Brady do it?
I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I think that...
Both their wives make plenty of money.
I think the deal is the deal. What the Broncos have to figure out if they want this guy, period.
But Russ would be a hero, man. He would be an absolute hero if he came to the team and did that on his own.
Well, how do we know he hasn't done that?
Because we haven't heard anything about it. We would know.
You think he'd be putting it out there somehow?
No.
By hook or by crook?
We would certainly know if they renegotiated a contract. You think they're going to do that in secrecy?
I don't know. I think it's a moot point. I think they made their bed. They've got to pay big money to a quarterback no matter what. They chose Russ. It's either he's the guy or he's not the guy. It's like, what's his contract keeping us from doing? What is it? Like what? They were the number one spending team in free agency last year. They just did that. They had they have 5 draft picks last year. Penner has already said that he's going to be more committed to, seeing the organization. Like, I'm not doing that again. What we did in free agency.
It could be the difference between keeping Pat Surtain and not.
I dug into that, by the way. It's like 4 dudes that make more than $20 million a year.
Yeah.
So he could be the highest paid corner at about 22 per.
Yep.
Which actually, it's not that bad.
But I'm giving you a very specific example. It could be the difference between keeping him or not.
All right, but I guess I'd circle back and just say, is he your guy or not? I mean, if he's your guy, okay, then you want to sort of win.
Wait, who?
Russell Wilson.
Okay.
Surtain is certainly your guy.
No.
I think they are going to keep Surtain, and I think they are going to make him the highest paid corner, and they're going to have to live with whatever else that means.
I think we lost track of the conversation, though. I mean, you're asking me what the team could do if Russ went to them and asked to renegotiate.
Yeah, but I think they're going to do Surtain no matter what.
Okay, fine. But I mean, the point is, there's guys, there's things, there's money that becomes available. It is a salary cap. Cash will never be a problem with this football team.
That's for sure.
It's not about the cash, but the salary cap.
All right, let's go to the voice of the people, Tyler. You excited?
Let's go.
Here we go.
Question: if Columbus is the new captain,
right?
Are you more the Titanic or the Lusitania?
Ooh. What was the second one?
The Lusitania.
I had to look it up. I've never heard of that one.
Can I get a country of origin?
Lusitania was responsible for starting World War I. The singing of the Lusitania.
Oh.
Dan, how am I doing on that, brother?
Yep. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Well, I'm not on a sinking ship, generally speaking, so I decline to answer that. I am the tide that raises all boats.
Is that who you are? Well, you're certainly tall enough.
I just stand underwater and pick them up.
That would help.
Lusitania.
We got another one there,
Can I get a little more, just 3 details
They
about
sunk
Lusitania?
They sunk the
Who's they?
Lusitania. The Germans or somebody. I don't know all the details.
Wow, look at you.
I don't know. I just blame the Germans for World War I and II.
Yeah.
I mean, they got some fingerprints on it.
Why'd they bomb Pearl Harbor?
Tell me about it. All right, Dan, what else you got?
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah, okay.
Who's going to yell at me?
Who's the captain of the Denver Broncos right now?
That's a really
Who's
good question.
Who's the leader of the
Denver
Broncos?
Who's the
right
Taves?
Yeah.
Who's the guy who's going to say there's 22 starters and 6 of them suck?
Simmons. Yeah, I think Simmons has changed. I don't think Simmons is as soft as he like soft spoken. Not soft as in like a player. Soft spoken as he once was. He feels a little bit different to me.
I think Simmons is. Yeah, I'll go with Simmons because he's just. I was hesitating about Kareem, but Kareem's just barely playing now. I'll go Simmons on the defense. On the offense, there's nobody. There's nobody, and that's a problem.
No one.
That's a problem. There's nobody. There's no big. There's not really.
Mike McGlinchey is the spokesman of the offense,
right?
I mean, he's not a dog. He's not calling anybody out.
No, he's the mayor of he's the mayor of Happyville. He's a good dude and all, but I think a guy who could be like that possibly is Ben Powers. He has a very Matt Paradis sort of vibe to him. Like I could see that behind the scenes. We would never know it. Sort of like the way Nalen was, sort of that grumbly guy who's always, sort of leading in that direction. But Powers is new. McGlinchey is new.
Was the Lusitania an American boat?
No.
Whose boat was it?
Lusitania. I don't want to say it was like Spain or something.
British
vessel.
British vessel.
Okay.
Traveling from New York to Liverpool.
Who sunk it?
A German U-boat.
Yeah. Told you.
Torpedoed and sank the Lusitania on name the date. Name the year.
It'd be like 1916 or something like that.
Pretty good. 1915.
I got close.
May 7th, 1915.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
123 Americans died.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It started a stupid war.
I mean, don't torpedo passenger ships. Don't do that.
Tell me about it. All right. More of your. Hey, what do you want Grizz to be asking Russ and Sean Payton? We'll take more of those suggestions. Hey, you got to bring me up to CU. I'm seeing a lot of stuff with CU. What matters? What doesn't matter? What are people excited about? So maybe you can brief me there. Scotty will be with us at 2:00 from Canada. He'll be with us in a very weird, strange way. So stick around. PhD on 92.5. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Leggy joins us. Thanks for being on with us, Jeff. What do you think this whole Russell Wilson screaming at Russell Wilson thing was all about, Jeff? If you had to sort of psychologically break it down, is it just X's and O's on the field, or is there something deeper?
I don't think it's deeper. I do think it's probably a good mood ring of the frustration level with the offense in general. And I think what we don't know about the whole equation is, and I've asked people and sort of gotten conflicting stories, but we don't know if Russ said innocently, I wish we could go for it there or something. We don't know any of that stuff.
No way. No way did Russ say that, by the way, Jeff. No way.
Well, I'm just saying, and I agree with you, but I also watched it happen in real time, and about half the tirade is directed at Russ, about half is offensive struggles in general, and whatever's left over is probably he's still mad about the fumble in the first quarter. So I think it's a lot of things. And look, that if ever a team needed an offense to carry it for like one game in an important stretch, this is that team, because I'm not sure the offense can take credit for any wins this year, really.
All right, one more speculation question. Then I won't ask you to speculate anymore. But there's two theories that make sense to me. Number one, he was ticked off about the timeout earlier in the drive because he was feeling pressured that he couldn't waste another timeout with the challenge. Or my personal theory is that somewhere along the lines, maybe it was the pitch to Javonte down there, there was an audible that Sean Payton didn't agree with, because I don't understand the Davis Webb component of it. It was something very specific about the quarterback play that you go after Davis Webb, right? So how do you make sense out of the Davis Webb and Russell Wilson part of it?
Well, I guess I would say anytime there's a long interaction this year between Sean Payton and Russell, Davis Webb is there. So I think he's been sort of the third person in these tribunals all year, even in practice. When Sean is sort of going at Russ in some fashion, almost 90% of the time, Davis Webb is right there. So I think it's just part of the deal. And I've seen earlier this season that Davis Webb sort of defend Russell on the sideline to Payton. So I think there's all sorts of yelling going on. And, again, I don't think the yelling's a big deal. Everybody sees that stuff all the time if you're around this long enough, especially yelling at the quarterback. And I think it's easy to forget, Sean Payton's coaching mentor yelled at everybody like that, including the quarterback. I mean, Bill Parcells may have yelled at Phil Simms more than any human being's been yelled at in the history of the planet. So I think there's just some of that too. It's how he coaches the quarterback, and if you don't like it, and maybe Breeze, after all those years, had figured out a way to avoid sort of the sideline, blow-ups. But I think, to me, it's an indication of what Payton feels about an offense that is at his doorstep. He's the play caller. He's the play designer. He makes the play sheet. He picks the first 15. And this offense, it's last in goal-to-goal situations. It's 22nd in the red zone. They don't score very much.
Right.
And other than Cortland Sutton, they don't finish plays very much. And they have, 31 receptions from their entire tight end group? I think he's mad at the whole thing.
And the bigger question at the end of the year, Jeff, is just how are we going to move forward? And that's where there's been a lot of speculation like, hey, Russ just ain't a Sean Payton sort of guy. I guess we can wait till the end of the season to really dive into that. But that seems to be what's been going on, too, in the past, couple of days.
Well, you're going to take the salary cap hit to cut him. You might as well just crater next season. He's got to be here through 24 or they won't build a team. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and, when you hear Colin Cowherd come out, and I don't think it's any secret, Colin and Sean Payton have got a very good relationship. When you hear Colin Cowherd come out and say, look, Sean's got the power in the building and, Russ isn't going to be the guy next year, how much credence do you put to that? I mean, do you think that is Sean Payton telling Colin Cowherd that?
Well, if Sean Payton's going to have to talk to the guy who's going to have to write the check for the guaranteed money at some point, and he doesn't have juice over Greg Penner. So, where
do you think Penner
say what
stands?
they want. For a team with 6 draft picks, to cut a quarterback and have a quarter of its salary cap used up for a player that's not here is asinine, really. And you want to be a stinky team with no cap room and no draft picks? Well, yeah, go ahead and cut him.
Wow, so you're pretty firm. He's here. He's here next year.
No, I'm saying if it's me, he's here. I mean, there's no business model that makes sense to get rid of him. The Packers could get rid of Rodgers because they're the youngest team in football. They have tons of draft picks.
See, this would lead me to another speculation question, but I can't help myself. What do you think Sean Payton does at the end of the day with Greg Penner and George Payton? Do you think he says, okay, I get it, I understand the salary, the whole thing? Or do you think he goes in there and says, this ain't my guy, we just got to get somebody different?
Well, he knew what it was coming in. And if, he
Right.
criticized them when he was at Fox. So to pretend this is somehow he walked in and suddenly, oh my God, he's surprised at how Russell plays, I think that's silly. But, I think a lot of this is we're all grinding our gears to decisions that haven't been made yet. So,
yeah.
But from a purely football business perspective, a team with only 6 draft picks and the cap situation it has would be foolish to take on that dead money. But doesn't mean it wouldn't happen. It just means if you think this year is not going well, then next year will look even worse. I'd remind people right now that the oldest team in football is the New Orleans Saints with one of the worst cap situations in the league.
It's like a responsible father talking to Jeff Legwall. Like he keeps you in check. Like he reminds you to brush your teeth at night
Children,
or something.
wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up, children.
Hey, morons. We get this thing called the salary cap. All right, Leggy, we appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no, my kids still didn't clean their rooms.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I don't have much effect.
Exactly. All right, Leggy, we appreciate it. Jeff Legwall brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Yeah, I mean, there's some ugly truths to the situation of the contract and what they do. So, you know what Penner probably is going to do? You know what he probably is going to do? Figure it out, Sean. Figure it out. Because this is where we're at. I'm sorry. You don't like it. Figure it out. Best of luck. It's kind of like Scott with his broadcast technology.
Figure out the IP address.
We're gonna see where things are at. We'll check in with Scott in Toronto and Grizz out there with the Broncos today, and we know that Devon Taves is the captain of he's the pseudo captain of the Avalanche now because he told us there was a good 14 and a sucky 6. Thank you, Mr. Taves. It's PhD on 92.5.
I'm the captain now.
No.
Broncos, Patriots. The Patriots are terrible. We'll dig deeper into that. Let's football go coming up at
Let's go.
2:20. We'll get our guy Hastings on here in a heartbeat up there in Toronto. And some of his equipment works. Some of it doesn't.
Well, his phone works. And his iPad.
And his iPad works. So we should be able to see him again. I got to press him down here. Scotty, I'm looking for you here, guy. We got. Can we not see you? Are you just on the phone now this time around?
I was looking on my Instagram and thinking about buying a water filtration system.
What?
A water filtration system.
Oh, okay.
Close
okay.
enough.
Yeah.
We get it. Yeah, and?
Well, then you guys ruined it and called me.
Sorry about that.
So
dude.
we don't get to look at you now? We're just going to listen to you?
No, I mean,
That's up to you.
Daddy can fix this for you real fast.
Whatever you want to do. I mean,
don't ask him to do two things at one time. Don't do that.
Oh, he is in Canada. Hey, what do you love about being in Canada?
That I get to leave tomorrow.
There you go.
Nice.
Buddy. There you go, pal. Now we can see you. Now we can see the big fella.
You gonna dress up as Santa or anything for Christmas for the Christmas game with Nuggets?
Am I going to try to do what?
Are you gonna dress up as Santa Claus or anything?
So I'm trying to talk to Cuz and say, hey, can I just stay home for that game?
Well, that sounds better.
Yeah, they don't have a TV thing.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Because
It's not a TV thing.
Yeah, it's a ABC sort of deal.
Okay.
But they got you doing radio?
Well, yeah, I kind of jumped into that a few years ago, thinking that no job too small, DMAC. Try to do as much as you can, make yourself. That's why you go to a lot of games. So they say, well, pretend like you're working, type stuff.
Exactly. I barely pay
so-
attention. I just watch Netflix during the games.
And it's easier like when it's an evening game, but when you got a 9-year-old and you got to leave your house at 9:30 on Christmas morning, I don't know how that's really going to fly.
What time is the game actually on Christmas? Is it 12:30?
Noon.
Woo!
It's noon, isn't it? 12:30.
So for a noon Nuggets
Big
game,
noon tip off.
Big noon tip. All right. So for a noon Nuggets game, and you're doing radio, what time you got to be there? 11:59.
Well, if we'll catch the Malone presser right, so that will be
What?
at,
He's doing a presser that day? What
I
time?
guarantee you will. Yeah, it's by league rules, right?
Oh my God.
So what's that? Hour 45 for the game.
10:15.
10:15 presser. So to get there in time for that, probably have to leave the house at 9:15.
All right. These are first world problems.
Hey, Chris is over at Broncos. Anything you want him to ask him?
Okay. You asking Scott or you asking me?
Scotty.
Asking who about what for Broncos?
Grizz. What should Grizz be asking folks over at Broncos about today?
What do they got to say that I care about?
I don't know. You tell me. What do you care about? What do you care?
Sports talk radio,
Well, we can make stuff up, can't we? I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't even know who they play this week.
Patriots.
Oh, there you go.
I think he was serious.
It's Christmas Eve. Can I say
That's right. That's right.
And we ain't doing a show on Monday. I ain't thought a lick about this game Sunday. I haven't even thought a lick.
Well, I'll tell you this:
about this game Sunday.
the Patriots suck. How about that? They're bad at everything.
Bailey Zappi, though, the future of the Patriots is near. Bailey Zappi is the future. He's the new Tom. I mean, listen, they won all them Super Bowls with a guy who was like a 7th-round draft pick. Why not go with some guy who wasn't drafted or was a late-round draft pick named Zappi?
Perfect.
Why can't lightning be struck in the bottle?
Bailey Zappi is like Zuzu Pedals. It's like that,
It's Billy. Billy,
yeah.
Yeah,
Billy Zappi.
we renamed him. Why are you calling him his proper name?
I'm just saying Billy Bailey Zappi is like a character from like "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" or something.
Hey, yeah, no, you know what you do? You're waiting for Dagwood to drop in the door right there.
Dagwood.
With Dennis, sitting there and saying, hey, I think that was Bailey just a while ago. And or maybe he's a corporal with what was that one cartoon Cole Bailey.
Yeah.
The Army.
Yeah. Bailey's. It was Bailey's something or other. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
Funny
yeah.
pages. Hey, if a team has a player like Taves did, I'm sort of making this more general, but when and he didn't name anybody but he did separate it. He said there's 14 guys who are on board and 6 guys who aren't. All right, what does that do to a team, Scott?
Depends if you got the right guys. It will either strengthen those 14 that are doing it the right way and their strength by numbers, and they'll all, in my opinion, we talked about this earlier, and I kind of started thinking about this. He may be trying to galvanize the other 14 to get off their humps also and say, listen, let's start demanding more from the guys that aren't. Or he's completely talking about and explaining the reason that the Avalanche are struggling right now is there truly is a separation inside the locker room. And as we saw in the McDaniel years with the Denver Nuggets or Denver Broncos, you ain't winning if the locker room is separated.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been asking on talk radio for the last 3 weeks, those of us who thought they had a leadership problem a month ago were shot down and, you guys don't know. What are you talking about hockey? You don't know nothing about hockey.
Right.
And yet if you've got a separation in the locker room and your locker room is not together, the number one framer of that argument is no leadership in the locker room.
I agree.
So here's my concern. I think you could galvanize the group. Sure, of course it could. But as Scott just said right there at the beginning of his answer, it depends on if you got the right guys in the locker room.
Yeah.
I think he's telling us they don't have the right guys in the locker room. So my bigger concern is, can it galvanize the group if he doesn't even think they've got the right guys in the locker room, right? So I don't know, man. I mean, listen, I know you can't question anything with the Avalanche. You can't do that. But between what happened last week with Mikko and Arturi and all that, and now you've got this, my bigger concern is I don't know if it will galvanize the locker room, because when you've got a group of 6 guys, that's not a dude. That's not like a Randy Gregory who might have a following. Shoot, that's a third of the team, right?
So he's got to be talking about the new guys too. Who else would he be talking about?
Yeah. So I don't know if it does galvanize the group if you're already saying you don't know you've got the right guys.
And when I'm saying it could galvanize the group one way or the other. It could galvanize the 6 guys and saying, F you, we ain't doing
exactly.
nothing now.
Exactly.
But it could also galvanize the 14 to sit there and say, we've got to be stronger together and start getting these guys on the same page. What Taves did, and I don't know what you guys talked about or not since then, but what Taves did also is he's now throwing the pressure over on the coaching staff over on that side that they've got to get a handle on the locker room.
Yeah.
And the one thing I was talking with, I talked to Andy last night, and I said, what a lot of people don't understand, coaches are never in a locker room. You look
Good
at the
ones.
Broncos. First of all, the Broncos play at Vesco. They come in and talk to the team before and after games, halftime. That's the only time they're in the locker room. At practice time, they ain't walking in and checking on the players. They ain't going in and having conversation with the players. Chuck Daly, the only time he was ever in our locker room, and sometimes we'd practice in the same building that we played in, was in the meeting. So what this did by Taves, to me, is also made an announcement to Bednar and his group, boys, we got some issues going in that locker room, and they're going to have to figure something else to do, and like I said, and do without really being in that locker room.
We'll see what happens. Hey, I was wondering that. Like, is this something? I mean, Bednar was supportive enough of it with the morning show today. He was. But I do wonder, it's like, hey, man, that kind of undermines a coaching staff a little bit.
He didn't feel that way.
I don't think it undermines it. I guarantee you this conversation has been said between probably the coaches and maybe even the coaches and their star.
Because there's 6, right, Scott? There's 6.
Yeah. This has been talked about. All Taves did was made something that's probably been a concern in this organization. Joe Sakic knows about this. All Taves did was bring it to the public.
Yeah.
So that DMAC can now talk about it.
All right. Well, I guess they got to trade Ryan Johansson. They got rid of Tatar. They traded him. So I guess the next guy to go is Ryan Johansson.
Well,
one of them. I mean, you can't just sit there and what? I mean,
well, you can because I mean, in theory, right now, this is the open invitation. Get it together. I mean, I don't think this is like, wow, we got problem guys. I think it's more like, here's your invitation to get it together. Look, we got 14 other dudes that are doing this the right way.
We'll know who the problem is with the next guy they trade. We'll know what's going on. Somebody's getting traded. They're going to they're going to vote somebody off the island.
And I don't know.
Who do you vote?
I don't know if we could draw parallels with the Broncos or not. But they had a crap start, got rid of 2 guys, and all of a sudden they sure have played a lot better.
Well, that's right.
They sure have played a lot better.
I just cannot help but laugh at hockey fans. Someone and look at me defending D-Mac. Look at me. Look at this, D-Mac. Someone bring D-Mac some gasoline. He's trying to start a fire. This is my whole point.
What the hell did I do?
What is it going to take for you to recognize that there's something going on in the locker room?
Yeah, bro.
There's something going on.
Yeah.
And if you can't recognize that, that's on you for being delusional. We're not making this up. We didn't create this. We didn't come up with the conversation. D-Mac didn't do it. And I hope that the locker room recognizes that as well, and they don't take it, because I do think it's concerning. I do think it could be a bit of a fire moment that goes the wrong direction. But if it goes the right way, this could be a turning point. But it's so funny to me how delusional some fans can be. Look, there is something going on inside that locker room right now, plain and simple.
Look at that, Scotty. Tyler slightly had my back. Appreciate it.
It took me 3.5 years of doing radio with you to ever get your back.
But listen, and I'll just say this. How do I say this nicely? It doesn't come up ignorant or arrogant.
Oh, do it the ignorant way.
Be yourself.
The problem with hockey, at least with the Avalanche fans and even the people that kind of cover the game, it's been kind of a self-protecting kind of organism.
Yes.
That and I, when things are going good, that's great. But when things are bad, you kind of don't want to hear it. And it's not talked about. And here's the thing that I don't think all hockey fans understand. It's okay if your team has issues.
Right.
Every team has issues. I guarantee you they had issues in the year they won the Stanley Cup 2 seasons ago. It's okay. Every team goes through issues. They won a Stanley Cup. The league caught up. They got to rebuild. And thank God they don't have to rebuild like some teams do and win 20 games and just get smashed. They're doing it with still great stars. And let's also don't sleep on the fact, another thing that's going on right now is we're realizing how much Makar means to this team when he don't play.
No doubt. No doubt.
And so we don't want to just crush everybody. It could be a practice thing. It could be a thing that Taves is talking about. We when we get together, we're not taking it serious. We're not practicing hard. Whatever, it might be a whole bunch of different things like that. Or it could mean they've got some Gregory's in the locker room. I don't know.
Well, they got 6. They got 6 guys that aren't making any sense.
But like I said,
they got 6 guys not doing their job. Not necessarily Randy Gregory's. 6 guys not doing their job.
Yeah, it could be 6 guys that come to practice and just goof around, don't really hit it hard, and then they're okay in the game. I mean, Johansson, you said 10 goals. I mean, he's been okay statistically.
He just doesn't fit though. Like it's like, and like, hey, don't forget what Taves said. Some guys here think they're doing all right and they're not. I mean, I'd look at the guy who has 10 goals. I mean, you might as well just say Ryan Johansson at that point. I mean, who else the hell is he talking about? I mean, maybe Colton, maybe, I don't know.
Well, let me ask this.
It's not a long list.
Anyway, Taves talking about guys we know and love, like a McKinnon or anything?
No. McKinnon. Well, McKinnon's been unbelievable. So there's no way he's talking about McKinnon, Nichushkin, or Mikko. No chance. It's not talking about...
Hey, now, come on now. Nichushkin struggled there until the baby was born, didn't he?
I got it, but that was a few weeks ago, and the guy's been completely on fire. He ain't talking about Cogliano or Logan O'Connor.
Hey, you spelled poke the bear, and it worked.
He's not talking about Josh Manson, I guarantee you that. And he's not talking about Bo Byram, who is sitting right next to him.
Is he talking about Mikko Randall?
No way. No way is he talking about Mikko. The only person who gets to talk about Mikko is Lekkonen's father. We all know that.
That's okay.
All right, Scotty, give us a preview of tonight, and then we'll let you go. What do we get tonight with Toronto?
Well, you got 3 games. Here's the funny thing. I'll give you some funny stats. Really weird. This is the first time since November 12th that the Nuggets have a chance to get to 500 on the road. They win tonight. They'll be 7-7, I believe. Is that right? 7-7 on the road, and they haven't been 500 or better on the road since they lost in Houston on November 12th. So great opportunity here in Toronto to kind of get that W going. Toronto's still got a lot of questions. They've had a couple good wins, but they still got a lot of questions. Is Siakam long term? They got a handful of other guys that are they going to be here around, after the All-Star break again? Are they in a rebuild? They've gone young. But a great opportunity for some road games. I think Brooklyn will be tough. They've, Charlotte is Charlotte, but the key is they got a chance to go into the new year above 500, and that's always been one of Malone's caveats, right? He wants to be above 500 road team. Here's the funny thing: in the stretch since November 12th to now, 18 games since November 12th to right now, since they've been 500. And Detroit still never won a game in that period, in that time period.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That's crazy.
Denver's played 18 games.
That's crazy.
And in that 18-game stretch, in that
That's
window,
insane.
Pistons don't have a win.
All right, well, have a great call.
Hey, Scotty, I thought you had a great show today, man.
Yeah, spectacular. And
Hey, well, I thought your show was good for a couple segments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
who's the captain now of this show? Are you trying to be Are you calling?
I'm the captain now.
You're the captain now.
I'm the captain when Scott's not here.
Taves, you're in charge. All right, Scotty, have a good call. We'll talk
See
to
you,
you,
boys.
See ya. Yeah, pregame gets going at 5 o'clock here. Is that right, Dan? 5? Damn. So Nate and Andy get to cruise today, huh?
Oh, are you kidding me?
They love it.
Nobody gets paid more to not work than Nate and Andy.
All right, pregame, the game tip at 5:30 with Kaz and Scotty and Chris over there on Altitude TV. All right, let's football go. Aaron Rodgers is an arrogant jerk. More evidence of that. And the Broncos get ready to take on the worst team in the NFL. That's next. I was talking to Vic last night. He's like, I'm not coming in. It's too far. And then I'm like, well, isn't that kind of great? Like, didn't you kind of win?
Yeah, exactly.
PhD presents Let's Football Go.
It wasn't our home.
All right, run out and hook in.
Run out and hook in. Show these people how to play football.
Wife walks in, 2 glasses of wine, 2 goblets of wine, and says, "Let's go."
Let's go! Westminster.
Let's go, man. Let's go. That's what we do, man.
Westminster.
A few years ago. Stop. Let me correct you. Stop.
Oh, you was talking about my mom. Yes, you were. You were.
Oh, yes,
they're
you
gonna
were.
plow the Patriots.
On Altitude Sports Radio,
There you go.
92.5.
Damn right. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Hey, hold on. I vote Vic off the island. I'm voting Vic off the island.
Vic who?
Vic Lombardi.
I think he already voted himself off the island.
I'm voting him off the island of our show. He's got enough airtime. He's got enough people kissing his rear end, you know? Like, does he really need to be a part of Let's Football Go? I mean, it does work pretty well, what he's saying, but
I agree.
I'm voting him off the island.
You know, tonight is the season finale of Survivor.
Oh, yeah?
The one TV show my wife watches. So I'm going to have to, that's going to be a weird one to manage. Because I got to.
She's watched all 45
She
seasons?
does. She's seen it.
What season are we on?
It's like that. It's something like that. 43, 44, 45, something like that. No, seriously, it is. You're right. Something crazy like that. But tonight's the season finale.
Yippee-ki-yay.
I love my wife.
Christmas movie?
I'll just sort of watch the Nuggets game on the side and pretend that I care, like that Danny just got voted out. All right, what's going on there, Dan Tanner?
All right, we got Broncos Patriots coming up. Let's hear from the Patriots offensive coordinator.
Who is that?
Bill O'Brien.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Is the offensive coordinator of the New England Patriots. Now, which quarterback situation is worse? What the Broncos are doing with the Russ contract, or with the Patriots, Mac Jones,
Patriots,
Bailey Zappi?
Here's the advantage, though. Here's the advantage. If you draft a quarterback in the first round, he doesn't work out, You can just move on. You don't have salary cap problems. You don't have all sorts of other issues. You didn't give up draft picks. You can just move on, and they clearly got to move on. Here's O'Brien.
Here is Bill O'Brien talking about what Mac Jones needs to do to get back onto the field.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I think everybody's got to be ready to play, especially in the situation that we're in. I really do. I think that everybody has to be ready to go. Anybody that's on the 53-man roster really has to go out on the practice field and practice well and earn a shot to play. And that's whether you're a quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, running back, or offensive lineman. So
football.
I definitely, and I know that you've heard that from Bill, but that's the truth. Like you have to be ready to go, because if you practice really well, you're going to have a real shot to play.
Oh my gosh!
I think that goes for every position.
What Bill Belichick's got to be looking at that like, you got diarrhea of the mouth. Why are you talking so long, Bill? Bill and Bill.
Who is there? It's Zappy, right? It's not Mac Jones. Just got benched for Zappy, right?
That's Zappy. Yes, 100%. It's Billy. It's Billy, as Scott has coined him. Billy Zappy will be the guy. Which situation would I rather have? I'd rather have the number 2 pick, like the New England Patriots currently do, and they will be selecting Drake May.
Drake
probably.
May. Yeah, I'd rather be in that. That's. Would you rather have Drake May next year or Russell Wilson?
Oh, Drake May, for sure.
You would.
Yeah. I mean, but it's not as simple as, like, I'm not telling you Drake May is going to be a better quarterback than Russell Wilson next year. No, I'm not saying that.
Second. Let me go here. Would you rather have Penix or Russell Wilson?
Penix.
Caleb Williams or Russell Wilson?
Caleb.
Jaden Daniels or Russell Wilson?
Russ.
Okay, so J.J.
There's a cutoff.
All right, J.J. McCarthy or Russell Wilson?
Russ.
Bo Nix or Russell Wilson?
Ooh. I might gamble on that one.
Why are you a little down on Jaden Daniels?
You know what? I guess I'm biased.
Heisman Trophy winner.
I guess I'm biased from the beginning part of the year. There was a couple games I watched the beginning part of the year that he just could not hit the broadside of a barn.
Then he caught fire.
And he did, I guess, and he won a Heisman.
Yeah.
Pretty good at football.
Yeah.
I can't get over what I watched at the beginning of the year.
Okay. I've been watching Jaden Daniels forever. So I've been watching him since he was a starting freshman at ASU.
Well, his teammates at ASU thought he sucked.
It was weird. They got into weird places. I thought he was great. I'm a big fan of Jaden Daniels. But I'm not going to sit here and promise you he's going to be the answer. I'm just saying, if you're talking about the 4th or 5th quarterback selected this year, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels. I don't know. Daniels.
I wouldn't mind selecting one of those guys and letting them sit behind Russ for a year and see what happens.
It's interesting to me that you do your Williams, yes. May, yes. Penix, yes.
Yep.
Nix, maybe. McCarthy, no. Daniels, no. So it's interesting where you're drawing the line.
Mix is yes for me. I like Bo Nix. I think okay. Yeah, I think he's got a good shot.
So you got 4 guys.
Yeah.
And you're iffy on, or you're not iffy, I guess. You say no on Daniels and no on
Well, hold on.
McCarthy.
I wouldn't mind selecting Jaden Daniels to sit behind Russell Wilson for a year and see what happens.
It's got to be, listen, it's got to be more than that, though. You got to commit to him at some point. You're going to have to say, AK, you're my guy now. I get it for a year. Okay, yeah. Fine. But you got to know that after that
No.
I
mean, I get it. You select the dude in the first round. The plan is for him to be the quarterback.
All right, Dan, go ahead. What's next?
All right, Tyler sent this over. This is a really cool clip from the Hard Knocks in season.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Mike McDaniel. Now, we bleeped this out. It's a little bit long, but it's really good. So we'll play this. This is a coach taking accountability for himself when addressing his team.
Okay.
We lost the game for 15 different reasons. And I have my hand fully in that, okay? Trash plan on my part. Against their 0, there's better than having to throw a fadeaway jumper, okay? Now, I've got a quarterback trying to overcompensate for me. I never see Tua miss any throws. I never have to coach him on throws, but the opportunities we had, whoa! And that's what's happening a lot, is overcompensating for your teammates. An elite player trying to take the game in his hands. And a heavy turn to try to pick this dude off. Which I appreciate the intent, but let's learn from this. Understand that we can trust each other That was probably the quarterback's best play. That happened. Okay? Don't worry about it. Just keep playing. Yeah, I called some trash plays. That will happen. Just like you'll have bad plays. You know what makes me a man? Is that I don't blink at that nor do I avoid it. I'm going to learn from that. You don't get mad. You don't get sad. That. Okay? We learn lessons. Okay? We're about to get ready for the Jets. Adios.
Absolutely love it.
Awesome.
It's, you've certainly heard coaches like Sean Payton, for example. He's been like, yeah, it starts with me. We got to do better as a coaching staff. Look, man, I'm trying to think back in my career and what was going on there, which you maybe didn't fully understand by just listening to it. He's showing video evidence of the plays that he regretted calling, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I sucked with this play. Here's another play that I sucked with, right? I've been a part of bad football reels all the time. You players, you got to do this better. I don't think I've ever once actually had a coach put up visual evidence of what he did bad. Ever. Talk about a culture of accountability. Like, hey, it's pretty easy to yell at Russ if you want to. When you do that to yourself, I've never seen him yell at Tua, but you want to yell at Tua? Hey, man, I'm yelling at myself also. That's pretty easy to demand accountability when you demand it from yourself as well.
I love that, man. So, I mean, if Peyton wanted to address it with the team, he could put up a video of him yelling at Russell like, I can't do this. If he wanted to. He doesn't have to. That's pretty cool to hear, man. I'm enjoying the Hard Knock stuff. I am. It's been fascinating to see.
How many episodes have there been?
I think that was the 5th. I think like last night, it debuts on Tuesday night. So that would be after their loss to the Titans on Monday Night Football.
Okay.
And they lost like 28-27. They should have won the game. They had the game in hand. They
I don't
blew
know
it.
why, but for whatever reason, I've always had a hard time getting into the in-season Hard Knocks. I destroy the preseason Hard Knocks.
I didn't watch the Cardinals in season last year.
I
watched
the
Colts.
Yeah.
I did too.
And you know what? I kind of
That was pretty devastating, wasn't it?
I walked away from that one kind of feeling like I like Frank Reich.
Me too. And the relationship he had with Carson Wentz was pretty special.
Yeah.
Like I felt bad for them when they choked in the last game of the year and didn't make the playoffs after watching it.
Yeah.
I think the in-season one is way better now than the training camp one.
It should be. I don't know why I don't ever watch them.
Next one there, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, the Philadelphia Eagles have lost 3 straight games, defaulted 10-4 on the season after a late collapse against the Seahawks on Monday night. Jalen Hurts called out the team for a lack of commitment. He said, I've been talking about execution all year, being on the same page, everyone being on the same page. We didn't execute. I don't think we're all committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace just to continue to see it through. Asked what he meant by not being committed, Hurts responded, commitment. I don't have a dictionary on me now. I don't know how else to say that. So a little remnants of Devon Taves there.
Did he blame Ryan Johansson? Ross Colton, did he get behind Miles Wood? Did he get in the crosshairs of those guys?
But where are we at with the Eagles? They were the front runners all year, and they were on a 3-game slide.
They got some problems.
So Jalen's calling out commitment, which I'm certainly not going to call out commitment from Jalen Hurts. But listen, Jalen Hurts has got to be better. He's not been very good this year. He's got 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He puts the ball on the ground. He throws interceptions. He's just not the same dude. That team is not the same team.
Okay. Yeah, if you lose 3 games in a row this time of the year, you got a problem. It ain't good. Meanwhile, is anybody checking out what the 49ers are doing?
Yeah.
Or frankly, look what the Lions have been doing. I mean, there really isn't, what team has just been steady, just top to bottom, has been the Ravens, man. It's just not super flashy.
Not top to bottom. They've had some speed bumps.
Yeah, but maybe I'm not saying it the right way. They're quietly getting through this season very overall efficiently.
Yeah.
It's not flashy.
Yeah. I couldn't fight that. I mean, look, Lamar's playing fantastic football. Maybe the best football he's ever played.
They're going to be a tough out.
MVP this year. Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey. Oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank on Tyreek Hill? I don't think so.
Say again. Christian, Tyreek Hill, and which quarterback? Lamar?
Yeah. I don't think Purdy, Dan, because I think Chris McCaffrey's the MVP of that team. So if Chris McCaffrey's the MVP of that team, how could Brock Purdy be the MVP of the league?
Can't.
Right?
What Tyreek's doing is
got a hell of a case, man.
Dude, if he gets...
Has a wide receiver ever won MVP?
I don't know, man, but if he gets 2,000 yards and they're the number one seed in the AFC, it's... I mean, hey, good for Tua. He's playing well too. But seriously, he is just throwing the ball in the air, and Tyreek Hill is catching everything.
Seriously, I wonder if wide receivers ever won it.
Tyreek Hill is a ridiculous game changer.
Yeah.
Like, absurd. I think more so than Christian.
You get
as great as Christian
you get to
is.
2,000 yards.
Receiving?
Man.
It's ridiculous.
No wide receiver has ever won the NFL MVP.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense. It's a dependent position. How the hell do you get an MVP as a dependent position?
If they're the number one team in the AFC and he has 2,000 yards, I'd say the MVP is Tyreek Hill.
Be tough to argue against. Lamar's got a hell of a case. Christian's got a hell of a case. But when you do something, I mean, has 2,000 yards ever been done?
By receiver?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It has?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
It's never been done.
It hasn't been
2,000
done.
yards for receivers.
If you get to 2,000 yards, something that's never been done.
And you're a key component of your team winning, which he is.
Right.
And your team's good. Yeah, he wins the MVP. It's going to be tough to get to, though.
Man, what a weird year. I don't know who the MVP is going to be. No clue.
If the Niners are the number one team in the NFC, who's more responsible for that, Brock Purdy or Christian?
Christian.
Are you sure? I'm not going to argue with you. I just want to make sure you're sure.
It ain't clean and simple, I'll tell you that much. They both got a great case.
They do. I think because there's not a quarterback that stands out, that it'll be one of those years where it goes to a non-quarterback.
No. I think it'll go to Lamar.
Well, again, let's see how everybody finishes the year.
Sure.
See how it all goes. All right, hey, we might get a little update here from Dove Valley with Sean Payton. I don't know if nobody's going to bring up the whole yelling at Russ thing anymore, right? We're just moving on to the Patriots.
Don't make Sean mad.
Well, man, we'll find out coming up next. Wait a second. We have breaking news. Grizz threw out a question, Dan? To who? Sean Payton?
Yeah, I got to grab it, but we'll play it here in just short.
Wow, what do you think he asked him?
Well,
jeez.
Does he give the nervous back rub before the question?
A little like, hey, coach, I know that you're...
A lot of stress going on out there.
Dealing with tough things. It's been a great year.
Season's been grinding.
What a turnaround that you've masterminded.
Yeah, just like you should be like coach of the year. But, just kind of curious, like what did happen? I mean, I do. In my opinion, I think you're coach of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what the protocol usually is, man. Usually by Wednesday, it's the next opponent.
Not always.
Oh man,
not. I don't think with situations like this, I think it pops up later in the week.
You had after the game, you had the Monday Zoom call. I'm telling you, it'd be awkward if we're going back in time. I'm telling you, on Wednesday, hey man, do whatever you want, ask whatever you want. I'm just telling you how it usually goes out there. But
good for Grizz for getting in it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he says.
We don't have it yet.
He's working on it right now. Hey, let me give you this.
Work faster, Dan.
This Aaron Rodgers story while we wait.
How hard is this?
Wow, Tyler, if you went back there to touch any of those buttons, what would happen?
I'd press the red button.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers, they're putting him on the 53.
Weird.
It's so weird, man. So if you're on the 53, you can practice. You can practice. You're activated, you can practice. So there are things you can do if you're activated compared if you're not. That puts 4 quarterbacks.
Can't you practice on the IR too? Like if you get activated, like there's a 3-week window?
There's rules. There's definitely.
You might be past that though because there's not enough games left.
There's something he can do in terms of practicing with the team. There's zero chance that he's going to play. Robert Saleh has made that obvious.
So did Aaron.
He's literally taking a roster spot from somebody, some player, or maybe a combination of a couple guys, is losing out on money because Aaron Rodgers wants to just be part of the crew.
I wonder if it's a money thing for Aaron, though. I wonder if he's got a game day bonus. I get paid $200,000 every game that I'm activated. Something like that.
Now, listen, guys rotate on the active roster all the time, so I'm not saying it's just one guy's getting screwed over by Aaron Rodgers. But somebody is making a non-NFL paycheck so Aaron Rodgers could whatever he's doing.
Is he a bad guy? Is that what you're getting at? He's a bad guy
I think it's a weird move, bro. I think it's a weird move. You're costing somebody some money.
Oh, stop.
You are.
Oh, stop.
He is.
Stop. It is weird. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm not like, it is weird. It's probably, I'm right. Look, I said I could be back. I'm back, right? I'm right. I told you guys, forget science. I got this. I'm back.
It feels like a complete weirdo ego move.
No, you don't think about other people's salaries. You don't think about other people's money. You do. I don't. Okay. Well, here's the question. What is it about this that makes it the best thing for the football team? I don't know.
No clue. It's good for Aaron Rodgers for some reason. Doesn't do squat. He wants to do it. He could be out there and first of all, who knows? It's the Jets. They've already missed the playoffs. They're in postseason, preseason. So I guess it really doesn't matter. If you think it's going to help your football team, fine. But they got to get rid of Hackett. He's obviously garbage.
They're not what? That will be interesting.
All right. Does
Does
everybody get a pass there?
See, I thought they would. I really did. I thought no matter what happened this year, the entire organization gets a free pass. Robert Saleh, Nathaniel Hackett, everybody. Nobody gets cut. Nobody gets fired. But, man, it did get pretty toxic out there, man, and they do not like Nathaniel Hackett. Nope, he gets a free pass. Come on, this is simple. Come on, think about this for a second. Why is Aaron Rodgers there?
Why is Aaron Rodgers there? Is why is Nathaniel Hackett there?
Both. They're tied together.
I think Hackett's there because of Rodgers. I think, but Rodgers would be there no matter what.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with Hackett. They're just trying to give him
Aaron Rodgers might be the most powerful man in football, and Nathaniel Hackett's his buddy, so Nathaniel Hackett isn't getting fired.
Yeah, all right. I'm all right.
I mean, that's my only point on that.
Who knows? They're going to suck next year too. This 13 straight years them not making the playoffs. Broncos number 2 at I think
Boy,
8.
Sucks to be you. Our life is great. Things are awesome over here.
Broncos are getting ready to take on the Patriots. I think you're going to hear some very positive things out of everybody today. It's going to be like the Russ yelling at Russ thing never happened. Patriots stink. It's on national TV. The numbers are bad for the Patriots. They're a bad team. They really don't have a quarterback. They have the number 2 pick right now. Is that right? I haven't even looked at the draft stuff. They have the number 2 pick.
Tankathon.com.
There you go.
Has got Carolina, which is Chicago's pick. Chicago's got it. They're number 1. New England's 2. Arizona 3. Washington 4. Chicago 5.
Where are the Broncos
Chicago's
right now?
got 2 of the top 5 picks. The Denver Broncos are at, guess.
Where are they?
Guess.
13.
14.
You got a mock draft there? Are you looking at, or are you just looking at the rundown?
No. It's not a mock draft. It's just Tankathon. It's just the
Yeah.
order.
14,
I can pull up a mock draft right here.
Yeah, we'll get to Grizz
Denver
after you do that.
Broncos at number 14. What position?
Probably pass rusher or tight end. Should be quarterback, but what? I'll say pass rusher.
Nailed it.
Who is it?
Jerzon Newton. Defensive lineman, Illinois. 7.5 sacks. 6'2", 295 pounds.
Interior guy then, huh?
Yeah, that's actually a lot of sacks for an interior dude.
That's pretty good. Listen, it's a position of need for sure. No doubt about it. Those D linemen take longer to develop for whatever reason. I have no idea why, but
there's a kid. They got the Raiders in this mock draft selecting a dude named Cool-Aid.
Kool-Aid from Alabama.
McKinstry.
He's the top cornerback from Alabama.
Yeah. What a name.
Yeah, it's an awesome name. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Yeah, it's a great name. You hadn't heard about him yet?
No.
Yeah. Oh, you'll hear a lot about him with the draft coming up. Great corner. I mean, no Patrick Surtain. All right, let's get to here's Grizz.
Grizz the Riz.
I can't wait.
Does he put a little Riz on Sean Payton?
Let's see.
Coach Samaje averaged 6.2 yards last week with the Patriots defense and how good they are against the run. Do you think you'll try to incorporate him a little bit more?
Yeah. In fairness to that, and listen, he did a good job. We've got 3 backs that we're comfortable handing it to. A lot of it depends on how the game's unfolding. Of course, you see him a lot on third down, and then there's certain plays or packages that are designed for if it's tagged for him or for Jaleel. So, we'll see. It's like I said, the one thing that stands out is you got to earn your runs, and so sometimes a 3-yard run you got to be happy with. They do a real good job of defending that element of the game. So, how his role fits. Today we rested him, which we've typically done.
All right. Hey, good for Grizz.
Actually, I thought it was a good question.
Yeah. Then Peyton couldn't land that plane. Good for Grizz.
It was a great question. It's perfect. Javonte Williams is struggling. I mean, you could have phrased it about Javonte, but I thought it was a great question, man. I do think that Samaje should be actually starting over Javonte right now. Javonte's not the same dude right now. He's just not.
See, Grizz, good question. Conversation for it perhaps tomorrow or
done.
Later on with Nate and Andy.
I didn't know that you had it in you, but well done.
It's all right. It's solid, safe in the pocket. Basically saying Javonte's not very good right now.
I think Sean saved him, though.
Why is that?
Because he was going to continue. Grizz was going to continue the question, but Sean saved him.
I got where you're going, son. Let me wrap this up for you. All right. Well, we got the Nuggets going against the Raptors later, but we have Nate and Andy. Dan Tanner, thank you for being brilliant. Kreckman and Lindahl coming up next. We'll see you, Hollywood.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Do you want to look better? Do you want to feel better? Do you want to sleep better than you have in a long, long time? Well, who doesn't want all of those things? Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health, and they've helped me look better. They've helped me feel better. They've helped me sleep better than I have in a long, long time. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. And the medical weight loss options are flat out changing lives. So check them out online at revitalized-health.com.
Time he has. McKinnon holds up 2-1. Nichushkin leads it for Taves. A shot, it won't matter. The Hawks get the 3-2 win. Nichushkin had 2 power play goals, but it doesn't matter because Chicago gets a power play goal of their own in the 3rd period, and they have evened the season series at 1 apiece.
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play in our system, how to play our game, and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point.
Oh, wow! Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, we're here. It is K&L. It is a Wednesday afternoon. I am Nate. I am the K of the group. He is Andy Lindahl. L, get it? Mark Springer produces the show. It's Wednesday. We have a lot to do, and we don't have a ton of time to do it today on the program. We have got the Nuggets in Toronto this evening at 5:30. We'll get your pregame coverage with Birdo at 5 o'clock. By the way, the Toronto Raptors, Andy, they're not great. One of those sub-500 teams. Here's a little did you know SportsCenter style to start the show today. The Denver Nuggets this season, 8-0 against sub-500 teams. 4-0 on the road. So at least so far, the Nuggets haven't done that thing where they have lost to crappy teams.
Okay.
They've lost to the Houston Rockets. They've lost to the Orlando Magic, two teams that you didn't have huge expectations for coming into the year. Both those teams are kind of good.
Sure.
And so, yeah, the Nuggets, they're at least respectable in that manner. We'll get to all that today. But we begin
with a team that did lose to a crappy team.
Yeah.
What?
Your Colorado Avalanche, Andy. They fall 3-2 last night. They did all of their scoring in the first period and then called it a night after that. A couple of Val Nichushkin goals last night, but ultimately they would fall 3-2 in a game in which they took more shots, had more quality scoring chances, puck possession, won more face-offs, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
Yeah, the Avs were the better team on the ice, but as sometimes happens in hockey, the other guys just put the puck in the net more often. Or was that what happened last night? After the game, Avalanche star defenseman Devon Toews did not spare any feelings. The frustration was evident in the post-game press conference. Spring, we got Devon Toews. Give me some Devon Toews from last night.
Yeah, we came out pretty well, actually. You know, the power play goals obviously helped. At some point, you know, they're going to get power plays back too. It usually tends to even itself up and, you know, break down on the penalty kill for the third goal. But besides that, you know, we didn't really get to our game much. You know, it looked at times like we were, and then we just don't. I think it's frustrating right now.
I was going to say, you seem really visibly frustrated. What is it that's just so upsetting about a loss like that?
No, it's just self-awareness, of knowing the situation and knowing the way the game's trending. And we have guys that are, you know, going out against our structure and doing things that we don't do as a team. And that's what's frustrating is, you know, when you have 20 guys in here that are working towards the same goal and have the same, you know, goal in mind, it's fun to play. You know, that's how you win games in this league. And when you have 14 guys that are playing to the structure and 6 that aren't, it's really tough to win in this league. That's, you know, it doesn't take a lot, you know, or many guys to go against the way your team wants to play in order to lose a game. And just our self-awareness of knowing when we're playing well and knowing when we're not is just not there. You know, we don't have a self-awareness of what it takes to win as a team and what it takes as an individual to compete and play your best right now. So it's frustrating when, you know, as a collective you're not pulling for the same goal.
How do you? This is maybe a silly question. How do you fix that?
I mean, it's self-awareness. We need guys that know how to play know how to system, how to play our game and know what it takes. And if we have guys in here, I think we got some guys that think they're playing well, and I think they're kidding themselves at this point. It's frustrating to play with. You know, play out there when you got guys that think they're playing well and they're doing things that, you know, you have no idea what play they're going to make or where they're going to be on the ice. And it's tough to play in this league when you don't know where your teammates are going to be. So, you know, that's where a lot of the frustration stems from.
Guys think they're playing well and they're kidding themselves.
That is as honest an assessment as I've heard out of an Avs player not named Gabriel Landeskog in at least 3 years.
Spicy.
So,
I mean, lack of self-awareness. Guys playing out of structure. 14 guys playing in the system, but 6 aren't, and you cannot win that way. Which I do kind of wish the reporter that was standing there would have gone, 6 dudes, name them, please. I need to write a story tonight. But it's not that Devon Toews was ever going to do that, but man, That was frustration being aired out. You could see it all over his face on the video right there. Devon Toews is not pleased with his teammates at the moment.
No, he isn't. And I mean, you know, it was interesting after the game. Do you want to hear from Jack Johnson too? Because I thought Katie Gause, she got in there right after the game. She talked to Jack, and it was really interesting. Spring, let me know if you've got that queued up. I don't want to jump it too early, but let me set it up. So you're about to hear the interview from Katie first in there, and you know what? Tip of the cap to Katie. When you're around the team, sometimes it's not easy to just get right to the point. She did, but before you hear the answer, we just got done hearing Kyle Keefe and who was our guy on the desk?
Mark Rycroft and John Mitchell, correct?
John Mitchell and Kyle Keefe specifically before this interview. Kyle said point blank, he goes, look, I'm usually banging the drum for this team, but none of this tonight was acceptable. And the first comments from John Mitchell were, you did not take this team seriously. And it happens sometimes, but they did not take this team seriously. So to dig further into that issue, here was Katie Gause.
Coming into this game, we knew you had a big opportunity, a really young Chicago team, missing a lot of pieces. Do you feel you guys underestimated your opponent here tonight?
No, I'm not going to buy into that. I think we just weren't very good, and we were anxious to come in and try and get 2 points. And I don't think anybody takes anybody lightly in this league. It's too good of a league.
All right, what do you think about that? Because again, and Rycroft said it later on in the postgame, all on Altitude TV.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like how they came out. It didn't look to me like they took this game as seriously as they needed to. Now, again, Jack Johnson he's one of those wily vets. They reacquired him last year to provide leadership in the room, which I think he does. He'd go on to say, I also thought something was interesting that he said in the second answer. We don't need to play it. I'll sum it up. But he said the power play I don't even remember the term he used, but basically passing it around pretty good. But again, I feel like the Avs are back to this. Let's pass a bunch. Let's not shoot a bunch. The perfect shot does not exist some nights. So don't get caught up trying to find it.
Both of the power play goals that Nichushkin scored in the first last night were the product of very good puck movement. Like that.
Fair enough.
That's what Avalanche hockey is supposed to look like right there. But to your point, sometimes that perfection doesn't exist. So this morning, Jared Bednar goes on the Moshe Lombardi and Kane show. And hey, good job by Brett Kane, man. Just cutting right to the chase today. They played the Taves audio. Bedsy listened to it. And then he responded. Here is Jared Bednar reacting to what his defenseman, big number 7, had to say last night.
We've been talking about that a lot recently because if you look at our game even last night, if you just took last night and said this has happened multiple times in the year, you'd be right, and multiple times recently. And I think I look at that game and I'm like, every piece of analytics says we should have won that hockey game, but yet we lost, and why? And then we've looked at the goals that we score and the ones we're giving up, and I feel like we have to go to work for 5, 8, 10 minutes at a time and really kind of control the flow of the game, and in order to create a high quality scoring chance. It's built over time in the game, and we finally create this high quality scoring chance that somebody scores on. So I feel like we have to earn that, and then we'll go around on the flip side and on the flip side of it, and we'll just turn a puck over, give up an odd man rush, a breakaway, a 2-on-1, and we're just gifting the other team goals, So I think he's accurate in that it's not the whole flow of our game, but we have a high Taser's a guy that's been here and won with us, and we have an extremely high standard of how we want to do things, and I think as moving from times right now, we can go out and play a really good period and then make a poor puck decision or lack discipline in the detail of our game, which gives up a scoring chance, and they score on it, and then we'll go do everything right again for another 20 minutes and then freelance and someone's not where they're supposed to be, and that's my job. My job is to drive. One of my jobs is to drive home discipline of the detail of our game.
So that was Jared Bednar this morning. You look at all three of these Chicago goals, and I believe they got 2 goals on their first 3 shots. You know, the Donato goal, the first goal, that's a terrible turnover by Bowen Byram in his own end that then leads to that goal. The Reichel goal that made it a 2-2 game after the Avs had gotten to that's just a routine breakout. It's a great pass by Connor Bedard, but that's a routine breakout. Where the hell was everybody? And then the third goal is Chicago just easily getting behind all your penalty killers, and then Tyler Johnson he could have set a hammock up on the back door sitting there by himself. Again, I can't sit there and whiteboard exactly what the Avalanche's system is, but I don't think there's a single team in all of professional or amateur hockey that has a system that is supposed to allow any of those things that happened last night to take place.
No, I'm with you. And again, it's been going on for a while. The PK has been up and down at times. The penalty or the PP, the power play, man, they've had some that have been very beautiful. They've had others where it's just,
I love a beautiful PP.
Hot shot. I know you do. Hot shot thing pops out, goes the other way. Now you're giving up a shorty. Now you're killing your own momentum. I'm looking at the plus minuses from last night, trying to figure out, because we all want to know. We all want to get to the bottom at the end of the day. Who are the 6 he's talking about, right?
Point the finger, yeah.
Point the finger of blame. So here are the minuses from last night.
Okay.
Bo Byram, -1. Ross Colt, -2. Jonathan Drouin, -2. Jack Johnson, -1. Sam Malinsky, -1. Devon Toews was a -1 himself. Miles Wood was a -2. Everybody else was a 0.
Jonathan Drouin was pointed in the wrong direction on a lot of those goals last night.
That could be one that he's talking about. And again,
new guy.
Here's what I think is interesting. When Toews said, guys aren't in the right place, and I've got to trust you're going to be in the right place, first off, it could be your defensive pairing. Like, I'm going to go do this. You hang back.
Right.
While I go do this. I think there's some of that going on. But it also has to do with offensive players. Don't get cute. Don't get the between the legs pass if you can just get the other. It's very interesting to me. Like, I'm trying to think who feels like they think they're playing well. You and I brought up, and we hate to do it because we love the kid, Bo Byram. One of the guys, he's been on this show a lot. We love having him on this show. I have told you multiple times how many people I knew in the hockey world that told me this kid's going to be so good. And he even himself, I think, would admit he's not having a good season right now. The one that also stuck out to me that I know Rycroft made a comment on, there was the big bomb from Rantanen that doesn't catch anybody. Like, no net, no goalie, no anything. Hits off the backboards, pops out to a Blackhawk, and off they go on an odd man
It's a
rush.
breakout, yeah.
And after it happened, you want Rantanen shooting, obviously. But even Riker said in that moment, if you're going to shoot that shot that big, you've got to catch something. You can't just give them a clean rebound that they can break away on. Remember, Mikko didn't like what was said about him from Lekkonen's Mr. Lekkonen, Ishmo Lekkonen, or Ismo Lekkonen.
Yeah. Took that pretty personally.
But he said in that comment, I know I'm not playing well right now.
3:45, Nick Kosmider jumps aboard. We talk about this Broncos matchup with New England and specifically the 3 things the Broncos have to do to finish 3-0. 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, Mike Sanford joins us on the program. Longtime college football coach. Coach Sanford is going to join the show and tell us, what is National Signing Day like? Because I tell you, Andy, I'm trying to follow it as somebody that is just an observer. And I can't keep my finger on everything that's happening today.
Are we going to have a rule that you can't do any videos until you're committed? Because the flip-flopping going on, there's a video going around where the kid puts on 12 hats and is messing with his parents and then finally just puts on a clown hat when it's all said and done.
I don't care for that.
That's what this feels like.
I don't care for that. I don't care for that one bit. We got a lot to do. We got the Nuggets and Toronto coming up this evening. In fact, Andy, when we come back, I'm going to tell you why this Nuggets season is better than anybody realizes so far at 18-10. I've got info on that when we return ahead of Jokic and the crew going up to Toronto tonight. That's next.
When we talk to you about sports, it's not like Sean Payton talking to Russell Wilson. It's more of a two-way conversation.
You will speak to me with respect.
Give us a call on the Ramos Law Hotline. Text us on the Shop Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. Watch the show and chat with us on Twitch at twitch.com/AltitudeSR or get at us on X, formerly Twitter, at AltitudeSR. Come on, join the conversation.
See, we can be nice.
With Altitude Sports Radio.
Don't look at me with your face.
92.5.
The SUV came out of nowhere and slammed right into my car.
The insurance company doesn't care.
The car blew right through that stop sign.
The insurance company doesn't care.
Does anybody care?
I'm Kyle Backus. At Backus & Schenker, we do care. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, finding the right law firm matters. Because winning matters. Call 222-2222. Backus & Schenker wins.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches. All styles, from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. No shipping your watch off to the internet site and waiting to get a check. Bring your used Rolex into Matthews. We have been servicing Colorado since 1951. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. Matthews, we buy, sell, and service Rolex watches.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Men, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. And as a Promenic restorative health practice, we've literally seen countless thousands of relationships renewed across the nation. Plus, with treatments having success rates well over 90%, coupled with many treatment options, we can likely find the right one for you. You may even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us and give your partner the best gift you can give this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers with up to 70% savings across the store. Like,
wait, did you say 70%?
Yes.
My kids love playing dress up. Can you help us get organized?
Ooh, yeah. Check out our offers on dressers and storage.
Ooh, what about bath towels?
Yep.
Comforters, pillowcases?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit IKEA-USA.com/winter sale for details. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/winter sale for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Sadness, depression. Believe it or not, men feel these things too. That's why there's mantherapy.org, a place where men can deal with life's issues using tools like manly relaxation tapes. I recommend Great American Football Tackles.
We get the early boot on a Wednesday afternoon because we got the Nuggets in Toronto tonight. First of the 3-game road trip. They got Brooklyn Friday, Charlotte on Saturday. 3 road games before the Christmas Day affair against the Golden State Warriors. Want to get into this stuff on the Nuggets record here in a moment. But first, Andy, you pointed this out in the break. And I'll just hand this one over to you. This is a fascinating tweet from our buddy Harrison Wind of DNVR, and good on him for looking into this. What did Harrison tweet this afternoon?
2 hours ago, Harrison Wind, at Harrison Wind, common spelling on both.
Well done.
Referee Musa Dagger, who ejected Nikola Jokic in Chicago, has not officiated an NBA game since December 13th, the day of the Nuggets-Bulls game. He's not on the schedule for tonight's game either. So he's not a Nuggets game.
Yeah.
He's not officiated any game since the ejection of Jokic.
Now, we don't know anything about anything.
We don't.
Maybe
he's under the weather. I don't know.
He had a knee surgery, or you never know. But, that's all I can say to that is, It's almost like the NBA was like, hey, my guy, can you not? That's a bad look for us. I've yelled about it both times Jokic has been ejected this year, which I believe were both on the second night of back-to-backs when he was on the floor. Don't do that. Don't kick him out of games. That's a bad look for the NBA if you're trying to shame your stars into playing every single night. And there is no bigger star in the NBA than Nikola Jokic. He is the best player in basketball. Don't kick him out of games.
Well, and, who was it? Weren't you the one saying that he kicked out Jaylen Brown, too?
Yep. Well, it was the same crew.
Yeah.
That same crew. It wasn't Dagger specifically, but that same crew had kicked out Jaylen Brown, I think it was 4 nights earlier when Boston played the Knicks.
Yeah. Look, people pay money to see these guys, dude.
Yeah. That's 2 all-NBA players that you're kicking out of games. Don't do
I get
that.
it. You don't hear it anymore? Run the other direction.
Yeah. Also, be a better official. That would help.
Well, there's that.
Nuggets are 18-10. Okay, same record that they had last year after 28 games. All right, and I'm not terribly surprised by this record and sort of where they're at right now. But you could look at it and say, and there's a 3-game losing streak that's mixed in there. You could say, oh, maybe this team's underperforming right now.
Okay.
I would argue the exact opposite of that. This 18-10 record is better than you realize the Royal U, okay? Right now, this team is 7th in offensive rating. They're 10th in defensive rating, 6th in net rating. They're a top 10 team in the NBA. The number 10 in defensive rating, that's very big because this is a team that can have their struggles in that regard, and yet they sit 3rd in the West. They're 8-0 against sub-500 teams, so they're beating all the bad teams that are on their roster. They're breaking in a brand new bench, and this team has had exactly 11 games of the best starting 5 in the NBA together on the floor. Now, when they have those guys, they're 8-3. When they don't, when they're missing some combination of either Jamal or AG or KCP, as was happening recently, they're 10-7 on the year. This team has done all of that having been injured, 3rd seed in the West. They're fatigued. They played more basketball than anybody else last year. And a brutal schedule. This team has played more road games than any other team in the Western Conference. They played more back-to-backs than any other team in the Western Conference as of right now. And here they sit at 18-10. That's a really good place to be right now for a team that has not found anything close to their highest gear. They're sort of just treading along. And you look around the rest of the West at like the teams that you would consider to be like their main competitors. The Lakers are the 8 seed at 15-12. I know they're IST champs, but they're only the 8 seed as we sit here right now. The Suns are the 10 seed. Golden State is out of the playoff picture at 13-14. Like, all of these teams have had their struggles and their veteran teams. Denver has had theirs too. Still 18-10. I mean, they trail a Minnesota team that is playing absolutely out of their mind at 20-5 with everything clicking. Like the Nuggets, the fact that they're at 18-10 right now, that they're at 8 games over 500, if you go inside what this schedule has been like and what this team has dealt with, it's a really, really good place for them to be.
Yeah, I'm not. Has anyone been panicked about the Nuggets? I will admit, of the two teams we've now done segments on, I've been panicked about the Avs a little bit. Last night really started to hit that button. There hasn't been, and maybe this is lazy on my part, I don't know. Even the blowout games, there's been a part of me that's like, that team's into it and the Nuggets are not. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
And look, Scotty will tell you, the hockey guys will tell you, this is the start of the grind.
Right.
For these guys. This is, nothing exciting is on the offing. The All-Star break feels forever away. And the cold weather's setting into a lot of these cities they go to play in.
Yep.
And so I'm not worried about it in the least. But to your point, I was chatting with Scotty last night. Even Scotty said he doesn't worry about, like, if you've got a bad lull that won't go away around All-Star break, then you've got to worry.
Sure.
They're so far from that. They're so far from that.
And they're in a good spot. Like, they're a 3 seed right now. They haven't even kicked it into gear yet. They're sort of sleepwalking their way to this point, and they're just winning a lot of games on their talent.
Don't we see this from a lot of teams? And look, man, maybe the Avs are really dealing with some of this too. You know, the Avs are still battling for the division lead and all that. It's not like they're in some sunk place. Yeah. I think they're still better off than they were a year ago. They don't have to make some huge run to get back in playoff contention like they were talking about a year ago. So even that's better. We see it with the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are in the middle of it right now too. The good teams that know what it takes and how long you're going to be playing, they just approach things a different way.
They pace themselves.
And look, I know Denver just won their first championship a year ago. They still played plenty of basketball before that. They've gone deep before. Now, granted, there was a couple first-round exits because of Jamal Murray's injury in particular.
But no, this group's been together a long time.
They know.
Yeah.
They know how long this sucker's going to go.
Yeah.
Period.
A couple of other Nuggets notes that I want to hit. And again, this is... I guess I'm just trying to make everybody feel good about the Nuggets right now. You don't need to feel good about them. They're the freaking champs.
Real quick, does anybody not feel good about them? Have you?
You shouldn't. Or you shouldn't not feel good about them, to use the double negative.
They're the least. If we're doing a worry meter of guys in town, I think the Rapids and the Mammoth might be ahead of those two.
Jamal Murray has played 6 games in a row since returning from the hamstring. He came back, and then he had the ankle, and now he's back. 6 games in a row. Jamal in those 6 games, Andy, he has only played 30 minutes in one of those games. They've done a great job of being able to really regulate his minutes. 21 points per game on 52% from the field, 47% from 3, and he has made every single one of his free throws since he has come back. He's at a 50-40-90 clip right now, technically 50-40-100. That's what he's been since he's come back. And tonight he gets to go up to Toronto. So he's just kicking ass. Jamal looks great. And everybody should feel really good about what he's doing right here at the moment. Hopefully, like, the knucklehead injury stuff is done and he'll just stay healthy the rest of the way.
By the way, can we get him to rub off that free throw shooting on a few people?
I know, right? Actually, Aaron Gordon has been making his free throws like crazy lately.
He goes to the rack. They need him to be able to hit free throws.
Okay. One other guy, and I have an insane note that our buddy Dan Hyatt had in his notes today. Peyton Watson. All right? Mr. Peyton Watson. While he's not starring in commercials with Nikola Jokic. On the most recent homestand, 14 points a game on 65% shooting.
Wow.
Made 6 of 10 from behind the arc, which I will go ahead and admit I know that's not sustainable, but it's still awesome to see. He's averaging 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals per game. Here's the wild part. Tonight, in Toronto, he will play career game number 50.
Wow.
Career game number 50. And this dude is already this good? He doesn't even have he doesn't even have a season's worth of experience for a kid that his high school career got blown up by COVID. He got to UCLA, joined a Final Four caliber team, played, a few minutes a night, averaged 3 points a game or whatever it was, got to the league, jumps on the ship of a championship group, spends a bunch of time in the G League. Like, Peyton Watson is, in some ways, learning to play basketball right now. And he's already this good.
So it used to be they'd say about the NFL, and I remember this, and I don't remember the guy's name. If someone does, 303-504-0925. Nate, we're talking like 15, 20 years ago. The Dallas Cowboys signed some running back to play for them on the Thanksgiving Day game because they needed a running back.
Yeah.
And at the time, everyone's like, man, there's so many good football players that don't make it. Could that be said? Is basketball becoming that now? Is basketball the sport where there's almost not enough spots for guys that are legit? Because, again, Peyton barely played in college.
Oh, it is.
I could ask you, why didn't anybody draft the guy? But
Right.
It's because he had no tape from UCLA.
Right. It that was 100%. That was all pre-draft stuff. And that was, Calvin Booth taking a look at
the athletic profile, right?
At Peyton Watson and just saying, you're that explosive and your arms are that long. Like, hell yes, you profile as the wing defender that this team desperately needs. And he was very much a high ceiling but low floor dude. And honestly, like, if P. Watt would have gone to a mid-major program, he would have played 30 minutes a night for his 1 year in college, and he, would have scored, he would have averaged like 18 and 8 or whatever it was, and he would have gotten a lot of notice in that way. But like he went and played for Mick Cronin at UCLA, and UCLA doesn't recruit scrubs, but he was on that great team, and so he just didn't play a lot. Again, he was very, very green. What's wild is he is this good an NBA defender. It's only career game number 50 tonight.
Right.
That is nuts.
And when we talk about career games, what kind of minutes is he even averaging in those games?
Right.
Because a couple of those games had to be from last year. What, he saw the floor for 5 minutes?
Yeah, a little garbage time here and there.
End of the game, go in there. He didn't even really start playing until the end of last year, right?
No, they didn't use him. They didn't use him until like the ugly stretch, the end of March into April.
Let's just see what we got.
Right.
You're not interested. Let's see if he is.
Let's get everybody healthy before the playoffs, and he'll just play a bunch. And holy crap, is that dude good? Mm-hmm. Good.
By the way,
yeah,
got to give a shout out to Jeremy Roth dropping the Blake Ezor in the text. You know who Blake Ezor was? It was not Blake, Jeremy, because he was a Cowboy. The Cowboys signed him. Brandon, you better come through. You're a Cowboy fan. Blake Ezor was a little white running back out of Michigan State, had like crazy blonde hair.
Okay.
And the Broncos one year it must have been 91. They were so injured. This little dude from Michigan State, I think I'm remembering it right because I was in high school, all of a sudden gets on the field. I think he did get to play against Detroit one. That might have been a Thanksgiving game. Maybe that's why Jeremy thought that's who I was talking about. This dude was a Colin Gillespie size for the NFL, if you will.
Okay.
You know what I'm like? Colin is a 6-foot guy. He's not really small. He just looks small. That's how big Blake Ezor was. I mean, he was tiny.
Did he put up any numbers?
Yeah, I think he had all right data. You know what? Why don't we find out, Nate? Why? We got the Google. I'll find out.
Find that out for me, will you?
You don't remember Blake Ezor back in your Big Ten days rooting against him?
I was drunk most of those years.
No, you were not. You were not old enough. I really hope you weren't. I'm telling you, I had to be in my teens, early teens, because it was high school for me.
Okay.
You better not have been drunk. What are you, 10? How old are you? 40?
Right now?
Yeah. Right there?
Let's see. Blake Ezor would have played at Michigan State. Oh, no. He played for the Broncos in 90 and 91.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You were drinking milk. You may have been milk drunk. You might have been all hyped on your sparkling cider.
And I was having a sip of my dad's old style. Don't you worry about that.
You know what?
That's how we did it in the Midwest.
Listen, dude. Listen. That's how we all did it. That's how we all did.
That was how it started back then. It was
Right?
It was a different time. Okay.
Yeah, you got a little slug. Hey, you're a little hyper. Have
Not
a little
to
of this.
incriminate my parents or anything
Oh, come
like
on.
that.
Come on, everybody. That was everybody. These stats are so old, NFL Network doesn't have them.
Blake Ezor.
It just says Blake Ezor, running back. How about career? We got career? Nope.
He's third in Michigan State history in rushing yards.
Yeah. Well, you get reminded that
5'9", 181.
Yeah, not big.
Blake
5'9".
Ezor.
Dude, if he's listed at 5'9", and usually they lie about the listed, you talking 5'7"? Who's 5'7"? Tom Cruise? He's Tom
I don't even know if he
Tom
gets
Cruise
there.
size.
Spud Webb was 5'7".
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Who was the kid from Chadron State? Played for the Chargers. Danny Woodhead. How tall was Danny Woodhead?
Boy, I don't know. Not tall.
He was not tall.
He you know what? He could make it happen a little bit, right?
Oh, Danny Woodhead could play. A good college football player. Good NFL football player. A good NFL writer is our buddy Nick Kosminer. He covers
Maybe
the Broncos.
he knows about Blake. Oh, I found it.
For The Athletic. And we'll talk to him all about what the Broncos have to do to finish 3-0. That's next. Broncos Patriots coming up here on Sunday. Denver a 6.5-point favorite going up against Belichick in New England. Joining us right now to help us preview this matchup and really the push for the postseason that is the final 3 games of the year. It is our friend Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. If you've been in a car accident, you require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Hello, Nick Kosmider.
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
We're doing okay, Nick. So they lose up in Detroit. It doesn't go particularly well, but 3 games to go, 3 backup quarterbacks, 2 interim coaches on the list remaining. You have a great breakdown of it today at The Athletic of everything Denver has to do to be able to go 3-0, which, by the way, even if they go 3-0, they don't control their own destiny. They will need some help. But let's just start at the top. The run game, it was awfully good on the win streak. It has not been as good of late. In fact, it was downright hideous against the Lions the other night. What happened to the run game, and how can they get back on track?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's kind of, it really started in Houston, right, where the Broncos looked at that defense for the Texans and said, this is a secondary and a defense overall that is very susceptible to the pass. They give up a lot of deep shots, and we're going to kind of pick our opportunities to take a lot of those. And they really went, I think, leaned in maybe even too far to that kind of game plan, and maybe lost some of the rhythm that they had really built up, particularly in that win against Cleveland, where just physically dominant up front was the way that they won that football game. The Chargers game was a little bit wonky with the way that they were able to kind of build a lead and that sort of thing. You would have thought they would have been able to kind of run the ball efficiently and close that game in that way. Really didn't do that. And to your point, just against Detroit, Adam Troutman told us yesterday that they got quite a few unscouted looks with their fronts that they kind of threw at the Broncos. So those are things that they're trying to adjust to right now, because teams are very much making that a lot of 8-man boxes, a lot of disguised looks where they're very much trying to make that a focal point of taking that away, because you've seen what the Broncos offense is when they don't have that element. The play action kind of goes to hell. Everything else sort of doesn't work in the same fashion that it's supposed to when you don't have that run game to lean on. I mean, from the very beginning Saturday, they were paying no respect, to the play action game. That's how you end up with a sack fumble on the 4th or 5th play of the game. And so, yeah, the Broncos are going to have to do that more efficiently. It won't be easy this week. The Patriots have one of the best run defenses in the NFL. But nonetheless, they're going to have to find a way to do that more efficiently.
Nick, was last week the harsh reminder of what the Broncos really are, or just a tired team after 3 straight road games?
Yeah, I think the defense-wise, you saw a lot of guys that were gassed. They were on the field for, 18 and a half minutes, almost 19 minutes in that first half. They were playing their 3rd road game in 13 days. They were playing against basically a track team in Detroit. I think all those things you looked at with the defense, and you saw some of that, right? They were without their, kind of their good speed rusher. I think all those things added up, and I could look at the defensive performance and kind of say, yeah, I see some fatigue here. Offensively, though, it kind of what it is. This is an average offense, has been all year. They're not good in the red zone. They're not very good on 3rd down. They're the worst in the league when it comes to goal to go, right? So they don't throw their weight around when they do get into those, what are supposed to be premium scoring positions. And when you look at the blow up, right, in the 4th quarter, or right at the end of the 3rd quarter of Sean Payton on Russell Wilson, the timing of that to me matters of when it happened. It was at the end of another failed goal to go drive. Like, Sean Payton's never had an offense that is this inefficient at that critical part of the game. The Broncos, for all their struggles offensively, have not been as bad in that area of the field as they are this year in a long time. And so I think that was a boiling over, so to speak. And that's just an area where this offense, has not been efficient. So you have to really look at that. Is that the quarterback? Are they kind of outthinking themselves with some of the calls? Do they not have a strong enough interior push, whatever the case is, they're not scoring in those positions. And, it's been a big part of why this offense is just very average.
Talking to Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com, covering the Broncos. Okay, so run game hasn't necessarily been there. Red zone hasn't necessarily been there. And then the other thing that this offense has to be able to do is they've got to be able to hit shots down the field. But as you pointed out, on throws of more than 15 air yards since Week 13, Russ is 7 of 21. He does have a couple of tutties to Cortland Sutton, but he also has an interception. And as you point out, that 33% completion rate on those throws is 25th in the league. In that span, this Denver offense, where nothing is really easy, can they get by without any sort of efficiency in that deep passing game?
Well, no, because when you look at it, you're not. So what are you hanging your hat on then? If you're not getting enough chunk plays to get yourself into scoring position consistently, if you're not running the football with any success, if you're not really, converting third downs at a better than league average rate, if you're not hanging your hat on one of those things, then you're going to be really inconsistent offensively. And that's what's happened during the course, especially of these last 3 games. The Broncos, even during their win streak, the 5-game win streak, they ranked 14th in EPA per drive. So, a measure of play-by-play efficiency that factors in all sorts of different things, but it's essentially an efficiency metric. They were at that time, ranked 14th in the league in terms of offensive efficiency. Every other game this year, they rank about 24th. So that's where they're at. And if they're going to do this where, hey, these teams are taking away the run game, we're going to try to attack the deep part of the field, well, then you better make sure that you're getting these things completed at something closer to a 45% hit rate. Marvin Mims has, since week 5 has been targeted on 6 of those throws, hasn't been able to connect on any of them. They just have not been able to, find ways to get easy chunk plays. Again, that's not going to be your, the main source of any offense's, diet unless you're the Miami Dolphins. But it's a situation where they're adding to the quantity of these kind of throws without upping the efficiency. And again, that's where you get a lot of second and longs, third and longs, because you're taking these shots on early downs and just not coming up with enough of them.
Well, and Nick, they need a tight end at some point that can somehow change spacing on the field, which they don't have one. What you wrote about Dulcich, do we have any new news of Greg Dulcich? What do you think? I know Sean suggested he may play before the end of the year. How soon might that happen if it does?
Yeah, he didn't practice today. Again, worked on the side field, and interestingly enough, it wasn't the hamstring that ultimately kind of stalled his progress last week. Yet he had an issue with his foot that popped up. There was some swelling with it last week, and he continued to work on the side as the Broncos began their practice preparations for the Patriots today. So I would call that probably, just based on that, a long shot probably that he would play on Sunday night there. But again, the hope still is that they'll get him on the field at some point during this final stretch. But again, that's not something that really could be a guarantee. And of course, at that point, it's what are you going to get from a guy that's been on the sideline for most of the year? It was interesting. Sean Payton was asked today, how much did not having Greg Dulcich sort of impact your plan with what you were doing with your tight ends? And he said it happened early enough to where those are things you just kind of, some of the stuff you had planned for him in that joker role that he talked about so much in training camp. Sean said you just sort of put those things back on the shelf. So they have been a little bit limited in that regard, certainly. Again, Sean's talked a lot about Lucas Kroll and him being a guy that can give them that element. But that's not something that they've had consistently for sure.
Yeah, that's Nick Kosmider over there covering the Broncos, and I guess the point we'll wrap this all up on, Nick, has been the lack of quality pass rush. Nick Bonito did not practice once again today. They have not been getting after the quarterback at the same rate. Here's the good news. Bailey Zappi, Easton Stick, and Aiden O'Connell are the last 3 quarterbacks that they will see. What is Vance Joseph's options on the table in terms of solutions for the inability for this team to get home?
Yeah, you're going to have to mix it up. And I think that's really the key to this down the stretch, right? winning 3 games in a row, no matter the opponent, is not an easy thing to do, right? The Broncos haven't done it since 2012, closing out 3 straight wins to end a season. Sean Payton only did it twice in his 15 seasons at New Orleans. Now, there's a couple times within that for both those teams where, maybe they were resting the final week of the season because they had some things wrapped up. But the bottom line is it's not easy just to win 3 games. You hear that a lot. Well, hey, they're going to win, 3, and then they have a 80% chance based on that to get in. Well, it's hard to win 3 games in a row, but you look at these quarterbacks, to me, that's where this defense is just going to have to carry the day. You have to go get Bailey Zappi, a guy that's been sacked 11 times in the last 3 games. You have to send pressure from different angles. You have to give him some unscouted looks. You've got to do some things, especially behind your home crowd, on Christmas Eve there to really give him hell. Like, that's what it has to come down to for the Broncos on Sunday night. And then that continues. They've seen Easton Stick already. That's a guy they should certainly be able to get after to pressure. And then Aiden O'Connell, of those 3, I think has shown the most promise, but has been a guy that is also susceptible to some of the pressure and the mistakes that can come from that. The bottom line is that these are 3 inexperienced quarterbacks. You've got a guy that's a 12-year veteran and a 9-time Pro Bowler, whatever the case is, in Russell Wilson. Like, you got to win those games. You have to make those quarterbacks. You just have to give them issues each and every week down the stretch here. Do that and you have a chance. But that's really the biggest thing, I think, to this whole thing is making life hard for those guys.
A quick procedural question here, Nick, before we let you go. So you've been a sports writer for a very long time, and in a past life you did so for a daily newspaper where you actually had a print deadline that you had to hit. You know what it's like to write a game story under pressure. Have you ever had to deal with the pressure of a Christmas Eve deadline as the father of a young child?
I don't think that I have. I've essentially got, I've got coffee on standby. This is going to be a situation in which he's long asleep, and usually a good sleeper. But what I fear is the magic of Christmas morning is going to entice him to rise about the same time that I pull the covers back to go to sleep. So, but there will be no excuses. Play like a champion on Christmas morning. Doesn't matter. So we'll be ready. Just with the caffeine injected straight into the veins as opposed to the normal way. I think.
Hey, man, that schedule's 17 games for everybody, Nick. We appreciate it, buddy.
Look, dude, just go whine like the parents in Christmas Story. Just, early happy hour.
Don't go to bed. Just get home and drink.
Irish Baileys to get us going in the morning.
Yeah.
That's right, buddy. Nick, good stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, that was our buddy Nick Kosmider with us right there. I got a couple of updates on the Broncos injury report that I want to hit when we come back. Plus, can they ramp up this run game against the craptacular Patriots? We discuss that coming up next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. We've been telling you about them really for the last 5 years is what I've been partnered with Jerry Jones and his good staff over there. Great time of year if you're looking for something to get someone that is a sports enthusiast, or I'm sorry, a 4x4 enthusiast. They may be a sports enthusiast because they're listening to this. But Jerry's got all sorts of stuff, whether it's bed covers that I had put on there. And again, if it's not an automatic bed cover, free installation on most of those right now. I want you to stop by the shop. He's got all sorts of deals going on the bed covers through this week. Stop by the shop, see what they've got going day to day there. It's just located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince. But they've got the step rails, they've got the remote start kits, they've got alarms. I've got a remote starter that has an alarm in it. Maybe you want to think about something like that. Of course, tires, wheels, lift kits, lighting kits. And again, I just heard Phil Long have an offer for this. They've got the trucks coming in. The rebates are coming. The interest rates are going down. Buy the truck you can afford monthly and go get the extra accessories with Jerry over at Colorado Off-Road. Want to know more about them? Find them at cooffroad.com.
Hour number 2, Nuggets and the Raptors this evening in Toronto. Nuggets are good. Raptors are not good. They should go and win this game. Denver is a 3.5-point favorite. Which was your favorite non-Raptor dinosaur from the Jurassic Park movies?
I think you probably can relate to this.
Yeah.
Never heard about the Velociraptor growing up.
No,
we
I
had
didn't
the
either.
Tyrannosaurus. We knew about the Allosaurus, which was apparently like the Tyrannosaurus.
We had the Triceratops.
Yeah.
We had the Stegosaurus.
Sure.
We had the Pterodactyl, the Brontosaurus. Your meat and potato
Brachiosaurus. Yeah.
dinosaurs. It was every elementary school in America probably had like the same kit that they sent to the teachers with like the 7 or 8 dinosaurs in there.
Yeah.
And that's what every kid knew. And then we went to see that movie and it was just like, oh no, there's this other Michael Jordan of dinosaurs that you never even heard of, but they kick complete ass.
And they're like birds.
Yes.
We never heard about the whole
Didn't know they were
don't
birds.
move, it won't see you.
They got cool claws
Yeah.
and they know how to open doors. I didn't know about any of that. And then I saw that movie and I was like, wow, those things rule.
I always like the T-Rex. Look, I think
The T-Rex that ate the lawyer on the toilet?
sure.
That was a good scene.
I'm a big fan of I always love the Triceratops. I thought we all liked the Triceratops, right?
It's a fine
He was
dinosaur.
the only one not afraid to take on the T-Rex, as I remember.
They would gore those
because of the
dudes.
horns.
Yeah.
I got a story about that, by the way. The one I thought was funny from the original Jurassic Park was the redneck Cajun one that spit at people.
Oh, the
one that got
Newman? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had the flappy thing
Yeah.
that came out of its head.
It's just walking
then,
around looking, then all of a sudden, yeah!
Spit green goo
Yeah.
all over his face.
It was all, hocked a loogie, blew a booger, whatever it was.
Because Newman was trying to steal embryos.
Yeah, Newman's trying to get out of there with his Jeep, raining everywhere.
That was a good movie for early Samuel L. Jackson,
I still
too.
like that movie. I'll watch that movie when it pops
Oh,
on. That's just a sit back.
Oh, you keep it on Jurassic Park every time. No, absolute classic.
By the way, speaking of getting gored.
Vinny says Dinger killed the Triceratops rep.
God, Vinny, you're right.
Also, why does Dinger have a shirt on but no pants? Either way.
Well, did you see what was going on in that field that Laura Dern was digging in? That's why.
That's why.
That's why. There's not a facility at Coors Field handling that deal.
By the way, Laura Dern, you want to talk about aging gracefully?
Back in the day?
To this day, Andy, still bringing it.
Tip
still
of the
bringing
cap.
it.
Tip of the cap to her.
Yeah, quality veteran.
Now we're getting well actually on all these things. You know what I always thought? I got to tell you a nearly getting gored story.
Yeah.
But I always am impressed how your 5-year-old can't say your name or Cheerios properly, but can rip off a Triceratops or a Dilophosaurus just like that.
The amount of factoids that they can drop well.
They can drop dinosaur names as clear as day, but can't say, onion. Without screwing. Spaghetti becomes Pischetti. But Dilophosaur is not a problem for your 5-year-old.
They got that.
Yeah.
No sweat.
Walking last night.
Yeah.
Taking the dogs, doing the deal. Crossing my street.
Yeah.
I live in a neighborhood. I'm not out in the woods. I'm not hanging out in a field.
What'd you see?
I don't have property everywhere.
What was going on?
I have a house with a yard and an HOA, I think. I'm crossing the street by my kid's school. I look up and there's a buck right in front of me.
Right in front of you?
Dude, it's strolling on the sidewalk. The thing, I kid you not, Nate, it was walking on the sidewalk as if it was out taking a walk for the evening in its neighborhood. I was like, you got a pipe there, Mr. Buck? And of course, I got one dog who she thinks she's going to do something about it. I was like, no, let's leave, please. Looks back at me, gives me the look. I was like, I'm out of here. What am I allowed to do? What do you do to scare the deer away.
So I recently saw a headline. A deer did go after a woman in Colorado.
It was fresh in my mind when I saw the thing.
For me, there was a clip that they used to always show in like the opening sequence of America's Funniest Home Videos of a deer just beating the hell out of a dude that like I spend a lot of time in nature. I encounter deer regularly.
You like to go walking.
That clip is burned in my brain. When I see a deer, I'm on high alert. Like you never know what a deer is going to do. 100% of the time in my life, they've just like looked at you and turned around and like galloped away or whatever with their little white butts. They're very cute, right? Like you don't think much of it, but I have that in my head of just like, I'm not turning my back on you.
First off, this deer had a hockey butt. It was not a little white butt. And I'm just trying to cross. I'm like, God, I don't know what to do. I was like, I'm halfway across the street. I realize the thing's literally at the corner of where I'm going.
Give it space.
And I'm like, all right, are you going to keep
it.
going? What are we doing?
Can't
what,
trust
are you going to keep on walking?
Give it room. Nope.
And so it was walking. And I'm like, I think we're cool. And of course, Sadie decides, who's afraid of everybody. You want a piece of look, you 50-pound dog.
Big mad at the giant buck.
Hey, look, Conor McGregor. I don't think you need to go going after, Riddick Bowe over there. Probably not your weight class. Let's just keep walking. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, look back. My wife was like, why didn't you video it? I don't want it. I know. I'm trying to get off this street.
You would have had some killer footage of a deer running up and a hoof hitting you in the face.
Well, what are you supposed to do? Like I thought about going Kramer when they were trying to get Mickey Mantle's attention. Hey! Look out.
Beat it, jerk.
I mean, do you yell at the thing and try to scare it off?
You could.
It had a huge rack.
Well,
this thing was the Dolly Parton of deer.
That was good. I hope somebody turned on the radio right at that moment. They would have enjoyed that.
Oh, Scotty, I did a podcast with Scotty last night. He's like, did you count the point? No, people. I was trying to vacate the area.
Also,
the thing startled the hell out of me.
I'm indoorsy. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Yeah. I'd be like,
hey, you mind coming over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I know, right?
I think I got 10. You get back in the light.
How many
First
points?
Off, the back
30,
half
40?
of the deer was in the street light. The front half was in the dark. Till again, it turned around and gave me the side-eye stink eye. And I was like, all right, just keep walking, pal. We got no issues here.
So we got another day of Nick Bonino not practicing.
Are you shocked?
No, I'm not shocked by it, but boy, the pass rush hadn't been the same without him. But for New England, Ramondre Stevenson did not practice today. He's missed the last 2 games. That's a little bit of good news. Plus, Hunter Hank scored a couple of tutties against Pittsburgh. He did not practice today. You brought up that knee injury yesterday. That's a little bit of good news for the Broncos. So in the very least, like the two best offensive players on an otherwise terrible offense, Hunter Hank and Ramondre Stevenson, both DNPs in practice today. So that's a little bit of good news for the Broncos. There is this part, though, okay? We know the Broncos have to run the ball to be a successful offense. The New England Patriots are second, Kosmider had this, second in the NFL in True Media's defensive rush EPA metric, second against the run. Opponents have only rushed for 56.4 yards across the Patriots' past 5 games. That defense does not stink.
No, because it's still run by Bill Belichick.
Yep.
He's going to take your run game away, and then he's going to take Courtland Sutton away.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Look, I don't care that they're 3-12 or whatever the hell the record is at this point.
It's bad.
So it'd be like 3-11, I think is what they are. Mm-hmm. Because they're like, when we looked yesterday and we did our vote of confidence for the teams, Patriots dead last in the AFC. Right now, they're going to be the first AFC team picking in the draft, okay?
Andy, I'm telling you, I'm more worried about this game than I am any of the final 3 on the Broncos schedule.
I'm with you because, again, don't count out Bill Belichick.
Nope.
And like we said, there is a thin line. There's just no room for error with this team offensively, period. Now, you and I both know they're going to need the defense to turn over Bailey Zappi a couple of times. Look, man, they were giving the Chiefs problems for a whole half. And then the Chiefs got after Bailey Zappi, got a couple turnovers, and went Chiefs on them.
And the Chiefs' pass rush is really good.
Yeah. So, and look, it could be snowing. maybe the snow works in the Broncos' favor. I don't know. I saw something today where I think it's like Sean Payton's 3-1 or something like that against Belichick in his career. Whatever. The bottom line is,
he always had Drew Brees when he did that.
There's nothing that this team does well enough for me to be sure that you shouldn't worry about the Patriots. And look, I think Bill, I wouldn't be surprised if Bill wouldn't mind, just for his own, Sith Lord, the Emperor reasons. I want to run off a win streak, and then I'm going to tell you I'm leaving. How does that sound?
He does have the chip on his shoulder of F you, Bob Kraft, before I walk out this door. He very much has that going for himself. No, the power of spite is strong with that one.
Sure.
You know that for a fact.
The guy's been asked for 2 weeks about what's your job situation. We've been playing the cuts and the high five with Mark Springer.
Yeah.
He wants to just show everyone, like, I ain't done yet.
Today is National Signing Day in college football. And I've been tracking the news. Like, ESPN's got a tracker, Buff Zone's got a tracker. We've been following what's been going on. CU doesn't have a massive class of high schoolers coming in, but a couple of 4-stars are on there. We're still, at least last time I checked on Twitter, awaiting the hard commitment of Jordan Seaton, the 5-star offensive lineman out of IMG Academy. But yeah, we're waiting right now to see it all get finalized. But we're just watching flips all over the place in college football, and this is in the era of, hey, the collective is raising dough. We'll talk to our buddy Mike Sanford when we come back. Longtime college football coach, recruiter extraordinaire. What is signing day like for a college football coach? Seems to me like it's probably hell. Mike Sanford breaks it down for us next. National Signing Day in college football, and it is wild. Earlier today, I just clicked on the ESPN National Signing Day tracker.
Sure.
Just taking a look at the 5 stars and where is everybody going. Signing Day Live, latest on all of the commits, and it's just this kid flips and this kid's now undecided. This business is not for the faint of heart, to say the least. Joining us right now, longtime college football coach. We could read through his entire resume, but it would take the rest of the show. You know him, you love him. Our buddy Mike Sanford is with us here on a Wednesday afternoon on National Signing Day. Coach, how are you?
I'm doing well, man. Just drove from Colorado to Salt Lake City on my way to the Bay Area for some Christmas, man. So, yeah, no better place than Salt Lake City, about a mile from the Temple, to have a cold beer. So this is perfect.
3.2%. Enjoy it, my friend.
Yeah. Hey, try doing the Thanksgiving game there, trying to watch the Harbaugh Bowl and find any place you're allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That CU Utah game was big fun when we were playing Fridays.
Oh, you have to put on your drinking cap. That's for sure.
I tell you what though, the drive is gorgeous. That's a 5-star drive right there, my friend.
What are you driving, by the way?
Yeah, so we the family road truckster, man. So like the Clark W. Griswold and Company, and I even went with the look kid's a deer at one point when a truck driver in front of me was being an a-hole. So perfect, man.
The old Wagon Queen family truckster. All right, Coach. So today's National Signing Day, and it's Auburn flips ESPN 300 defensive end from Florida. Alabama lands ESPN 300 running back who flipped from Miami. Coach, you have been through many a National Signing Day. You just get to sit on the sidelines and watch today, but I'm sure you've spoken to a number of friends. But for the rest of us lay people, what is National Signing Day like for the guy that is on the recruiting trail, for the guy that is building the roster, for the guy that thinks he has a solid commitment in place and is just waiting for the facts to come in? What is this day like?
Well, first off, my time at Stanford, I was a recruiting coordinator, and 5 years worth of coaching at Stanford in a totally national 4-time zone type of a recruiting class every year because of the obvious academic standards at Stanford and trying to compete with the bigwigs. You couldn't just recruit California. There weren't enough 32s on their ACT that ran 4.40s. But, I go back to that time in particular. As a recruiting coordinator, I'd set my alarm for 2:45 a.m. Because at 4 a.m. Pacific time is when the East Coast time zone can start sending in their fax machines back in the day or their pictures that they now take of their signed national letter of intent. And so it was kind of like it was a holiday. I mean, I'd always, as a recruiting coordinator, I'd go bring a ton of donuts and, about 6 vats of coffee, and just everybody would just basically just sit around and wait for those suckers to roll in. But I've also been on the other end of it where you're kind of on a cliffhanger with some recruits. And if you feel like you didn't really tie up every loose end on the trail with every family member, every influential person in that young man's life, and then all of a sudden you saw like a tweet by that young athlete the day before the signing day that might be the dreaded meme with some confusion, you're definitely not sleeping. And then the head coach is going to be coming and asking you almost every 30 seconds for the next 14 hours. Have you heard anything? What's the latest? What's going on? And it's absolutely miserable. So I've been on the fun side of it, but I don't know the latest on Jordan Seaton. Sound like there was some funny business going on with Maryland with CU Buffs commit left tackle, number 1 tackle in the country. But he had that meme last night, and I said, oh, man, I've been there before.
Yeah.
And that's not a great feeling.
Yeah, Mike Loxley sniffing around right now on Jordan Seaton. Apparently the kid took an official visit to Maryland last weekend. It's just never over, man.
Well, and Mike, this is different now, right? Because to me, all this means is I've told you I committed, and now the more money's coming in, right?
Well, don't forget, there is a Uncle Phil of Oregon. There's an Uncle Kevin at the University of Maryland, as in Kevin Plank, founder and Mr. Under Armour. So don't think that wasn't involved in some way, shape, or form with a potentially massive NLI deal which one is it?
NIL.
You got it.
I can't keep the dang acronym straight. I used to have just one of them, and now there's two, and they're almost identical. But yeah, I don't think that didn't get some type of involvement. Plus Jordan Seaton, the young man, is originally from the DMV, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
All right, Mike. Who? I want to keep you safe, but I also want to know what's the shadiest thing you've heard to flip a kid that you feel safe telling. I've heard about the backpack, some money that sound like a drop that things that go down like in the Bourne Identity where we stop by, we meander, this is on the bench, now we walk away, now the other person comes up, grabs it, all that. What's the wildest story you could share with us from your time that you heard flipped a kid?
Well, the actual wildest story would be after I was in the industry, which is, I think, becoming more commonplace. And I will not share the school nor the situation, but I did hear that there was a 5-star recruit that was from well outside of the geographical footprint of that said university, and a non-football coaching member was actually babysitting the young man for 2 weeks. So I'm not talking about like actually putting him to bed, but was physically present until he signed the dotted line, which is so many violations. It's almost impossible because first of all, you can't have a non-coaching staff member on the road actively recruiting. And then secondly, the dead period begins starting Sunday of this past weekend. So you can't leave your campus to go have any type of contact with any recruiter, their family or their coach. I mean, it's completely off limits. That was the shadiest thing I've heard because the violation would be absolutely massive.
Really? Connor Stalions going to work all those years ago, huh? Who knew?
We're talking to our buddy Mike Sanford here on National Signing Day in college football. Coach, the portal or signing the best high school recruits right now, which one of those does more to guarantee, or you can't guarantee anything in college football, at least try and ensure future success as it stands right now in college football?
Well, I think it's so unique because I look across the landscape at who has the best recruiting classes, because recruiting classes really right now on National Letter of Intent Day really speaks to the majority are high school athletes. And so if you have a very strong high school recruiting class, and I believe the top 4 right now is Georgia 1, Alabama 2, Oregon 3, and I don't know exactly who's 4
Miami
right now.
Miami and Oregon are both right there as well.
Right in the top 4.
Yeah.
I'd say 3 of those 4, Miami certainly not included, but that goes to show you the health of their current roster. If you are hitting the panic button, because the reality of being a college football coach nowadays is that you are coaching for your football life every single season, regardless of what you did the last season. Just ask Ed Orgeron. I mean, the bottom line is that if your roster is not in a great shape to go win 8 to 12 games, depending on what your fan base and your athletic director's expectations are, you got to go portal. And so when you see teams go heavy in the portal, I would say buyer beware as it relates to, hitting on all those athletes. I mean, everybody wants to hype them all up. They all were 5 stars at their, before they went to their previous institution. I think it's a bit buyer beware because you got to hit on those portal athletes. I think the team that did it so incredibly well, and I heard this from a couple coaches in the industry, was Kalen DeBoer. When he first got to Washington, and they were terrible. They were a 4-8 team that he inherited. Jimmy Lake got let go, and Kalen DeBoer comes in. He went really under the hood and retained the majority of that roster that was guys that had high character, guys that were good football players. And then he brought in student athletes from the portal that were captains at their previous institution. And I think that's a really important thing is what kind of character are you bringing in? Because there's nothing worse than being a college football coach, trying to scheme things up, but then also have to deal with unbelievable character issues all the time and putting out fires in your position room or as the head coach. It's not something you want to do, and it takes you away from doing your job, which is why a lot of college coaches go to the NFL. They don't have to deal with those headaches anymore. But I thought that was a really just a smart way when Kalen DeBoer came in to attack this transfer portal era. And he only brought in captains, and look where they're at now.
Talking to Mike Sanford on National Signing Day on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Coach, along those very same lines, you're talking about what Kalen DeBoer did. I heard a very similar sort of assessment of what Barry Odom did at UNLV this year. And, hey, UNLV won 9 games, which is nearly unheard of.
Never happened.
Yeah, exactly. So what are the lessons that we are learning in the portal era? We have watched so many coaches, and the two right here in our state, both Dion and Jay Norvell, they walked in the door at their respective institutions, and they essentially set fire to their roster and started from ground zero. We're sort of seeing some other approaches to it being done successfully. What are the lessons that coaches are picking up on this? And, you talk about Kalen DeBoer and what he did right there at Washington. How open are the eyes around college football to say, oh, maybe that's the best way to actually do this?
Yeah, I think the full roster turnover, let's just call it like it is. It didn't work. I mean, obviously at CU, winning 4 games after a 1-11 season, that's improvement. But relative to the conference, there was absolutely no change, no difference from, in terms of win-loss record. That is a reality. So I think more people are saying that you can't completely flip your roster. Coach Prime is so unique in the sense that he is going to do things his way, and I respect that about him. He's not trying to do things, Kalen DeBoer's way, for example. But I do think that there's a good balance, a good mix. And what I would say is when you look at these portal additions, if they played for a good football team the previous year and they got a lot of playing time, probably going to be a pretty good player for you. If they came from a powerhouse and got little to no playing time, I would say they might have been a problem for that previous institution as it relates to character. Or they just weren't that good, or they were over-recruited and they were hyped up. I love the stories, kind of along the lines of the player. Look at Missouri's running back that comes out of nowhere from a smaller school, transfers up, and had incredible production at maybe a lower level, FCS level or wherever. So I always say that you want more production than you just want like a guy with a lot of recruiting acclaim from 2 years prior. And I think that's a lesson that's being learned in real time.
Mike, when are you sure you've got somebody? You just talked about all the flipping going on. Do you remember, you probably do. Do you remember the kid? Now, this was we had the January signing day that was the big deal, or February or whatever it was. But remember the kid that went on ESPN? I think he picked something over Alabama, and his mom was big mad, and she walked off the set, and he put the hat on. And then we find out later he ends up, he never signed anything. He ended up going wherever anyway. When do you truly know you have the kid? And with the portal, how long are you comfortable you have the kid?
I think it's very similar to feeling like you're engaged to, and you have a ceremony with Julia Roberts in Runaway Bride. I mean, that's a real deal. Like, you're at the altar on signing day and you're just like, I have no idea. I got no clue. And then nowadays, I mean, there's nothing holding a student athlete back from hitting the portal in their first year either. So that's the thing, is like, you don't really even have them if they sign their NLI and they report and then enroll in classes. Nowadays too, they're giving so many waivers for family reasons. The NCAA is granting those. So there could be a grandmother got sick. You were committed somewhere, and then before you actually enroll in the school, you said you ask for a waiver, and then they'll grant it most times. So, I mean, nowadays, you don't really ever have a player, and certainly nowadays with the portal, you never have a player for a guarantee of 2 years. And that's what's making it such a mercenary operation where, the old school way of developing players, developing relationships with those players, I mean, I think it's just so rare nowadays. And so when I do see a program like Washington playing in a CFP Final Four, it warms my heart, because a lot of those players, Michael Penix and the running back notwithstanding, but a lot of those players have been at Washington through the duration of their career, and here they are. I still think there's some merit in doing it, and like any other pendulum, it's going to swing back. But right now, it's just pure madness.
Coach, did you hear what Chip Kelly said, talking about we just need to get one TV contract, we need to let football be its own thing? He was saying, look, let the Pac-12 schools say the Pac-12 schools, so the softball teams are playing each other and not traveling all over the country and all this other stuff. And He said there needs to be one TV deal, not 5 different TV deals and all this other kind of stuff. And he just kind of laid out how he would do things. Did you hear that? Would you buy into Chip Kelly's way of trying to maybe even this out for everyone?
I love the idea, and I love that Chip Kelly, like myself, is trying to make college football a utopian environment. It never will be again. The cat has been out of the bag for enough time now where it's not going back in. I think there's 2 fronts where that's going to be completely impossible. Number one are the schools like Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Ohio State, Michigan, and you continue down the list of those big, powerful Big Ten SEC schools that are getting so much revenue. Do you think they want to share that revenue on an equal playing field with Oregon State? It's not happening. It'll never happen. I mean, unless you make this a socialist country and you say that we're going to dictate that. But that's not going to happen. And then number two, how would you ever pass that across the Title IX finish line? It's not possible. These other sports would then not get any of the revenue that's shared that really keeps a lot of these programs afloat. It's not going to happen. I just don't think that there's any way that you could find equity in that situation relative to those two situations.
Mike Sanford, everybody. He is on with Chris Dempsey every Monday and Friday right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He is the guy that we lean on when we need to be smarter about college football. Mike, well done as always, buddy. Enjoy a lovely evening in Utah in which you'll have to get up to go pee a lot.
No question, especially the amount of 3-2s that I'm going to throw down. So, hey, you guys are the best, man. Happy holidays to you.
All right, that's our buddy Mike Sanford with us right there. By the way, along those lines, did you see the note today? Oregon State and Washington State, so they're in the scheduling agreement with the Mountain West for football. They're jumping in bed with the West Coast on every other sport. They're going to be with the WCC now when it comes to the other sports. So they're keeping all of their options open. That's the Beavers and Cougars just do not want to commit. They're all over the place.
Well, because they want to keep the money.
Sure do.
Somebody was saying, someone smarter than me, so you can trust it. They were saying that if the Beavers and Cougars commit to another conference, they lose their rights over all this Pac-12 money that they are currently sitting on as schools that did not leave.
By the way, when I watched that Chip Kelly rant, not really a rant, just his, sort of his
mea culpa,
if you
on
will,
how to fix.
Yeah. I said all that.
Did you?
I didn't go viral. I said it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and for whatever reason, when I said, hey, you can still have your other sports stay in their same conferences.
Right.
You don't have to blow everything up for football. When I said all that, for whatever reason, it didn't carry the same weight as Chip Kelly, but I know where he got it.
When did you say that?
I said it all when it was going
you did.
down.
I gave you credit when I sent you the tweet. Just quit being sensitive. You didn't have the one TV deal for football. That was all.
I know, though. But when Chip Kelly says it, everybody listens. Anyway.
Well, you know what? As the guy that got to go to the hockey game and sit rinkside, they should have listened.
They should have.
I guess if I was the one saying it, then it's understandable.
By the way, the Avalanche, they went up and lost to Winnipeg.
Yeah,
they did, and it was actually closer when me and Marty and Brett and Vic were there. So
with your bloodlust,
any of the blame that we took after the Avalanche lost at home to Winnipeg, it was clearly misplaced.
Have you felt that kind of bloodlust again since that night?
No.
Yeah.
No, there is nothing that matches sitting on the glass. Mm-hmm.
You want some smash faces? You want a lost chiclet?
I need to get back in there. Yeah. The Avs need me, quite frankly.
Maybe we try the other group of people from this station, see how that goes. Then we can have a competition.
Nobody was playing out of structure when I was there, Andy. Okay?
Nobody was doing their own thing?
Nobody was fooling themselves.
There weren't 6 guys on their own plan?
There was self-awareness all over the place. That's right. We got the Nuggets in Toronto coming up tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets got the Raptors tonight in Toronto. We'll get your pregame coverage coming up here in just a few minutes on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wild night in the NBA last night. Andy, did you catch the return of Ja Morant?
I did not, but I saw the highlights.
Yeah.
Again, I was dodging deer.
The return, that is true.
And then, Avs anger and all that.
So Ja comes back last night. Slow start, but he scores 27 of his 34 points in the second half. Grizz come back, beat the Pels. After the game, TNT, God bless our friends over at TNT, who we love. They're Jokic people. But they had a graphic up last night that pointed out an interesting stat. 34 points for Ja Morant last night, including the game winner on a crazy spinning bucket.
Now, real quick, everybody should know, Nate takes umbrage with said graphic.
I do. So this graphic said that the 34 points scored by Ja Morant were the highest mark ever for an NBA player returning from an absence of at least 25 games.
Absence isn't going to do it, folks.
Nope. It doesn't really, because, most absences are, a guy coming off of like a major injury.
Yeah.
So typically they will return, and then you got to ease them into the lineup. They're not completely in basketball shape. They're still battling their way back from the injury. Maybe the conditioning isn't there. But, most 25-game absences in the NBA are due to unfortunate circumstances, almost always injury.
Not self-inflicted things.
Not gun juggling.
Yeah, on a live video. Do you know how many memes and skits I saw on X last night making fun of this whole thing?
Yes, there should have been.
Because I'm sure you saw some too.
As I tweeted out, sounds like a great night to go to Shotgun Willie's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, so live streamed gun waggling. That doesn't really count to me, okay?
No, I'm with you. Safe from suspension. And how many guys have had the old 25 gamer?
Right.
It's pretty big.
Well, Draymond's going to be sniffing that pretty soon, isn't he?
We'll see if he can top it.
And I'm willing to bet you Draymond will not score 34 in his first game back.
No, not with the group he plays with.
Yes.
I got a note for you, by the way.
I want to hear it.
You may not. You never know, right?
Let's have it.
It's Andy.
What do you got for me today?
Cameron Diaz is trending on X right now. Do you know why?
I did not, and I do not.
So Cameron Diaz apparently is saying she'd like to normalize the Dick Van Dyke Show. She wants to normalize married people having their own beds, their own bedrooms, and if you got the money, their own houses. She says to me, this is a quote from and I like Cameron, one of the sweethearts of the 90s and 2000s, right?
She's delightful. Sure.
To me, I would literally have my house. You have yours. We have the family house in the middle. What are you going to, why not?
Why not?
I will go to sleep in my room. You will go to sleep in your room. I'm fine.
I have another idea. You could just try not being married.
Well, there's that. But look, in the summer, I could do the beds thing.
My grandparents.
Your grandma? My grandma?
My grandma. My grandparents had the separate beds.
Yeah.
Which, as a young child, I always just assumed, like, oh, that's just a generational thing.
What you do.
Right, exactly. When I got older, I asked my grandma, I asked her about it one time. I was like, what's the deal with that? Why do you and Grandpa sleep in separate beds? And she explained to me that it was because my grandfather was very lazy when it came to the trimming of his toenails.
Oh, no. Come on.
And he took like a gash out of her leg one night because he had the Jimmy legs. That was why Frank and Estelle Costanza had to switch beds. Yeah, he kicked her in the leg when it stabbed her one night. She was bleeding, and after that she was just like, nope, no more. And they were separate beds from then on out, and they didn't seem to complain.
I once upon a time was a sleepwalker.
Really?
My brother said, so my brother, the one youngest, because I got three, the one closest to me, we used to, on weekends, we'd set up shop in the living room. Of course, because I was the oldest, I'd take the couch and he ended up on the floor.
Yeah.
But we'd watch TV, right? And whatever. I guess one of those nights I got up, I went and made a full bowl of cereal and freaked him out because he said your eyes weren't open. I guess we used to keep water in the fridge, and he said you grabbed the water for the cereal instead of the milk, and you poured the. So then I took a bite, hated the water, and dumped the whole thing. I don't know. Went back to I didn't remember any of it. Freaked him out.
Did you ever see the movie Sleepwalk with Me with Mike Birbiglia?
No.
It's wild, man. I actually just saw an interview with him. He had jumped out of a second-story window at a La Quinta Inn in Walla Walla, Washington. And he had a huge sleepwalking disorder. He still has it to this day, actually. He has to sleep in a sleeping bag every single night, like cocoon himself in that thing, so he won't get up and start walking around in the middle of the night. But actually, in this La Quinta Inn in Walla Walla, Washington, because I saw him, he was talking to Seth Meyers about this, there's a plaque outside of the room that he was staying in, that he jumped through the window, that was like, this room was where comedian Mike Birbiglia jumped out the window. It was the inspiration of the movie Sleepwalk with Me. But yeah, that's a scary thing, man.
I woke up at my front door once. In my childhood house. One time my mom apparently caught me halfway out the window, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I go, "I'm hot."
Do you still ever do it?
Not that I know of. I have.
You ever put a purse in the oven?
No. We'll tell you more tomorrow.
That'll do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nuggets and Raptors coming up next. Good night.
Proud supporter of the CU Buffs and part of the Holman family. Driving what's right.
Mark Springer here for Bet365, and at Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every touchdown, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a 99-yard pass to score a touchdown or a fumble in the first minute of the game, whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in Colorado. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply.
For over 40 years, we've been helping people like you get better access to care. Now, in under 20 seconds, we'll tell you how. With Select Health, you get predictable cost copay plans, $0 virtual primary care visits, $0 virtual mental health visits, and up to $580 in wellness rewards. Shop for plans now by visiting selecthealth.org/co individual. Select Health. Insurance made simple.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
Winter is coming. Heavy rain, sleet, snow, and ice. Are your tires up for the challenge? In the season's worst conditions, winter tires are a game changer. They elevate traction, control, and confidence.
Tire Rack sells only the best, like the Firestone Winter Force.
Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Your tires will ship fast and free to you or one of over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Sunday. You take a morning walk to pick up burgers and beers. You tidy the house for 10 fellow football fans. And your biggest chore? Loading the Bud Light into the fridge. It all pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football. And beer. Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2023, Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Nick, I hear the best snowplows in Denver are at Lampert Hitch.
A lot of our customers tell us it's snow way or no way. The powered wings on a Snowway plow are amazing and make plowing so much easier.
Plus, you guys have the most experienced pro technicians for Snowway installation and same-day repair service for most brands.
Yep, but don't wait. Get on the schedule today. When it snows, move it with Snowway.
Lampert Hitch, bigger and better, at 55th and Marshall. They trade and sell used plows, too. LampertHitch.com.
The holidays start here at King Soopers with a variety of options to celebrate traditions old and new. Whether you're making a traditional roasted turkey or spicy turkey tacos, your go-to shrimp cocktail, or your first Cajun risotto, King Soopers has all the freshest ingredients to embrace your traditions. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Stock up on your favorite beverages and save. 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or 7-Up, or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Limit 10. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Bet Safe Colorado. Remember those 3 words. Bet Safe Colorado. It's the newest sports book in Colorado. Hey guys, it's Kyle Keefe, and if you're a freak like me that watches NFL on 3 different TVs and blacks out the rest of the world for 7 straight hours on Sundays, then get in the game with Bet Safe Colorado. Visit co.betsafe.com, download the app, and make some money while you're locked in on every single game. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
It's the year-end event at Silter Har Motors. Hey, it's Mark Mosier. It's the most wonderful time of the year, and that means the Mosier Special is even better. $1,000 in free accessories, or 3-year maintenance plan, or $1,000 extra trade allowance simply by asking for it. And now, all pre-owns have a 5-day exchange and rental reimbursement on all cars under 100,000 miles. So get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or go online at sthmotors.com. Silter Har, everything you want out of a dealership.
A crash on eastbound C-470 approaching Lucent Boulevard is blocking the left lane. Traffic is stop and go all the way back to Wadsworth. That's going to take you an extra 25 minutes to get through there right now. Also a crash southbound Tower Road at 104th Avenue has traffic backed up to 112th, and an accident Colorado Boulevard at Mississippi. This report is brought to you by Lowe's. Don't miss out on new deals every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Save big on daily deals for the whole home. 25 days of deals only at Lowe's. I'm Dave O'Brien with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
KKSC Parker, KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, KKSC FM HD2 Broomfield, K269 AE Boulder. We are Altitude Sports Radio.
Nuggets Nation, let's go!
This is Denver Nuggets basketball.
10-foot jump shot by Hardy is no good. Rebound comes down to Christian Brown. Denver's on the move. Peyton Watson in the paint, dumps it down low. Najee dunk with 2 hands. Nuggets are blowing out the Mavs. They lead it by 32 with 5:10 left in the game. And this thing is over!
The Denver Nuggets house the Dallas Mavericks on Monday thanks to a complete team effort and their best bench performance of the season. Denver gets the 130-104 victory. Tonight, the Nuggets kick off a 3-game road trip up north as they face the Raptors in Toronto. Coming up in your Denver Nugget pregame preview, Jason Kosmos, he'll break this game down with the keys to the contest, and Michael Malone will speak the truth when he joins us in our Coaches Show.
I think it's also important for me as a head coach and a leader to make sure you stay the course and don't panic. You know, just find a way to help your players get through these tough times. And we've had a couple of dips early in the season, and we've responded every time. And that's what I expect from my group.
It's the Nuggets and the Raptors, live from Toronto. And your pregame show starts right now.
This is an exclusive presentation of Denver Nuggets basketball.
Christian Brown, dunk, 2 hands! Casey, another 3. Got it again! Kick out 3, Gordon. Yeah! Dunk! Michael Porter Jr. Jamal Murray's on fire. Got it at the horn! Game winner! Nikola Jokic!
Championship on 3. 1, 2, 3. Championship! This is Denver Nuggets basketball.
Welcome to your Nuggets pregame show presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Nuggets Nation, Fanatics Sportsbook is here. Earn up to $200 in fan cash when you bet $10 over your first 5 straight days. Terms apply. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I'm Mark Bertinoli. I'll be your host this evening, and I'm coming to you live from the studios here in Denver, Colorado. Tonight, the 18-10 Denver Nuggets are at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, Ontario, to take on the 11-15 Raptors. The Nuggets had their most complete game of the season against the Mavericks on Monday. Despite Luka Doncic going full Luka and scoring 38 points, Denver always had control of the contest. The good guys scored 60 points in the paint, and they finished with a season-high 32 fast break points. No starter played more than 28 minutes as the starting five got the fourth quarter off. The story of the game was the bench. The Nuggets bench was stellar as they outscored the Mavs bench 62-34. 4 players off the bench were in double figures, and the Nuggets beat the Mavs going away.
Reggie gets it in the corner. Strother, open three. He's deadly. Jumper's good. 23-point lead for Denver. Their big lead of the night, 103-80. Greg Brown had the rebound, but he tapped it right over to Peyton Watson. A bucket here, you call a timeout. Watson kick out three, Reggie. Yeah! The Nuggets lead at 120-91. Quickly the other way. Drive and a dish. The ball was kicked, no whistle. This gives Watson a breakaway. Look out. Dunk! Right-handed tomahawk. And there's the exclamation point. Denver leads at 130-96.
Jamal Murray scored 22. Aaron Gordon scored 21, while Reggie Jackson had 20 points in 19 minutes off the bench. Luka Doncic scored 22 points in the second quarter, the 19th time in his career scoring 20 or more in a single frame, but the Nuggets held him to just 3 of 8 shooting in the second half, and Denver wins it 130-104. And that brings us to tonight and the Toronto Raptors. Toronto beat the Hornets on Monday, 114-99, and set a franchise record with their 5th straight game with 30 or more assists. Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes are the Raptors' most dangerous players, and both are putting up impressive numbers this season, with Barnes almost averaging a double-double at 20 points and 9.2 boards per game. Toronto comes in tonight in the 10th spot in the East. The Nuggets come in tonight in the 3rd spot in the West. So, for more on that point, today's game, let's bring in the power and the passion that is the voice of the Nuggets, Jason Kosmicki. Kaz!
Hey, Bert, my man, I'm in Canada, so what do you need? I got extra strength Tylenol here. I got some Cuban cigars. What do you need, bro?
Man, I do like that. Extra strength Tylenol. That stuff don't play. Did you go?
I know.
I mean, you are in Toronto. Have you gone to the Hockey Hall of Fame?
No, Bert, I did not. What did we do? We went to the local Irish pub and pretty much killed the night there.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, nothing big. Yeah. Although there was conversation about going to Gretzky's bar.
Oh, yeah.
We never made it there either.
Yeah, you were fine. You just stayed where you were.
You'll be rest assured that every single television, no matter where we were last night, had hockey on there. So.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Avs Blackhawks, baby.
If you want to watch the NBA, you're doing it on your phone, man.
All right. Hey, man, we got a 3-game road trip starting with Toronto tonight. Nuggets are coming off that nice win against Dallas. When the Nuggets bench scores 62 points, they're not going to lose a whole lot of games. When you saw what that Nuggets bench was doing against the Mavs, how impressive was that?
Yeah, it started kind of with Reggie Jackson. He scored 20. Not only did they score over 60, Bert, but then you had 2 starters score in the 20s, right? So that's 100 points just off your bench and 2 starters. So, Reggie Jackson score. That's what they do. 9 of 12 shooting the basketball in that game. He was fantastic. And a lot of guys that are kind of known for defense, like, Peyton Watson, we've been talking about him for a minute now. We all know how good he is on the defensive end. And if you ask him, that's about where 98% of his focus goes. And Peyton Watson takes 8 shots, makes 5 of those, and he finishes in double figures. So the bench is finally starting to turn the corner for Denver now, Bert. I think we've seen this over the last 5 games. You always hoped it was going to get there, and when it did, you felt you were going to be dangerous. And, I think it's safe to say that the bench is no longer anemic on the offensive floor, on the offensive end for the Denver Nuggets.
How long do you think, like if I gave you a number, a month, 2 months, 3 months, how long do you think it takes for a team like the Denver Nuggets with a lot of new players, despite, the continuity that they have in the starting 5, how long does it take to gel or get to a place where you think that or Coach Malone feels like, okay, this is what I want from this team?
Yeah, Bert, I get the question, right? I mean, you lose Jeff Green and you lose Bruce Brown, and now you not only have to replace those guys, but you have to replace those in a lot of cases with younger players. Now, Reggie Jackson is a different kind of animal. He came over late last year, and he was kind of a hit or miss player for the Denver Nuggets. This year, he spent all summer here, went through the entire training camp here, went through all that process. He became a Denverite. And it's helped him tremendously. Him and Bruce Brown are different kind of players, but they both provide an offensive punch. So Reggie Jackson, by me, has been the most pleasant surprise